What's up? Turn up, turn up. What's up? What's up? What's up? Turn up, turn up.
but I'ma just let it go. And you're afraid of the past. I know you had it bad, but I want you to know I'll never treat you like the boys you've been wasting your time on. I see the fear in your eyes and all of the troubles, and you keep your mind on. You just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to.
Que se lleve el trofeo.
Esto es el FC24.
Esto es tremendo, qué partidazo estamos viendo.
¡Va para adentro!
¡Golazo! ¡Golazo! ¡Gol!
¡Todavía esto no ha terminado!
Welcome to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. My name is Frankie Ward and I'm so happy to be joined by you, Ryan Pessoa, to talk about the action today that's happening in the Front Stadium in Barcelona. A few weeks ago we were in San Sebastian finding out who the top 16 would be, joining us this weekend, and now we get to find out who is going to take the title and the trophy, the title of the best player in Spain. Now, before we do get into the action, we want to say a massive thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible, because this is an epic event, Ryan.
Yeah, an epic event, and of course a pleasure to be alongside you. As you said, it feels as if we were witnessing the cup almost yesterday. We saw huge performances, huge players, and I can't wait to go again.
Yeah, me too, me too. Let's talk about the players that we're going to be seeing and the teams that they are representing as well. And all eyes have to be on Sevilla FC and Nicholas.
Absolutely, yeah. He was running riot in the cup a few weeks ago. Of course, you've got Girona with Tuga, you could say somewhat underperformed to his usual standards. We have Real Betis with Yago, to name a few of the players in this competition.
Well, you know what, Ryan? Sometimes players like to hold things back. They get to round two, or some of our players already qualified by topping their groups in the regular season. So maybe they didn't want to go for the €100,000 prize pool at the Cup. They wanted to go for the €250,000 prize pool here in 60,000
for winning, and of course 40,000 for finishing second. But even just reaching the stage, he guarantees yourself just over €6,000 and a massive €15,000 if you win that first stage.
Yeah, if we can take a look at the bracket, and we can, in fact. Thank you so much, guys. Sevilla versus Almeria. That's actually going to be our fourth match of the day. We've got a Showdown SBC for that one, so do keep your eyes peeled. But that's going to be a really interesting match, because that's the first time we get to see Nicholas FC play on the stage versus D Sanchez. What are you looking forward to, though, Ryan?
Obviously that game, because it's two former teammates playing against each other. I mentioned Tuga. It's always good to see Tuga at massive events, because he's someone that's been extremely consistent, so I always expect a performance from him. Ethan as well, on foreign ground, obviously a representation from the United Kingdom, so I'm hoping Ethan does well as well. Selfishly, hope he does well. But
I understand that.
Yeah.
You've played against him, you've beaten him.
Yeah,
we've lost to him as well.
We do so much behind the scenes together, so in terms of practicing for tournaments like this, so yeah, I'm sure he'll be prepared.
You guys at home, by the way, you also earn from joining us today. So if you would like to know what you can earn from watching us live, those are your live viewership rewards, a 2-player pack and a jumbo premium gold pack. So you don't just get to enjoy the action, you actually get something out of joining us this weekend as well. So thank you again for tuning in to the show. Our first matchup, though, Ryan, we should talk about Nacho Abella versus Zidane.
Yeah, absolutely. Nacho Abella finishing top 4 in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup a few weeks ago. Zidane, again, underperformed to his usual standards. He's the only player in previous history to do the domestic double in Spain, so he has that reputation of doing well, but if he needs to do that this time around to get into the spots for potentially the World Championships or the eChampions League, he's going to have to overcome somebody on a rich reign of form.
The pressure is on him. He did do the double as you mentioned back in 2022, also came second to none other than Gravison, who's over in the commentary corner back in 2019. So he is no stranger to the competition. But also Nacho Abella is someone who has been here 5 times now. By winning, or at least by winning his spot back in San Sebastian to come here this weekend, he has made his 5th consecutive final.
Yeah, 5th consecutive final. He was also a runner-up in the previous year in the Grand Finals as well. So he knows what it takes to reach far in this competition. So yeah, the pressure's on, and I'm sure both players will be feeling it. We saw them behind the stage preparing for their big game on the main stage, and yeah, I can't wait to get into it.
Let's take a look at some of the items you'll be seeing played on the virtual pitch this weekend. The most picked items in terms of our player draft. Saul of 100%. Araujo back in played as a fullback or as a right back. That's no surprise, Ryan. Yeah,
I think those two are certs in the team. I'm surprised to not see Luka Modric. Of course, we'll touch in on the restrictions for this tournament in a short while, but I thought Luka Modric's team of the season live item would have been a guarantee in the squads. Cruyff doesn't surprise me, as well as Jude Bellingham as well.
It's really interesting. Not every single player is actually even bought the Modric. And I say bought because actually you'll see the draft restrictions later on in the show. He was a free item potentially because he's the most expensive La Liga team of the season live item.
Exactly. That's why I thought he would have been a cert. Not necessarily if you wanted to start with him, but even off the bench, he could be someone that could impact the game. But a lot of the players probably go with players that potentially they're more comfortable with. And the walkouts have begun, Frankie. Nacho Abella finishing 2nd in his group in the regular season for Real Oviedo. And he's got a big task on his hand today. He
does. He had to beat such stiff competition to make it to the semi-finals back in San Sebastian. He was knocked out by Nicolas FC. He beat Kone. He beat Chusita. He just had such a strong performance. The first 20 minutes of his game against Kone was a bit nerve-wracking, but then he grew in confidence, went from strength to strength. But Zidane Ted is who you've got your eyes on for this one, Ryan.
Yeah, I actually think he's a favourite in this game, despite, of course, the underperforming in the regular season and the cup. I still think he's got that reputation to uphold. He's got a point to prove in this competition, and of course, he knows what the task at hand is. He needs to overcome this game and a further one to get into the eChampions League, which for him, I think a top 4, anything below that is underachieving.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because this is a bit of a heartbreaker, but then you could call all of the matches heartbreakers here this weekend. This is the top 16. This is the best of the best in Spain. Nacho, his stats are really interesting though, Ryan. If you look at his possession, 45%, and yet his shots he managed to get last time we saw him, 25. That's pretty high for that possession.
Yeah, Nacho Abella, in a lot of his games, he started off extremely well on the front foot, aimed to sort of catch his opponents off guard. We saw that in the game against Ethan, where he scored early on, and in other games as well against Kone, where he went on the front foot, scored a lot of goals early on, and he's very mechanically gifted, especially in the area, the skill moves, the green time finishing, and he's definitely someone to look out for.
In terms of Zidane, we didn't get to see much of him last time round, but he did show some nerves on stage. He had a couple of red time finished, unfortunately. Well, I say red time finished. He didn't get to finish because he didn't get the goal. Yeah,
that game against Neat was very weird in terms of Zidane. It was unlike him in terms of his finishing as we take a look at his stats. Of course, the 2 games played, the first game was to secure a spot in this stage, and the next one was the one he lost against Neat, the eventual finalist. 8 goals scored, conceded 6. Possession though at 56% doesn't surprise me, Frankie, because from playing against him in years gone by, he seems to be somebody that when he scores first, he's happy to keep possession.
The problem is sometimes he holds on to possession too long.
Yeah, he holds on to possession, sort of hoping for an opening that if it doesn't come, tries to recycle possession and then ends up giving it away, which was a common theme in the cup.
Let's talk about the draft restrictions. Now, we have had some slight changes since we last saw the players present their drafts back in San Sebastian. The budget has changed. It was 20 million coins last time around. This time it's 25 million. And also, you get 2 free items this time. You get a free Golazo item and you get a free Team of the Season live item, Ryan. Yeah,
exactly. I think that extra 5 million coins at your disposal helps a lot for the players. And of course, I read out the restrictions. You can have the players are only able to be from the La Liga first or second division. A maximum of 3 players per club and a maximum of 4 icons or heroes, of course, from the La Liga in previous years. And you could have, as you mentioned, the minimum of 1 Golazo item and the Team of the Season live item that you can choose for free, which is why the Modric, for me, is, I think it has to be a guarantee in the squad. And I know he isn't, which is why I'm surprised.
It has to be a given, you would have thought. But if you think back to that graphic we saw earlier where we saw the most picked items, Modric wasn't actually in there. But you can see him in Nacho Abella's draft.
Yeah.
And this is such a strong midfield. I think this is where we're probably going to see the most changes actually this weekend, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the first thing to mention, I think a lot of people at home might be confused as to see Soloff in at right back. He's obviously not going to be playing there. Most players play a 4-3-2-1 formation. And in this case, he's most likely going to be using Jude Bellingham in at right back. You could use Marino, of course, another Team of the Season live item in game. He could slot in at right back. He's got the height. He's got the aerial defensive play style as well. So maybe that could be an option as well.
So why would you choose Bellingham over Marino? Because he's got power header, he's got the area, he's got long ball pass, he's got ping pass, I believe. He's got so much in his arsenal. I guess he's such a flexible player. Is that why you wouldn't put him there? Because he's a bit of a waste? For
me, I think for Marino's 2 playstyle pluses, incisive and finesse shot, I would rather have my player with the finesse shot in an attacking area. I think with Jude Bellingham, of course, he's got the technical plus playstyle power shot. They are effective, but I feel as if he's more suited potentially in that right back position compared to Marino. Let's take a look
at Zidane 10's draft and see if he's thinking along similar lines. So we can actually see a similar situation going on in the midfield. We can imagine that Bellingham is going to be coming in on the left side.
Yep.
But then we've got Henry up here. I feel like it's a bit underestimated, that item.
Yeah, this item, the Henry with the 5-star weak foot he's gone with. Of course, Ronaldinho. Cruyff is the free Golazo icon item as well. For me, I prefer Nacho Abella's squad, if I'm being completely honest. I think Sorloth, of course, will go in the attack. Jude Bellingham at left back. And with the 4-3-2-1, players use one fullback at the minimum to go forward, and I think Jude Bellingham will be perfect there.
What do you think of the Rudiger as one of the centre-backs? We're seeing a lot of players still edit this weekend, but this is a bit of an outlier for me. We're seeing Rudiger on a few sub-benches as well. I think with the aerial plus play style helps a lot defensively, especially from corners, offensively and defensively, but if I'm being honest, I think I understand why players would opt towards using Militao instead of Rudiger, to be honest. Yeah, and in terms of the Sorloth, I mean, it's a must pick, really. Yeah. And I guess that's one of the reasons we haven't really seen this front line attack from any of our players change that much. Yeah, I think, as we mentioned, Cruyff should be asserting most of the squads. Ronaldinho, even the bench there, Frankie's got Rafinha, Team of the Season live, who can, of course, impact from the bench. Another thing we're going to see this weekend is De Jong will still be in some players' starting lineups. Yep. It's kind of, I guess, the interesting situation because, of course, we can see Zidane's gone for the Modric over the De Jong, but when you look at De Jong as an item, it's still incredibly strong. It's just he costs 700k and Modric is free. Yeah, I think they're very similar in the terms of their stats in game and everything, but I think Modric just offers that little bit more with the build-up, the 5-star skill moves as well, which helps a lot. Well, Ryan, we are just about ready to head over to our casters to get us into this game. I'm incredibly excited to say that we've got some fantastic commentators joining us this weekend. And first of all, you'll be hearing from Gravison and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Ryan. Here we go. Hola, amigo.
Hola. That's nice Spanish.
Muy bien.
Muy bien. ¿Tú?
Bien. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Welcome to Barcelona. Welcome, more importantly, to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. A €250,000 tournament today, Gravison. We are going to be, of course, inviting 2 players to the FC Pro World Championships, giving out 4 tickets to the eChampions League finals as well. And this is where we start off, Gravison, with this game here. Real Sociedad against Real Oviedo. Nacho Abella against Zidane, a player who has won this competition before. Gravison, you've been here before in a grand finals day. You've won this tournament. How are these players feeling coming into this round of 16?
They're feeling nervous. They really are feeling nervous because, in a way, you know you don't have that much time to win the game. I mean, it's a 9 minute per half. It's just 2 halves, so it's obviously 80 minutes of FC 24, but it's not that much when you're playing in this level of competition. So I think it all comes to the first 30 minutes because they are going to be nervous for sure, but they got to play well, because if they don't, I mean, we saw it in the cup when you start losing what they say, really hard to come back. So for me, it's all about the start.
Well, we have to remember as well, for those at home, 9 minute halves is what we're playing. Straight knockout here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup Finals. And we are inside the RCD Espanyol football stadium for today's grand finals. It is a special stadium to host a tour of this size. I know when you won the competition, Gravison, you weren't playing in football stadiums, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was playing back in 2018, 2019, 2021 still. We did play at our great studio, but no, it wasn't in stadiums.
And what's more impressive about that time as well, Gravison, the person that you beat in that grand final is playing in this game right now. It could be our first early chance. And 6 minutes in, it's Nacho Abella of Real Oviedo who has got this crowd rocking. It's a perfect start. It's a lovely piece of build-up, and as always, that time green finish just ensuring it's enough to go into the back of the net.
it's interesting because the assist came from Modric, the team of the season version. It's interesting because we're going to see a lot of Modric, but I think Nico is not using Modric. I think Iago is not using Modric as well. And I do think he's obviously compulsory to use in the team because of that big pass, the normal play style as we saw, because of the way he moves, because he's a team of the season. I mean, he's what, like 3 million, almost 3 million coins on the market. So that's why you should use him, because that assist was brilliant.
As I was by Nacho, but you played Zidane, didn't you? In that grand final all that time. How impressive is it that Zidane all those years on it?
It's really impressive because, I mean, he started playing back in 2018. I mean, in his second year competing, he was a runner-up. And for me to be competing for, let's say, 6-7 years and still being at the top.
Hello. Sorloth, just like that. It's like he can hear you, Gravison. You're hyping him up. And with his first real chance of the game, Zidane and Real Sociedad will find an equaliser here, 1-1. And to be honest, there wasn't anything too fancy about the finish. It was a good bit of build-up, but it was the timing of the finish once again that made all the difference.
I do think the right back, pulling the right back out of position by Nacho wasn't necessary, by Real Oviedo. But yeah, as I was mentioned before, Zidane has been 6 years on the top, and for me what's impressive is it's just being so professional enough and mechanically gifted enough to, you know, the game was so different back in the days, but now, I mean, we're playing different formation, we're playing different tactics, and he's still playing at his best because, I mean, he won the Cup and the League just 2 years ago, which was, I mean, impressive in a way.
Well, he's the only player, as Frankie and Ryan were saying, to this date to do a double in the same year. He won the Cup and he won the League, and he won a very healthy amount of cash that year as well.
Yeah, he did.
Zidane, of course, was representing Deportivo Alaves back then, and it was, of course, two crazy finals, one against Jere in the final, and it was Matias Bonanno who was actually playing for Real Zaragoza back then in the Cup. Since then, although Zidane's been at all of these competition finals, he hasn't been back in that top two as of yet. Here's Sorloth, the goal scorer. Ronaldinho interchanging well. This is Real Sociedad trying to find a 2-1 lead. It's brilliant build up in the box again, and needed a bit of patient defending there as Laurent Blanc just brings Nacho Abella back in possession.
It's interesting because I mentioned how, in my opinion, Blanc wasn't going to be used enough, but now he's probably the best centre back in the, at least in the La Liga situation right now. And Sorloth, another cheap item, really used. Whoa, roulette! No, not good enough. But yeah, sometimes you don't need those like really expensive items, because Sorloth is not that expensive, Laurent Blanc is not that expensive, but they are compulsory in this situation, in this league.
Well, as we said, for Sorloth, he's probably getting for about 20,000 coins now. If you are someone at home that's watching, and especially during these team of the season Ultimate Champions games, when you need a good striker, he might be the man for you. He's cheap as chips. He's a cert in these teams, just because there hasn't been a player released, Gravison, that offers you the same build and the same sort of play styles and stats that Sorloth does.
For me, what's interesting is, of course, the area plus danger coming in from Sorloth can be a thing, but then, I mean, we saw Nico scoring a hat-trick just running with Sorloth, and now the twist and turn by Zidane was really good by Sorloth as well. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the most agile player in the game at the moment, but he's agile enough to score some goals inside the box as well. You don't only need to cross to him, he can still score goals inside the box.
Well, there's also another game taking place on our B stage here in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, and it's Tuga in action against Marin. Marin and Tuga both top their group in the regular season, but by their own standards, especially Tuga's, Gravison, it wasn't a good performance in the Cup. 33 minutes on the clock here. Tuga is actually leading in this game.
Yeah, Tuga did had a really poor performance in that game against Di Fernandez. I think Marin played better in a way, but even though Marin has been doing a better regular season, I do think Tuga is the favourite.
Well, we're going to see this chance coming very quickly from Tuga. Is he on for a second? No, he's not. We'll jump back and we'll leave this now. As we said, Girona are leading Granada there by a goal to nil. All knockout games here at the LALIGA FC Pro, and we could be in for another chance. 1-1 all square here, 30 minutes on the clock between Nacho Abella, who as you've said rightly so, has also been in this competition for a handful of years. He came so close quite a few years ago representing Sevilla, losing to Neat in his second trophy that he won in the competition. That's lofted towards the back post. Still could be alive for Marino, his team of the season item, which is backed by a few players. Bellingham, his team of the year, of course, still in teams and as a fullback. Is this a chance for Zidane? Finds Sorloth. Again, not rushing anything, he's just moving. And you mentioned about Blanc, it's him again in the background, so that seems to be the hero.
Again, and I mean, we could see Araujo, we could see Militao, we could see Cannavaro, we could see a lot of players and items, even Rudiger, the fire version as well, but I do think Laurent Blanc is the best centre-back in the La Liga FC Pro Finals at the moment, and Sorloth seems to be really, really on point at this moment, because, I mean, you cannot get the ball from him, really.
Well, there was a couple of question marks I was thinking coming into this tournament with a couple of the team of the season live items that have been released into the game. I know there's not been a great deal of La Liga players. This is a good chance still. Shot! Off the woodwork. And that should go for a goal kick. But back to the point, obviously, with how the leagues are all being distributed in terms of team of the season items, we saw Premier League come out yesterday. In another world, if La Liga was maybe 2 weeks later, we could be looking at very different squads here.
Yeah, definitely. As we can see right on the top of the screen, Girona has just scored the second goal from Tuga. But yeah, as you mentioned, it could have been a really different gameplay and a really different meta in a way. Because we're going to see Rafinha, we're going to see Modric, and we're going to see Merino. That's just it.
Ronaldinho, Cruyff. As you were right to say, you may have seen that score come from the top hand of your screen. Tuga. I spoke to him before we went live, Gravison. I said, not happy with the cup. I mean, he pulled D Fernandes, the only other Portuguese player in the competition. He was probably thinking, how on earth has that happened? But he said, look, it's been 20 days since the cup. I've been grinding, I've been practicing, and if we know one thing about Tuga, he is the ultimate professional. And as you can see, he's up by 2-0 in that round of 16 game. Because for these players, we have to keep saying it, this is potentially your last event of the season. It's only April. You're going to be waiting until late September to get your hands on the new game and to get your season going again, so you have to play well here in Barcelona.
And as you mentioned before, not only the World Championships, which would be the finalist, but also if you get to the semi-final, you qualify for the Champions League as well, which is massive. So, I mean, a lot to play, and this could be huge.
Stoichkov, keeping on the player locks. That was a really poor pass there. Ronaldinho was the idea. And as far as defending goes, Gravison, that was pretty routine there for Araujo.
Yeah, another one. Nice press, and this could be dangerous as well because the fullback is out of position. And let's see.
Maybe the last chance of the half. Bellingham proving his worth. He's in at left back. He might be a centre midfielder by trade and his team of the year build, but for the coins he costs, these pro players just say, look, he's a great fullback option and he's really good at stopping these aerial play style plus situations.
Do you think sometimes these player locks are not necessary? Because let's just say in this example, it was a 4 against 3 situation with the 4 defenders. And I mean, when you player lock, you kind of miss some time because you got a player lock, you got to switch to the striker or whatever. And I do think Nacho has been doing the player lock, I think 3 times now in situations in which it wasn't really necessary.
Well, I guess the conversation you've got around the player lock as well is that, you know, when it first came into the game, players used it for the sake of actually using it. Now, it's just a bit of a decoy, isn't it? It's just to get your opponent thinking. It's mind games, I guess, in a sentence. And maybe that's just something that, for some players, it's just in their DNA. When they go forward, they start flicking on player locks. I agree, sometimes it's not needed, sometimes it's not necessary, maybe it does overcomplicate things, but you understand, I guess, at the basic level of why they do it.
Yeah, for sure. And if we analyze this first half, I do think Nacho has been playing better in a way. I do think he finds those 1v1 situations much more easier than Zidane. But I don't know, Zidane is really defending well with the centre backs, and I do think when Zidane gets to the box, it feels like the danger is coming in. It feels like it has more of a chance of the ball to go to the back of the net.
Which is interesting to say, because I sit here at half-time, Gravis, and I say that Zidane was pretty dominating in that first 45 minutes. He only had really 1 or 2 chances, but, as you said, he was clinical in those chances. Speaking of results, by the way, Tuga, he's 3-0 up, and it looks like it's going to be a very disappointing ending to the La Liga FC Pro season for Marin of Granada. He looks like he's crashing out the tournament. If we can, we will go over to that game, if possible, and just show the minute on the clock over there. But I think it's pretty much said, done and dusted. That's a disappointing ending there for Marin.
Yeah, I mean, he's a youngster in a way, and it's just only his second LALIGA FC Pro tournament playing. So I do think sometimes you pay for being a youngster in a way. And I mean, Tuga, I do think, I mean, especially with the result in the Cup, but not in the Cup, in the La Liga finals last year, I mean, he lost in the first round as well against Zidane. I think it was a 3-0 or 4-0 situation as well. So I do think after losing in the first round in the La Liga finals last year and the Cup as well, I mean, you talked to him, but he felt like he needed to step it up a little bit in this La Liga FC Pro Finals.
Well, Nacho Abella looking to come forward with his first real chance off the half. Ronaldinho one-on-one the defender. He does a great job of that, Nacho Abella, just getting into those situations where it's like you sort of face up the defender and you go, look, I'm coming at you with a combination of skill moves. Can you stop me?
Nice press by Ferland Mendy. And I mean, he's been pressing well with the fullbacks, and this could be going in. No, decides to just kind of run with Cruyff, twist and turn, pass it back, and this could be dangerous because the fullback is out of position.
Just enough time to tuck in now. You can just see there two banks of four there of players. Ronaldinho again will wait for his moment to maybe whip out a few skill moves. Sorloth has got the body to get around the defender there,
nice
but
defense.
Marino comes back and shows why he did get that Team of the Season live item, because he's a little bit of a fire, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, defensively he has great stats. I mean, it's a Team of the Season item, and he's fairly cheap. I mean, he's just 30-40k, so I do think we're going to see a lot of him today.
Well, Sorloth is queuing up in the box slowly for Zidane. If he can make the most of this one. 57 minutes on the clock here. Remember, whoever loses is out of the competition. You win, and you are one win away from an eChampions League ticket.
I mean, you got to win this game.
Just to build some confidence, really, isn't it? Build some momentum.
You want to win this, because I do think when you're playing for a Champions League spot, it's different, because, I mean, it's a different kind of match. But now, playing the first game of the day, and if you lose, you're out. You just got to win it.
Ronaldinho goes toe-to-toe with Jude Bellingham there. Does enough still to keep possession. You can see Ronaldinho on the other side of the defensive end, coming back to defend. Mike Marino! Ooh. I mean, I didn't expect that from the centre midfielder, but why not?
Neither did I. I do think he was looking for the corner, because Nacho's probably the best player in the league right now, scoring goals from a corner position. Sometimes you kind of try a power shot, you try to take a green shot to try to look for that corner, but I mean, the keeper saved it fairly comfortable, nicely, so no corner needed.
Blanc again. Pulls away. It's going to be a counter-attack now. Cruyff, Sorloth, Omri, all involved in this attack. The three icons trying to interchange. Reverse Elastico again. Blanc back down at both ends. He's proven his worth. He's just a rock at the back.
Yeah, and this really looks like the game that Nacho played in the Cup. First game of the day against Kone, in which he was playing better. He was feeling confident, but he wasn't doing anything in the box really. But then again, I think he scored in the 70 minutes, something like that, so maybe a goal could be coming in any second.
Bellingham seeing what he can do from here. No rush at all from these players. They are going toe-to-toe in their biggest competition of the year so far. Blanc again does something, not wins the ball back, but he asks questions of Ronaldinho at least. Modric's fake shot. Penalty! What's going on? Sorloth, who is so reliable, might just be the villain. And this is an absolute gift for Nacho Abella and Real Betis. It's a penalty from the spot. Oblak's in goal. Is he going to save it? No, he's not. And Real Betis will take that slice of luck and fortune. And with 20 minutes on the clock, maybe that will be enough to send them into the quarterfinals.
I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see in a few seconds. But I was just mentioning how this game really looked like the game that Nacho played against Kone. He did score a beautiful goal against Kone. This was a little bit luckier, but again, it worked out fine.
Well, an update over here. What is going on? It looks like it's one-way traffic Liga, and it is. What has happened in the last 20 days for him? He did not look at the races back in San Sebastian. He was knocked out in his first by 4-0 in a must-win set of matches for him today, if he wishes to be back in that conversation again in the World Championships and the eChampions League.
The thing is, I cannot imagine a world in which Tuga doesn't qualify for the Champions League or the World Championships in a way, because I mean he's been playing for 5-6 years now. That was a beautiful German cross as well. I mean, he's celebrating with his coach Zenit 5-0. I mean, if you're waiting on the quarterfinals to play against Tuga, 5-0, that's some result right there.
Well, he is looking scary, Tuga. Looks like a completely different player that we saw in San Sebastian. 5-0 he leads against Marin. It will be Granada that crash out the tournament. Real, keeper's on the floor. Very nearly. That may have been easy pickings for Thierry Henry if he could have leapt above the rest. He wasn't able to do so. 90 minutes left in this game as it stands. It is Nacho Abella of Real Oviedo who leads by 2-1. We could be seeing former champion of the LALIGA FC Pro out of the tournament in the round of 16. Unless Zidane could pull something back in these last 18 minutes.
I mean, Zidane is a great player in the comeback, so we could see it happening, definitely. But he has to do something else, because I don't think he's attacking well in the build-up. He's rushing it a little bit.
Cruyff, one more pass into Sorloth. What an offensive block again. It still is alive. Modric takes the shot. He's not afraid to do that, is he, Nacho? A few times on the edge of the box, he's just gone, you know what? I'm going to take a pop from 30 yards.
This could be pass coming into Sorloth. No. He decides to pass it back to Merino. And now the build-up is coming from Zidane.
Has Zidane got the composure? Thierry Henry will pull out a save from Gazzaniga. Keep it on the corner, front post, flick on! Sorloth! We aren't done yet! 2-2, we're all square.
I was hyping Nacho as the best corner kicker in this competition, and now Zidane comes and does this. In a way, he did score a corner against Nid in the Cup. He scored a corner against Monti in the Cup as well. He scored a corner against Nacho in the league finals as well. So,
well, people have been saying that corners are like penalties at the best of times for us at the moment. But what was interesting about that from Zidane is that you normally see the striker go on the outside of the goalkeeper. He actually went on the inside of the goalkeeper, somehow just squeezed past him, and it just angled up an even better front post flick on.
Yeah, that's the reason why Gazzaniga isn't really reliable as a keeper, because he's a bit slow. So I do think Thibaut Courtois would have managed to just get to the ball quicker, but Gazzaniga is not that fast, so that happened. And now Nacho has to hustle for a goal back. Oof, big mistake.
Not about to find the match winner.
Potential cross, maybe?
Nacho, player lock. Brings Ronaldinho into the conversation. Luka Modric, stop that. I mean, it's Luka Modric. He's pulling out those sort of skill moves. Corner comes in now. Towards the back post, it will go. 2 hands on it for Oblak.
Nice save by Oblak. Let's see what happens, because I do think we're going to have at least 2 or 3 more attacks. But Zidane has been rushing it a little bit. So he has to be patient, he has to build up, he has to switch out the play a couple of times. And he will find the space if he does that. Offside, yeah.
6-0, Tuga leads now, by the way. 6-0.
I mean, that's an impressive result. Commiserations to Marin, because he did a really good regular phase of the league, but when you get to this big stage, sometimes there's a big jump on competition. Sometimes you're afraid of your opponent, afraid of the situation. But he did a great tournament nevertheless.
Are we about to find a match winner here? A goal that will send you into the final eight. It will also give you 15,000 euros of the 250,000 euro prize pot available here in the LALIGA FC Pro. Just for getting to the top 16, it's 6,250 euros. The player that goes the full way tonight will get 60,000 of them. This could be a last chance scenario. 89 minutes on the clock. Are we about to see maybe a match winner for Real Betis, or are we going to extra time?
We'll see in just a second.
There's that famous big switch. Who's got the nerves? What's the ball? Oh, I took a deflection. Ronaldinho will pick it up though.
Maybe a cross?
Can he outsmart two players that are around him? He's got Bellingham, he's got Ronaldinho back defending. Edge of the box could be a chance. Marina back to Modric. Does he fancy a shot at it? No, he doesn't. Extra time is needed in our first opening matchup here in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals.
And I guess this is going to happen a lot today, because I mean some of these matches are just, the level of competition is so high that sometimes it's a 50-50 situation. So let's see what happens now in this extra time, because I do think Nacho was playing better in a way, but Zidane was feeling comfortable when he got inside the box in a way, because he did find the right space and the right angles to try to find a shot. I do think he's been playing a little bit worse than Nacho, but that doesn't really matter when you're just 2-2 and now you gotta play.
I mean, you can see the XG there, 0.6 for Zidane in the nicest way. He hasn't really done anything, has he?
Not really, no, not really.
He hasn't really done anything.
Not really, but that doesn't matter, because now he has 30 more minutes to try to win the game. Let's see what happens, really, because what happened before doesn't matter now. Now just 30 minutes left and all to play.
All to play for.
Oh, big mistake.
In the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, even more so than ever this year, with what is on the line. And we aren't just talking about the cash. That's a lovely flick on. Thierry Henry finds Cruyff, and defensively, it's another great block. The winner of this game will be taking on Tuga. So, I mean, it's not going to be a fun game.
No. Maybe across to Sorloth now. No. I do think Nacho has had a couple of times in which he could have found across to Sorloth. He did decide to not go for it because, I mean, the keeper wasn't moving in any one of those situations, but maybe he has to try it next time.
Ronaldinho. Bellingham. Past Bellingham, back to Henry. Is there a cutback? Yes, there is! And for the first time in the game, Zidane is going to take the lead. He might have a terrible XG throughout the match, but this is extra time. It's a very different scenario.
And this is probably a chance to try to control the game, to try to, as Ryan was mentioning on the draft analysis, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for Zidane to play the way that he usually plays. Just leading by one goal, just trying to keep the possession, just trying to pass the ball around, because it's really hard to get the ball off from him when he's comfortable with a one-goal lead. I mean, one-goal lead is not necessary for Tuga because he's leading by 4 goals now, 6-2.
Yeah, there has been a couple of goals back, isn't there, in that game for Granada. But unfortunately, it'll be too little too late. It'll be Tuga that will be going through to those quarter-finals. Ronaldinho flicks it on Nacho. Abella, stop it! It's the one more pass that makes all the difference once again. 3-3.
And of course, he was lucky with the rebound between the winger and the fullback. But again, the player lock. I was kind of criticizing the player locks. I do think without the player lock, the goal wouldn't have been made, because the player lock into the cross to Cruyff is brilliant. It was just brilliant FC in a way. And we were asking for more goals in this extra time, and I mean, they delivered. Just 10 minutes played, 3-3.
Here's Zidane coming forward again. His last chance of his first half of extra time. Back to Ronaldinho, tries to disguise a pass. And that should do us in terms of Zidane chances, unless Nacho can get the ball up the pitch. Give Real Betis one more chance in his first 15 here in extra time. As we said, winner of this will be playing Tuga in the next game of the competition. And we have got live fans here in the Casa de Español stage front stadium here in Barcelona. We'll be getting busier and busier throughout the day. One more pass, finds Ronaldinho. Cruyff. Did he need the one more? Yes, he did! Step over exit! Into a goal on the stroke of half-time and extra time.
I mean, just the timing of the step over, but not only the timing of the step over, I do think he had the space to try to go for it, but he decided to pass it twice to open up the space for the chance to be even a bigger chance. I mean, that was a brilliant goal by Nacho. That was what he was looking for inside the box on those 1v1 situations. And I mean, just to remind you guys, 10 minutes ago, he was losing 2-3. Now 10 minutes later, 4-3.
Well, on that attack there, Gravison, it looked like for a moment that the ball should have probably gone to Cruyff, because it was passed back to Cruyff. Cruyff could have had a shot. He played it back to Ronaldinho. I'm thinking, this isn't going to work. Out comes a step over. I'll be quiet. Nacho leads by 4-3.
I didn't see the kind of the same. I thought the same as you. I mean, I thought it was going to be more of a, you know, passing it back to Cruyff and then Cruyff working a reverse elastic or something like that. But yeah, I mean, he found the pass back to Ronaldinho. And there's something about Ronaldinho. I don't know if it's because of the stats, because of the hair, because of the character model, but he's really quick. And he feels even quicker on the outside of the step over.
He just has his own animations though, doesn't he, Ronaldinho?
I do think so, yeah.
The way that ponytail flicks as he pulls out a couple of step overs, it's a very different scenario.
You can see Juanqui, Real Oviedo's coach, just kind of trying to get Nacho in the zone. But now, Zidane has the chance to attack. 4-3, Real Oviedo leads. Acuña has been subbed in. I think it's Stoikov off, Acuña in. Acuña, a player we think about Bora's legend for sure, but we'll think about Nico.
Yeah.
Because he was the only player that used Acuña's starting 11 in the cup, and it worked out well for him because he did win the whole thing. And now Acuña is subbed on.
Yeah, Boris's words for Acuña is passion. I think for Nicholas it might be winner. Here's a one more pass into Ronaldinho on the half volley. Araujo's at the back, throwing his body on the line to stop. Real Oviedo finding a fifth in this game. Long ball over the top, finds a bit of space for Thierry Reed of a tussle. He's got Araujo and Bellingham in his way. 10 minutes left here. Winner of this plays Tuga in our first quarter-final later on today. Whipped in, it's taken a deflection on the way through, and the fresh super sub, an Argentinian left back. Now in the midfield, Acuña is able to bring
nice player lock.
Nacho Abella in control here. Here's Ronaldinho.
I do think that was a chance for a possible cross to Sorlov. I mean, he's not crossing, Nacho, which is interesting because he did cross a lot in the cup. He's not doing it now, but he's pressing well. That's all that matters now at the moment. Nice dribbling by Bellingham.
Well, he could be pulling away.
Oh. But again, the corner. This could be dangerous. Let's see what happens because
it's all off. So much time, so much space. You knew what was going to happen.
It happened anyways. It happened anyways. Corner taken into Sorlov. It was brilliantly taken by Nacho, and I do think this is game over. Do you agree, Brandon? I do think this game is finished.
He might be one of the most passionate players I think I've ever seen here in Spain, Nacho Abella. And you see it there in the round of 16, a huge outpour of emotion from him. Someone who's come so close to winning this trophy before.
blank again. What a tackle. What a win for him. Nice ball into Sorloth. He runs. And it doesn't matter if he has possession in the pitch, because he's just going to pass back to the keeper.
He knows it.
Game over.
You can just see him there. He's shaking his head. Nacho knows that he's into the quarterfinals. He is 1 win away from an elite ticket. And he will be playing against Tuga a little bit later on today. It is former La Liga champion Zidane and cup winner that will crash out the competition. Added time at 1 minute. Big result. As we see our first 2 players crash out of the competition. And 2 players book a spot in the next stage. Tuga beats Marin 6-2. And in a very nervy extra time exit, it will be Nacho, Abella and Real Betis that do enough to find their way through. I mean, Gravison, it was a game that started off quite slowly, if being honest, for the first 45 minutes. Neither player looked that great, and then as it started to unfold, as it started to go further and further, before we knew it, we were in extra time. Yeah, I mean, it happened so quick in a way, but we were talking about how Nacho was playing better, but he wasn't finding those 1v1 situations, and when he was finding them, he wasn't being clinical enough. But then, in the extra time, I mean, he was clinical enough, because he did have, 3 chances? The 3 of them went in, and now he's qualified to the quarterfinals. We can see Nacho now kind of prepping with the English, because it's one of the few Spanish players that speak good English. He did some nice interviews with Frankie in the cup, but again, brilliant win by Nacho, and commiserations to Zidane, because I do think he played well. Yeah. It wasn't good enough to beat Nacho. I mean, at one point, when Zidane went up in extra time, I'm thinking, how on earth is this happening? Because he wasn't that great in the 90 minutes. He scored a corner, and he scored what was not the most exciting first goal at all by any means, wasn't it? It wasn't extraordinary. But then on the opposite side, you sit there and say, was it really a penalty for Nacho? It was quite harsh. You felt like we needed extra time. Zidane then takes the lead. You're thinking he's completely changed the way he wants to play. And Nacho comes back fighting again, pulls away 5-3. A deserved winner for him there. He goes through to the next round of the competition against Tuga. Yeah, I do think Zidane lacked control of the game, probably, because when he had the chance to control the game, he lost possession twice in a row, which you cannot do when you're playing in the extra time. But now Tuga, I think he won 6-2 against Nacho. That's a match we have right there. Absolutely. Well, let's go and hear from Nacho now. He must be over the moon. He was vamos in a way, Frankie. How's his voice?
I think his voice is okay. Should we test? Is your voice okay?
Yeah. I need to recover it, but I have 2 hours until the next match, so I will recover and get energy to beat, I think, Tuga, because he won. So
he did win 6-2, an incredible result for him. Are you surprised that he managed to beat Marin so well?
No, because we are talking about Tuga. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world in FIFA, so in FC. So it's a very good match, as it was with Zidane, because he was champ, runner-up. I mean, the level here is crazy, and I just try to go forward every single match and do my better match.
What we saw in San Sebastian was your first game against Kone. Those first 20 minutes for you were lacking in confidence, and I think we saw that from you and Zidane today. What was happening for you?
Well, I think it's different, because against Kone, the option was to be out of LALIGA and no finals, no anything. And now, I mean, I just came here, I just trained all the weeks, I did everything. If I play the best I can and I lost, I mean, I will say to my opponent, congrats, you were better, and GG's to you. So I was really confident all the match. I think I play better than my opponent, and I need to win in extra time, but I hope the next time not extra time, so 90 minutes.
Tell me about that Ronaldinho goal when you finally took the lead again, 4-3.
Ronaldinho is samba football. I mean, just go to the, I make I think 3 passes in the area, then I go to Ronaldinho and I say, okay, try to be clinical, step over, shoot, goal, and shout.
Yeah, it was clinical. You shouted, then you scored again and shouted once more, and I'm sure we're going to hear you shouting on this stage in just a couple of hours' time. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Nacho. I feel bad not being able to talk to Nacho for longer because he's just a smashing interview and he's a smashing player, and we're actually going to watch through a player of the match now.
It was an entertaining game between both players, Nacho and Zidane in that game. I feel like there were a lot of nerves. You see the goals in that game and the celebrations from Nacho. You see what it meant to him to take the lead late on. And I think extra time sort of summarized that game in a nutshell. I felt as if that there weren't too much to separate them, but I feel as if the result was definitely favoured on Nacho Abella.
Yeah, I was hoping. I was just having a cheeky wander over here because I wanted to watch back some of the moments from the stream. But I think actually we can probably talk about the game that was going on the B stream of the Spanish broadcast.
Yeah. Wow.
The Tuga versus Marin. That was an epic comeback from Tuga.
It was a dominant display from Tuga, as we mentioned. He's got a reputation to uphold, and he needed to sort of bounce back in that game, and he did in astounding fashion, winning 7-2 against Marin.
But we're able to see now actually the game that we just witnessed.
Exactly, yeah. These are the goals, these are the highlights. Henry towards the byline, playing it back, and that was the moment in extra time where you felt as if Nacho Abella might pull away from it, but then he conceded straight away. Zidane gets another easy goal across the goal there for the third goal for him in that game, and it's a tough one because I felt as if Nacho done extremely well, but every time he took the lead or maybe gained a little bit of momentum, Zidane tended to recover himself quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how far Nacho can go in this competition. The precedent that was set in San Sebastian was that he gained momentum during the competition. So hopefully we're actually going to see him go from strength to strength as he moves through. Yeah,
exactly. He's got a huge opponent in Tuga. Of course, we're going to be able to take a look or discuss about that game as we already did slightly. But yeah, that game between Marin and Tuga did end at 7-2 in favour for Tuga, but it was sort of vintage Tuga in the sense that he kept possession, he sort of dominated from start to finish in terms of chances, but he was extremely ruthless in front of goal, Frankie.
It's so interesting to see this side of Tuga at last, because when we saw him play in the Cup, it was like he had no control of the tempo. He wanted to play his signature slow build-up play style, and we just were not able to see it. But today, we saw him change tack.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel as if Tuga's somebody that, when he takes the lead, he sort of dominates possession. He makes you get frustrated. You end up pulling out players out of position. You can see Marin sort of just demotivated, debilitated from the way that Tuga was attacking, the crosses into the box as well, the step overs, the skill moves, just directness, which is sort of unlike Tuga in fairness, but we saw the Green Town finishing. He did give up a few goals later on in the game, Marin with a few consolation goals, but ultimately they didn't really mean
it. Especially as he's got quite a unique draft, so we'll get to hopefully talk through that on stage later on. But there you can see the bracket. We're going to be seeing Nacho Abella versus Girona FC's Tuga later on. But we've got an epic match on our hands coming up next because we have a former double champion in Neat.
Yep, also a runner-up in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup a few weeks ago in San Sebastian. Neat, for me, one of the most mechanically gifted players we have, not just in Spain, but in the whole of the FC ecosystem. And for me, he's one of my favourite players, I'll be completely honest. I know Gravison feels the same way as well, and he's got a lot of expectation on his hand, and he'll be looking to bounce back from the 8-1 loss as well in the final against Nicholas.
Yeah, let's see if Neat has gone back to the drawing board and come up trumps as we head to a short break, but we'll be back with that match in just a few minutes, so go anywhere.
A sunny day, waiting for my friend.
back to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. I'm Frankie Ward. I am joined by Brandon Smith, fresh from the casting booth. And what did you think of that opening game, Nacho versus Zidane?
It was impressive. I think we chose the right game because Tuga's was a little bit of a blowout, to say the least. 6-2 Tuga winning that was a little bit of a shock after we saw in the Cup. But, I mean, it's the first taste of what's to come here at the LALIGA FC Pro. Extra time. I thought at one point, we're going to have penalties. But congratulations to Nacho.
You sound disappointed.
Penalties. But congratulations to Nacho.
You sound disappointed by the lack of penalties.
I mean, we got a long day, haven't we? We got a long day.
I was about to say, don't cast a curse us. Let's take a look at the bracket. So as you can see, we're going to have that Nacho Abella versus Tuga 8-10 quarterfinal coming up very soon. And I think Nacho should be a little bit nervous at the prospect of going up against Tuga looking at full power again.
Absolutely. I mean, Tuga looks really strong, doesn't he? Whatever he's been doing in these last 20 days, I spoke to him earlier and he said, look, I'm a very different player now. I think he just went away by his own standards to losing that first round after such a good regular season, topping his group. You can see he's come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and it's going to be incredibly interesting to see who comes out on top in this next match, because we've got Neat returning to the stage, and he won, first of all, in 2020 as a 16-year-old and came back and successfully defended his title in 2021, so he's definitely one to watch here.
He's really missed the La Liga. I think you look at this league and he is the most dominant player in this league. Yes, he hasn't won the Cup. He's won the Super Cup a couple of times. But the fact that he won this competition in his first ever year of competing and then he won it again, he's made over $200,000 from this league. This league is sort of like his payday. Every year, it's a payday for him.
It could be, indeed, and he's caking to the stage right now. Neat knows that all eyes are on him. He might have lost 8-1 to Nicholas FC in the finals in San Sebastian, but this is a player who knows how to fix his errors and get right back on that stage. The trophy is in sight, and let's face it, this is the one he wants to lose.
Absolutely, and what I love about this game so much as well is, I'm sure we'll see from Real Sports. He beat him in the group stages. They're in the same group, these two players. Neat lost 3-2. It was the only game that Neat lost in the regular season. So you can sit here and argue, is it time for a bit of revenge for Neat in the best way possible to knock him out in a round of 16?
I think that Neat's really got the final prize on his mind. I don't even think he's thinking about revenge. And Zumaquero, he had a bit of a difficult time back in San Sebastian, but Neat, he made it all the way to the finals.
He did. And look, it was a tough final for him. He lost 8-1 in the nice way possible, but you're playing against Nicholas, who came out and said he just wanted to destroy people. Those are the stats you can see, as we saw from him in the Cup. One thing that you can say about Neat, Frankie, he's the most creative, the most flary, the most skillful player you will probably see in this competition, so expect a lot of goals from him.
But that's my question, I guess, then. Is Zumaquero a player that can shut that down? Because he definitely hasn't had as much experience on the stage as Neat has. Although he's been here quite a few times already, he just hasn't come close to actually raising the trophy.
No, you're right. I think for Zumaquero, look, I think it's his second season in the league. He had an interesting cup run. He won on penalties against Happy, the Mexican player that came over, and then lost to Ethan Higgins of Real Sports, and by 3 goals. So it was a really narrow defeat by him. But look, he's got nothing to lose. He comes into this one, in my opinion, with less pressure. But as a pro in this tournament, you've just got to sit there and think, if I can win 2 games, my season completely changes. The difficult part of it is, though, is that who sits opposite the stage of you? Neat, who's the one player you don't really want to be playing against.
But if you watch back that final in San Sebastian versus Nicholas FC, you can see that actually Neat, he's not immune, shall we say. Like, Nicholas FC knew how to shut this player down. It was simply a case of counting that Xavi in the midfield, using the storage goal for the high press, and that stopped those long balls going to Cruyff. So it'll be really interesting to see with the draft what tack Neat is going to be taking, if he's going to be going for a similar technique on the pitch this weekend. So let's take a look at Neat's lineup. I did have a cheeky look at Neat's lineup earlier. I can tell you, he hasn't got Xavi this time. However, there's quite a lot of options to take that have got very similar play styles to Xavi, and Modric, I think, is going to be the guy he's relying on for long balls this time, but it could be Marino as well.
Well, I mean, one thing you need to know about Neat is that he needs people that can skill, you know, such as a Ronaldinho, such as an R9, and obviously we see Cruyff come into this team as well. Yeah, I think you can argue about Modric, but for him, I think he looks at what Modric offers him, he looks at what Xavi offers him, and he says, look, for me, it's a very similar style of player, so he slots into the team pretty easily. Not many people will back a Ferland Mendy with 99 pace because he is quite pricey still, but Neat saying, I don't really care.
You know what I will say about this Mendy, though? I felt like we should have seen Mendy more during the cup finals. However, because he was so expensive, people didn't go for him. There was a 20 million budget, this time 25 million. The other thing is, this item is free. And this item is free. You get free Golazo, you get a free Team of the Season live item, which means suddenly all your budget you spend on Cruyff, you can now spend on Mendy. So actually, it doesn't surprise me that we also have R9 and R10 in the top, because this is an expensive draft.
It is. You're looking at millions upon millions of coins, aren't you, for these players in the front three. But Mendy is the fastest fullback in the league. Get him in. Gazzaniga looked a little bit interesting in that last game. Maybe sort of the collection from corners and set pieces we know are very dangerous. He's maybe not as reliable as other goalkeepers, but that's the risk you take.
Yeah, people have either gone for Gazzaniga or they've gone for Oblak this time round. We mostly saw goal Courtois, but people have obviously decided that maybe they wanted to save the it was Real Madrid slots for other players. For example, Modric. Everyone wants Modric. Let's take a look at Zumaquero and get him up on screen and see if he's also going to be looking as fierce with his draft today. Also, shout out to Nate just going, yeah, I'm playing Bellingham as a right back. I'm not going to draft for chemistry, I'm just going to draft as I'm going to be playing. Unlike Zumaquero, of course, Sorloth is going to be coming up here. Stoichkov, I'm guessing, coming into midfield, and Bellingham coming to the right back.
One of the big ones as well is De Jong. There's a lot of love for De Jong that was there in the Cup, and then naturally where these Team of the Season items have come in, people have said, I don't really care about De Jong, mainly as well because of that Barcelona player that you can only take 3 of. So a slightly different change as expected. Bellingham is going to come in as a fullback again. Yes, it's Jude Bellingham, Team of the Year, as a fullback. He plays very well there and stops a lot of the aerial threat. And then Stoichkov, that ultimate birthday, comes back into the team again. Remember last time in the Cup, it was one of the 3 picks that players could use. I think some people just got attached to a lot of these items in the Cup and they trust them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong with De Jong, even though Marino is now an option. I suppose the only reason you might not put De Jong either on your starting 11 or the bench is just a budget thing because he's 700k-ish. Let's take a closer look at the Ronaldo Team of the Year items stats as well. I believe he's got the aerial play style, and the quick step as well. So he's going to be pretty fierce as a companion, I guess, with Sorloth on the box.
He's just the first name on the team sheet, I think, for me. Every single year in this e-sport, he's one of the only items that seems like he just gets better. No one's ever really outgrown him as a striker. Ever since he was introduced all those years ago, that Team of the Year build is ridiculous.
It's insane. I don't know if he's got the power, though, to bring back the chip shot.
But he's got a 5-star. He's dangerous in the box.
That's what you want. I mean, and if we see Ronaldo versus Ronaldo today, it's going to be very interesting to see who is going to be outskilling the other, because we know Neat's got it in him, but does Zumaquero when the pressure is on? We're going to head over now to our friends Ryan and Richard Buckley, though, because it's time to get this round underway.
Certainly is. Thank you very much, Frankie and Brandon, breaking everything down. My first game, Ryan, this season in the LALIGA FC Pro, and it's coming in the finals, and it's coming with one of the most mechanically and talented players we've ever had the chance of watching in Neat. It feels sort of like a game that is expecting to win, but I just had a little chat with Gravison, a little chat with a few people behind the scenes. And it's not a foregone conclusion that Neat wins this game.
Yeah, it's a tough game. They both were part of Group F in the regular season. First and second place in that group as well. And as Brandon Smith mentioned, Zumaquero defeated Neat, one of the players to do that in this whole season so far. So, yeah, it's going to be a potential case of vengeance for Neat in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. The other game that's taking place behind the scenes as well, on the B stream, we've got the opportunity to look at a incredible player in Iago from Real Betis versus Huesca's Daniel Aguilar. Let's have a look over there at the matches that we've got coming up for you over on that B stream. You see D Fernandez and Joe Tarber in action right now. Betis and Huesca coming up very shortly indeed. So many games. 10 minutes underway. This one, back post cross. We're going to see a lot of that, and Sorloth winning the header, but bounces off the crossbar. Two great players again. D Fernandez.
Top 4 in the Cup.
Yeah.
One of the few players from Portugal in this competition. Defeated Tuga in the last time out in the Cup as well. So, in fairness to D Fernandez, I count him as one of the best players in this competition. He finished top 4, and yet I still don't think he played that well, which is, of course, a testament to how good he has been in previous years. But, of course, this will be on stream, be our main game, which we're going to head on over to right now. is between Neat and Zumaquero. Neat kicking from left to right, of course, representing Real Valladolid in the box. Reverse elastico, Neat trying to start off as he means to go on with Ronaldo in the box there.
Yeah, it's going to be Neat from left to right in that purple and white strip, and from right to left in the red, but with the green on in real life will be Zumaquero for Racing Cup Ferrol, and he's looking to be feral in this game against tough opposition. Indeed, 9-minute halves, one game, one and done, and it is Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley guiding you through all the action here in this second round of 16 matches from a beautiful stagefront stadium in the outskirts of Barcelona. The arena starting to fill up as well, more and more people making their way to the stadium. We're going to be here all day bringing you the best LALIGA FC Pro action. Dinked into Soloth on the turn. What does he have in the locker? Just eyed up by Jude Bellingham in a simple turnover of possession.
I think for Neat, which you'll probably agree with this, my opinion as well, is that domestically, I think Neat's, he's done it all. He's won pretty much everything there is to win here. Internationally, though, he sort of has performed below par, and sometimes in LAN tournaments, in person, he doesn't reach the levels that we always associate with him online.
Absolutely.
He builds up here, again, trying to find space with the step overs. But we see a lot of this, the step overs, the skill cancels, the time finishing.
Jude Bellingham just drifting inside and tries firing that ball across the blocks. Laurent Blanc steps out and defends well. We saw two really different games in the last round as well. Tuga just dismantling Marin. 7-2 in the end. On the other side of it, you've got a back and forth game that required extra time. Brandon even said maybe penalties could have been offered until Nacho Abella stole the result. Green timed it off the post. A great start for Zumaquero. We said it was a foregone conclusion that Neat wins this game. And a smattering of fans here in the arena, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10. Zumaquero, feral fans here, getting off their feet. Well, it was a great finish from R9.
Yeah, it came from the driven passes into the strikers, and a bit of rash defending there from Neat, diving in with the tackle. Of course, didn't time it to perfection. And in all honesty, I think Zumaquero maybe shot even a little bit too early. He had time. He had to green that to score, and that's exactly what he done.
When we were watching those games backstage, obviously you were doing the pre and post game analysis, so we had the opportunity to sit and watch.
Yeah.
There was a lot of chances where it was sort of, we were questioning, he could have played that, he could have shot there, he could have maybe done something different. That was very instinctive from Zumaquero. And Neat, in this opening 15 minutes, it's not been maybe as simple as he expected for the multiple time LALIGA champion, looking to make it 3. A hat-trick of victories. Boost that prize earnings, I think over 400k if he was to be victorious here in overall competitions. Dinked over the top, R9, is there an extra pass? Doesn't need it, and Zumaquero is ripping up the scripts.
Look at the space, Rich.
Criminal defending.
It's shocking defending from Neat. It's great attacking though from Zumaquero. Just the whole build-up. Picked his passes to perfection, and again, I'm going to be honest, a mistake to play that ball in the air. I don't think he needed to dink it in the air, but R9 Ronaldo took it down well. And of course, when you had the option across the box, you can force your opponent to, he has to decide, is he going to cut that passing lane, or is he going to try and press in against the attacker? And he didn't get either of those situations correct there for Neat.
He's winning the ball back as well really quickly. Neat, anything but at the moment. Very messy from the young Spaniard. He needs to get clicking in the final third if he wants to get back into this game. A 2-goal deficit is what is above him. Couple of step overs, just look to offload it into Ronaldinho. Maybe a exit to the left-hand side, could have sold his defender.
I think in previous experience, starting off this well in a game where you're seen on paper as the massive underdog, sometimes can work against you. You need to make sure you don't rest on your laurels, you still push forward, you try and
get a fourth or fifth and a sixth.
Exactly. You need to keep on going forward. Triggered run there to Laurent Blanc. Wasn't played with the cross in the box. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose possession here. Good turning with Stoichkov.
He's got the bounce. It's fallen to him. 3-0. Zumaquero. He has come to the Stagefront Stadium with one thing on his mind, and that's not to be knocked out in the first round.
Pause the game. Neat has to pause the game. His coach behind him, Diego, they've had experience together before, and exactly that. A pause has been cued. That is a crazy first 24 minutes or so in game time.
I had the opportunity last year in the Metropolitano in Madrid to watch Neat. I think he got knocked out in the quarterfinals, if memory serves correctly, to Matias Bonanno. And Matty came into that tournament, not really people expecting him to go on and win it. I think you're looking at Tuga, you're looking, obviously they won the Cup as well, Atletico Madrid. Neat was a real favourite. JRA was obviously always a really good land player as well. And that result against Neat from Bonanno set him on the trajectory. Exactly. It was a quarter-final victory. It set him into the semi-finals thinking, everyone said this guy was the favourite, and I've just beaten him.
Yeah,
I can go on and do it. Zumaquero's 3-0 up in, 25 minutes, I think that is? 23 minutes, 47 seconds. He looks like nothing's stopping him right now. And if he was to knock Neat out, it also gives every other player in this tournament
boost of confidence.
A massive boost of confidence.
If you look at his previous results, though, especially in the Cup for Zumaquero, he, of course, finished top 16. He had to win that first round in order to reach this stage. He won 8-7 against Happy, who we've seen in an international tournament this year in the FC Pro Open. So he scores goals. He also concedes a lot of goals, Zumaquero does. And for Neat will score. It's just a moment of when, but I think Zumaquero doesn't need to sit back or change anything in terms of his game plan. Play the exact same way.
What's gone wrong so far for Neat? He's 3-0 down in 25.
He can respond, though, if he can find space. Good defending there at the back, but he's just been a little bit aggressive defensively, aggressive in the wrong situations. There's no problem being aggressive defensively if you're confident to get the ball and you're doing it in smart situations. He's doing it where, I'll be honest,
it's reckless.
It's reckless because if he gets past you, he's one-on-one.
Cruyff just brought into play on the edge of the box. Now Stoikov, you can see his play styles as he whips that finesse towards the top corner. See, he's not really he's not the sort of player that's going to utilise Solov to the best of his ability either. I mean, it's not something that you assume. He's on the pitch and maybe he's got to go to Solov. Is there a dink to the back post? He's dinked in towards Solov. He
could have nodded that down to R9 on side because Mendy played him on. He tried to go direct.
Maker at the moment.
Yep. Didn't manage to get it on target. Of course, these are 9-minute halves, best of one. Because we're previous years used to having best of 2 6-minute halves. So it does give him time to respond.
There's so much space for Stoikov to go into there. Bellingham from right back. Dink to the edge. Modric will win it. R9 fires his shot against Laurent Blanc. A fourth goal puts this in a real dangerous sort of territory.
I feel as if they were, as you mentioned, the options to potentially with Stoichkov. He could have driven it into the striker. He had an option of a 2-on-1 there if he played it quicker. But he just looks so open for Neat in this game. Can he respond? An extra pass.
Big goal. Big goal. Solov's the scorer. It was the ball from out wide. Jude into R9. And on that occasion, the decision making was correct.
Yep. Can't count Nia. As I said, he was guaranteed to score a goal in this game. It was a matter of when, and it came shortly after a potential chance for Zumaquero to maybe even get the fourth goal and give himself an almighty cushion in this game. 34 minutes have been played. Neat finds a way back into the game.
It's a big goal as well. Before half-time, you're not going into the second half thinking I've got to make changes, I've got to do instructional, tactical adjustments. You now just give yourself a little bit of confidence.
Something I've noticed, though, since Zumaquero took the 3-goal lead is those options where he can play the pass first time, we can maybe go for a switch. He's not. He's just turning back, recycling, maybe playing a little bit too passive.
Dinked in on the player lock. Never really odd. Solov makes things happen, though. I've got a discussion for later.
Yep.
The big man discussion. All the big men that we've seen throughout the different leagues and who's the best. Because I think Solov's in that discussion.
He's up there.
Haaland,
Haaland's number 1. Solov number 2. I think that's fair. I think Solov in the air, he's just powerful. He's just a mini version or
the little brother.
Yeah, the little brother of Erling Haaland in this game. And we're approaching the last 5 minutes of the first half. Oh, that's a huge giveaway of possession.
Frenkie de Jong into R9, twisting, turning, Stoichkov. It's a great tackle from Neat with Laurent Blanc just to poke it away from Stoichov's left boot, connecting with a finesse shot. We'd have at least made the goalkeeper work, maybe even rattle the back of the net.
Yeah, I'm expecting Zumaquero to keep possession for the last attack in this game, but he's not. Look at the space, it's just giving away. Then Neat can go forward. I think Neat would be comfortable in saying himself is that defensively is nowhere near his strong point. Obviously offensively is where he shows his dominance, but defensively, I'll be completely honest, it's been shocking.
You said offensively is where he shows his quality.
Yep.
One-touch passing, he played it through him like he wasn't even had control of the defence, Zumaquero.
I think he moved the goalkeeper as well, and that's one thing here is that a lot of the drafted squads have an 84 rated keeper in goal, and for me it's a weak point in the sense that you can take shots from those angles that you wouldn't necessarily expect them to 100%.
Van der Sar saves it.
Exactly, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And again, we'll be able to take a look at the replay as the game progresses later on, and I'm pretty certain he moved the goalkeeper. But
it looked like he moved in the post,
yeah,
and he still went in.
Yeah.
And it didn't even look like a great strike. You're seeing a little bit of VOD review right in the middle of the game. Gives you a chance to have a look at this replay. This is in the other match right now that is taking place. 60 minutes on the clock. It kicks off just a little bit earlier than our featured game. Chutaba versus D Fernandez, driving towards the byline, cuts it back, keeper taking out the equation, but a good bit of defensive work back there, and that is 1-0 at this current moment.
Yeah, that situation, I thought he was hoping for D Fernandez to move the goalkeeper. It didn't come, and then the shot does look foolish when it happens, but if he moved the goalkeeper, it would have led to an almost certain equaliser.
Yeah, Cadiz, 1 goal up for D Fernandez versus Chutaba. Just stick on this for a little while we wait for our featured match. Just about kicked off after that 3-2 goal. And they've just gone into half-time, so you're not missing anything from Neat and Zumaquero as the crowd show their appreciation. It might be coming through to you at home. Modric to come forward, a little play a lot cancelled. Quick as a flash. Directional back inside and brings Puskas into play. His shot cannons right off of Laurent Blanc.
I think Puskas is a strange addition to the squad.
Great play.
I think it's just, obviously the finishing aspect, he's ruthless in front of goal, his play styles are great as well, but the 5-star skill moves, I think is something that needs to be taken into account when you're
You'd have gone for someone like Buildup maybe?
100% over him. Buildup wouldn't even have been in my draft, personally.
Henry?
Oh, for me personally, yeah.
"20 minutes left to play." You catch this action on the B stream right now on stage 2 of the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. Buchagueno, Soloff, good defensive. Let's head back to our featured game, burst into life as we get into the second half here. Neat was trailing 3-2 as Valladolid, but he's back in the game with 2 goals just before half-time. And Zumaquero's probably thinking, oh, 3-0. What's happened here then? Luka Modric dinked into Solaf. Again, De Jong with an unconventional dink into Solaf, but
keeper movement.
That's what he gives you, Solaf.
Yep.
He gives you attacks where he doesn't really look like you're going to get an attack out of it.
Corners. Not effective they have been this year, Richard.
Yeah. You don't move that keeper, it's almost a guaranteed goal. I don't think he's moved him enough, being completely honest, at near post. Now he's moving him, that's good. But he's taken him out of the equation. Soloff with a glancing header. Cannons off the top of the net. I've been all around Europe the last few weeks, Ryan. Been to Verona, where I saw Bizek scoring headers.
Yep.
I went to Germany, where I've been seeing
Oh my goodness.
Haller and Marmouche
yep.
scoring headers. I'm in Spain. I'm going to be seeing Bizet. Not Bizet. I'm going to see Soloff and Laurent Blanc. And the number one thing that's consistent throughout everything is that aerial plus play style. Stoichkov doesn't really have the pace to get past Mendy. You saw that run from Jude Bellingham supporting him.
Turn back.
Neat just doesn't seem himself at the moment. Obviously, you saw him in a little bit more detail at the Cup, what, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
I do feel as though it takes a little bit of time to get into the game.
Yeah, his first game was against Zidane. I believe it ended 5-4, and defensively again in that game he was shocking. Just look at this, it's so open.
He's backing off way too much. Stick to the back post.
No one's there.
Under his own crossbar. If you're also the rest of the tournament, you're supporting Zumaquero right now unless you're a good friend of Neat's, because you know that Neat is going to get better.
Yep.
You want him eliminated as soon as possible. Cruyff in on goal. Goalkeeper to beat.
Oh my God, what? Oh my goodness, that is, wow. No way.
She can't miss that. He had too much time. It's the old saying. He had too much time. Blanc was nowhere near him. It was a one-on-one. Cruyff versus goalkeeper. He didn't even hit the target.
They're the moments where if you do end up giving up this game and losing, you look back on it with a grimace and you just think that is...
I didn't actually see in the moment. I didn't see if he tried greening it. Do you feel as though you should in that situation?
Personally, yes, but I don't think you have to. But I would personally still at least go to green. I think you've got time.
Did you try and take it around the keeper?
You could do. There were many different options there. Yeah. I think sometimes that catches people off guard. And here's Neat on the attack.
Extra pass to Soloff off the post. 2 incredibly close chances at either end. It could have been 4-2. It should have been 3-3. Neat comes forward yet again. 25 minutes left to play in this one. We've already seen extra time brought into action.
Great turn.
In the finals already. And a corner is issued.
I want to see if Neat's worked on his corners, because in the cup he played it short. And it seemed as if it was a bit of a waste.
Ronaldinho, Cruyff, eyeing up his man. Modric, nothing really in the box. Dinked in towards Soloff. Good defensive work.
Huge win in the air from Mendy. I think corners, playing it short for me, just sort of signifies a lack of practice. Yeah, it's a lack of practice in my opinion. I think corners, how effective they've been this year, whether it's witching at the near post, whether it's played to the back post for the knockdown, or
edge of the box, knockdown.
Just playing it short just seems to me you've not tried to practice your craft in those situations, which, yeah, you have to look at the coach and everyone around. What's the thought process with that?
$20 minutes left to play. Not a lot in this game. It's been a game of real small margins, misses, mistakes. But there is an upset on the cards. A seismic upset that would shake this tournament and shake it to the core. However, Neat with Soloff.
Oh my goodness.
Can't get his shot away. Ronaldinho twisting, turning, couple of step overs into Cruyff. Oh, 9! From 3-0 down to 3-3. Those fans going crazy in the audience. From the depths of despair, he's brought it back. He needed a couple of tries as well.
Yep, I thought the chance went away with the Saul-off. He just took too long to try and get the shot at goal there. But when he finally made it count, it all stemmed from the step over with Ronaldinho in the area, just to directly run in there with a speed boost, an extra pass across, and wow, that's a huge, huge game. And we're going to look over to our other game. It's the last kick as D Fernandez defeats Jotaba 2-1 in this game. Of course, we didn't get to see the large majority, but D Fernandez on paper would have been the player you'd have expected to go through, Richard.
Yeah, you would imagine so, given the history and given the LAN experience that he's got. A great performance at the Cup as well. Unfortunately for Jotaba, his tournament does come to a close. Handshakes on the stage, but clearly frustrated is Jotaba. D Fernandez moves on into a top 8 and a quarter-final, but back to our featured game. Nothing is confirmed at this moment. You would imagine, given the game we've seen so far, Neat goes on to win it.
Yep, I've been in situations in the past where I've been 3-0 up, giving it away. I've been 3 or 4 goals down and I've come back to win. It's the mindset, it's the approach, and it's the thing about...
It's got too early, maybe.
Yeah,
it's crazy to say that, though.
But that's what I was saying at those moments. It just goes to show if he has the mental fortitude to bounce back, because I can guarantee Zumaquero will be thinking about that missed chance one-on-one, thinking if he goes 4-2 up there, get the 2-goal cushion back in your favour, 20 minutes, keep the ball a little bit more. Neat has to go forward, make a few subs, maybe press after possession loss, team press, whatever it is, which leads to more gaps. But he now has to defend this onslaught from Neat that will be happening in the last 15 minutes.
Let's see which way this game's going to swing next. It's been a pendulum so far, but neither player's really, even at 3-0 up, it looks just a little bit shaky.
Here we go.
Soloff wins the header. Gazaniga up, not away.
Oh my God!
What is happening?
No way! Nah.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We don't need to see that again.
Oh my goodness, that is...
Need to come forward, Ronaldinho, R9!
Deserve, no, fine, no problem.
Karma!
Yeah. No problem.
4-4.
It's fine, we're back to normal.
Forget the last 2 minutes happened. Forget that happened. You blinked. Oh, it's 4-4.
Yep.
Straight from the kickoff. Coming down the other end, Neat with R9. That extra pass looks on every time, I've got to say. He's nowhere near him defensively. It's only the round of 16. Well, here comes Zumaquero again. Found a goal.
Good triggered run.
Out of nowhere. To go 4-3 up, but conceded merely seconds later. And now Neat, for the first time in this game, looks to go in front. Marino, edge of the box. He's got a play style or two to help out. Jude Bellingham.
Could have gone back post.
Here is Marino into Modric. Soloff R9. Good block and
just
doesn't save the corner.
It's looking dangerous every time Neat attacks. Every time he gets close to the area where he can play the extra pass.
It's looking inevitable.
Yeah, it feels as if a goal is coming, but we know what is coming from the corner. It's going to be played short.
Just having a look at the subs coming on here as well. Marino. Larin, he's an aerial plus player as well that could come on and give you something off the bench. Rafinha for Neat will be the man to replace Ronaldinho, just the one change. Is it going to be short from the corner? It's not going to be. He's player locked.
Yeah.
He's player locked in the box. Soloth asked the question, floated in.
It's the lack of practice.
Five minutes left to play. We've seen so much action so far. We've only seen 2 games on the main stage and they've both delivered. 16 goals. That's just on the main stage. Just on stage 1. Stage 2, Tuga scored 7 on his own. Bellingham out wide. Does he have a cross in the locker towards the byline? Yes, he does. Soloth's up!
Oh, too much power.
Heads over the bar.
Play for last attack. He has to just try your best here, Zumaquero, to get into extra time, because I feel as if Neat gets
an onslaught.
If Neat gets hold of possession before the last attack, I feel as if it's gonna.
He's scoring.
Yeah, I feel it's gonna lead in favour of Neat to score.
If Zumaquero scores, a lot of this crowd would be silent. Neat, certainly a fan favourite. Griezmann brought on. He's a game changer. He's a game winner. You can see the play styles that he possesses. Just slotting into that right-hand side of the midfield 3. Finesse territory potential for Zumaquero if Griezmann needs it. Blanc, big switch of play. Bellingham brought into it. Berber cancel. Does he float it? He's dancing through the
free kick
defence, and he gets a free kick with 20 seconds left on the clock. If he hits this direct, I think he might, you know. I think he might.
I think he should.
Stoikov. 25 yards. Right outside of the goal corner.
Wow.
You know who's going to be aimed at. You know who's going to be player locked and positioned into one perfect set piece. Stoikov over it. Soloth activated.
Good
whipped
keeper movement.
in. Gazaniga claims and doesn't throw it into the air on this occasion. And extra time is where we're headed. Next stop, 30 more minutes. That's what they're fighting for. That LALIGA FC Pro Finals trophy. Look at the XG. 4.1 to 1.9.
Yep, it's been one-way traffic ever since Zumaquero did take that 3-goal lead. It's as if he just took his foot off the gas a little bit, Richard. He was creating a lot of chances. He was attacking at will, and he played a little bit more reserved and conservative, and then ever since then, Neat's come back into the game.
To my eye, it was 0-0. He went 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. And then he looked like he got nervous.
Yeah.
For the first 3 goals, he looked like he was quite free-flowing, he looked quite relaxed. And as soon as it went 3-0, and maybe there was a seed of doubt of, I'm going to win this.
Yeah.
I might win this.
Yeah.
Because before that, yes, he would have had belief, he would have had self-confidence, but you're now in the position.
Of course, but I think as a player, when you're that early on in the game, you know a 3-goal lead against anyone isn't safe in a best of, or in a 9-minute half, so a best of 1. Let alone against somebody like Neat, who is always going to score. You kind of want to just aim to outscore. And he was on course to do that, but he still got the extra time, 30 minutes to be played, to try and get a spot into the next round and keep his season alive.
Yes, so much on this as well. When you think about the Champions League qualification for the top 4, the FC Pro World Championship spots that lie as a golden ticket to the biggest tournament of the year, in which it's been filling up from all our domestic leagues from around the world. Congratulations, Mark 11, who did it this year down under, this morning, should I say. Another year for him at the biggest tournament. Jude Bellingham out wide. It's a sentence that you're going to hear a lot throughout the next 6 or 7 hours of FC action. Modric dinked into Soloth. Araujo with a towering header. But the pass out from Neat isn't very accurate, and it gives Zumaquero just a chance to throw it back into Soloth. But
great
Neat will bring his old Soloth into play. One over the keeper, hits the back of the net. And for the first time in this end-to-end extravaganza, Neat goes in front.
think it shows the difference of the two players. One player had that situation, the exact same one in regulation time, hit the ball wide with Cruyff, whereas Neat has a chance in front of goal, decisive, gets it into the corner and takes the lead.
Bit of a throwback goal, really. Triggered the run.
Yep,
first time over the top. Decisive finish. Across the keeper into that far post. For the first time in this game, we have to ask the question, can Zumaquero bring himself back into the game? Not with passes like that. She give Neat a huge advantage to go 6-4 up. Rafinha off the bench near post.
Screens it as well. He thought the goalkeeper movement was going to come into play. Neat playing it short from the corner.
Here is Rafinha. 3 playstyle pluses to his name. But that reversal has to go straight into Laurent Blanc. I like that Rafinha item. I think he's trying to get him in my draft, but I'd already exceeded my 3 Barca players.
Yeah.
Poor pass again from Zumaquero, just giving possession over and really putting Neat in an advantageous position.
Yeah, offside. Oh, he's giving it away again.
She's been a little bit slow in the middle of the pitch since going 5-4 down. Has Zumaquero, his possession play has left a little bit to be desired. Corner, whipped into the box. Marino's up for it, heads it down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think that corner there, it was just the pace in which he took it.
Caught him off guard a little bit.
Yeah. There weren't a lot of setup, he just whipped it in.
Still timed up for one last attack in the first half of extra time for Zumaquero. He's going to build up from defence, where we've seen in the first half of extra time he's been at fault of giving away possession.
He's not got a lot of width at the moment. I think that's where he's struggling. Jude here offering a little bit going forward, but no one in the box at the moment. Does he get a corner for his troubles? He does.
Say, great defending. It was aggressive from Mendy, reading the cut back there. He's got a corner.
It's an in-swinger. So it's going to be aimed towards the front post, you would imagine. Try and nick in front of the goalkeeper and get any contact to send it goalwards is what you would imagine is going to happen right now.
I think the aim will be getting it to Sorlov. He's going to run towards the near post. Keeper's going to get it. And I think I was going to say, one issue what I've noticed from the corners is he's giving Neat enough time to prepare himself with the goalkeeper. He's taking a bit too long.
It's the quickness of it.
Yeah, you need that. You have to catch your opponent off guard with corners as well.
I think it's either got to be the pace of the corner being taken, or it's got to be something so accurate and so well worked on that the power is immaculate. The placement of the corner, maybe even having someone who's got a dead ball as a Silva play style.
Yep.
Just to really be able to pinpoint exactly where you want it to go. They're the stats from this game so far. Possession in the favour of Zumaquero and RC Ferrol. However, Valladolid and Neat 15 minutes away from a quarter-final for the second year in a row. In a outstanding stadium here on the outskirts of Barcelona. Love to be able to take you around, show you what this stadium really does offer. It's quite imposing. How would you feel about playing in a stadium like this? Where you look out and you see fans, you see people with clappers and they're making noise. It's not something that you can really prepare for.
No, I think...
Let's get me behind you while you're practicing with 2 clappers.
I think for the players you'd enjoy it though, because it's these moments you look towards. You want to be on the biggest stages of all. You want to be in the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. So I'm sure a lot of these players will be reveling in it, enjoying the moment. Of course, not hoping that their tournament would end in the first round of the day.
Yeah, 2 opposing chants going back and forth. One Zumaquero and one Let's Go Neat from our audience. 15 minutes left to play. was 3-0 up, Zumaquero. And now finds himself in a position where he has to score to force maybe penalties or go and get 2 goals and send himself through into the next round. His season would come to a close, to a defeat here, to the multiple-time LALIGA FC champion. Finesse shot caught by Gazzaniga. What do you want to see from Zumaquero? Maybe just a little bit of patience. 9-minute halves with 10 minutes left to play is quite a long time.
Yeah, he's got time to generate at least 1 or 2 good attacks. But he's just giving the ball away in transition. Again, done that straight away from the kickoff. Neat on the attack with Sorloth. Doesn't have too many bodies in the box yet.
Johan Cruyff brought into play. Roulette.
Good defending.
Gets absolutely hammered by the centre-back. Jude and Griezmann. It all just looks a little bit... I'm going to bring a musical staccato. Looks a little bit choppy. It looks a little bit jagged and edgy, and there's no fluidity to his attacks at the moment.
Great ball. Oh, it's beautiful. Maybe a little bit too much there. Bigidi Cancel exited. He's got the ball with Rafinha. Gets blocked off. Isn't going to find the way to a desired player.
He hangs on for one more chance. Neat all over him like a rash. And wins the ball back. Does Neat maybe look for a possession play? Just try and see this clock down a little bit, or think game off once and for all.
Zumaquero has to go. Go forward.
Got to go, and he's going to go now.
Oh, it's unlucky.
Bails Neat out as he dove into that tackle. Switch of play. It just offered too much to Jude at right back.
Again, it's just
2 minutes left. It's got to be perfect for Zumaquero for penalties. Griezmann in the box.
Great tackle. He's going to for a corner. Neat's passed it off the pitch. Probably his 5th or so corner in this game.
30 seconds on the clock. It is dagger time for Sorloth. Whipped into the near post. Oh, I think that'll do us. 1 additional minute.
You can see it on the player cam. Look how devastated he is. He knows.
3-0 up. 4-3 up.
1-on-1.
Could have been... I think that would have been at 3-2. It should have gone to 4-2. And that game could have gone so differently for Zumaquero. However, Neat continues his LALIGA FC Pro journey into a quarter-final. Didn't look convincing in the slightest. But he's got over the line, as you see. Great sportsmanship there on the stage. Devastated, Zumaquero. As you would be, because you were in your hands.
Understandably so. 3-0 up early on in the game. 3-2 up. Had a chance. I'm just going back to that. That Cruyff 1-on-1 to make it 4-2. Has to score. Has to. But Neat is the person that advances to the next round. The top 8 in the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. We take a look at some of the replays in this game. It was a blistering start, Richard, from Zumaquero.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was 2 after 17. It was 3 after 23. And you thought, when's Neat going to show up? I think you said he will score. He will get into this game. It just took him a little while to get going. That was 3-1.
This is key. This part here, just before half-time, this changes the mentality going into the second half. And this was the goal to equalise from Neat.
Look at the clock though, 72 minutes. He left it late. This one was ugly. Oh, very ugly.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's criminal. It's criminal.
You know what? Oh, man. Half tempted. We should have paused this and told someone, put the ball in your own net. We didn't need to. Neat responded very quickly, green timing it from kickoff to equalise, and in extra time, this was the chance to go 5 goals to 4. Green timed it across goal, and Neat proved exactly why He's one of the players to watch out for. The mental fortitude as well to bounce back from the 3-goal deficit and not get too disheartened, because a lot of players would have potentially even given up.
And I think it's a close shave. It's a tight game. Neat now knows that he has to switch on going into the next round. And we get to hear from Neat right now, because our very own Jaime Alvarez will be translating an interview by Neat.
We are here joined by Neat. Thank you so much, Richard. First thing I'm going to ask you, Neat, is what came into mind and what did you talk to Diego when you were losing 3-0? Enhorabuena, Neat. La primera cosa que te voy a preguntar es ¿qué pasó por tu cabeza y qué hablaste con Diego cuando ibas perdiendo 3-0?
La verdad que se me vino mucho fantasma a la cabeza. Nada, lo primero que me dijo fue dar pausa porque estaba jugando muy mal. Y nada, jugar un poco con calma, jugar como entreno yo pues en casa. Y eso es lo que intentaba hacer. Creo que a partir del 3-0 no ha tenido muchas más ocasiones el rival. Y nada, contento por sacar un partido muy difícil. Creo que los primeros partidos de los torneos son los más difíciles, así que contento y a pensar ya en los cuartos de final.
The first thing that came into mind was I was feeling so nervous. I was playing really bad, and Diego told me to stop. I was losing 3-0, and I needed to stop. So that's what I did. I paused, and I started to press more. I started to go up high, and in that moment, I think I started playing better, and it paid off, because I think apart from that 3-0 result, I definitely deserved to win, and I played better. Second question I'm going to ask you, Nid, is you sometimes win convincingly matches, but this match was really tough, but competitive-wise, you won, and you put your heart on the game, and you won. How did it feel to win that way? La segunda cosa que te pregunto, Nid, muchas veces ganas muy convincentemente, pero esta vez le pusiste el corazón, partido complicado, competiste muy bien, lo sacaste adelante. ¿Cómo se siente ganar un partido así?
Sí, creo que a pesar del resultado he jugado, bueno, he sido superior, pero bueno, al final estos partidos son muy cerrados y contento por sacarlo, como tú has dicho, con corazón, con huevos, por así decirlo. Antes de empezar el partido justo he leído un mensaje que era de Hugo Sánchez diciéndole ponle cojones, y creo que es lo que me falta en los torneos estos importantes. Al final jugar bien, juego muy bien, pero bueno, hay que añadirle también ese corazón, como tú has dicho, y muy contento por eso. Espero también mantenerlo para el resto de los partidos.
I'm really happy overall because I put my heart in the game and I put some cojones, I would say, in Spain. I received a match prior to the game from Hugo Sánchez saying to me, you know, you play well, but you need to put some cojones in there as well, and that's what he did. So he's feeling really happy because sometimes you don't play as good because he didn't play as good, but you gotta put your heart in it. That's what he did. And the last thing I'm gonna ask you, Nid, is you have many friends who came over from Málaga to watch you play. How does it feel to win that match in front of so many friends in here? La última cosa que te puedo preguntar, Nid, tienes muchos amigos que has venido desde Málaga a verte. ¿Cómo se siente sacar un partido adelante delante de todos tus amigos?
Es lo más, al final no se puede pedir más que venga tu gente, tus amigos de toda la vida a apoyarte. Al final ellos quieren ganar tanto como yo y nada, muy contento. Han venido como 12, 13 amigos de Málaga, que es una distancia larga, y le agradezco muchísimo. Siempre están ahí año a año apoyando y espero darles también una alegría a ellos y poder celebrarlo con ellos.
It's the best feeling because I have 12 or 13 friends coming down from Málaga, and being able to play in front of them, and not only playing but winning the game is the best thing that could possibly happen to me, and I'm feeling really happy, so hopefully I can win the title because of them. Thank you so much, Nid, for these words. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and throwing it back to the guys for the play of the match.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we say cojones in the UK as well, because this performance, well, it really needed some Brandon Smith, but this is our play of the match.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sorloth, as we've said, is going to be the man of the moment, but that goal there was just the winner, wasn't it, to give Neat the extra ounce he needed to get over the line of what was a crazy, crazy matchup. 2 round of 16 games done, and both have needed extra time already.
It's so funny, though, because we did build up Neat in the run-up to that match, but that first half, I mean, he only had 44% possession, and he was down and nearly out of it.
I was walking around the side of the pitch, and I was just hearing goals go in. I was thinking, oh, Neat must be doing all right. I turned round and looked in the corner of the stadium where the scoreboard is. It said Neat was 3-0 down in under 30 minutes. I was utterly shocked, but then look, he pulled it back. He's missed the La Liga for a reason.
Yeah, but he's not missed a defence. And I think that's something he's got to sort out if he's going to go forward. And he's going to be facing D Fernandez in his next round. And D Fernandez, he cleanly won his game on the B stream. And I think for D Fernandez against Jotabo, it was really good to see him get a clean sheet.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's a couple of moments here for D Fernandez. This second goal I saw live. Watch his celebration here he does to the crowd, if you'll be able to see it when it comes through. Jotabo there coming close. 72nd minute on the clock. I think we're seeing another chance come through here. This was another ridiculous save which kept him out, kept on knocking on the door to try and find more goals. Still the Elche player who was so good in the group stages. I'm trying to tee up this perfect goal here for you, Frankie. Here it comes now. I think this is the second. Little celebration to the crowd. Look, ear cup. Here it comes. I am here. He's from Portugal, playing in the Spanish league, but he doesn't care. He's up by 2-0, and he's in the quarterfinals.
Well, hopefully he can bring that energy to his game against Neat, because we know that Neat has got a huge fan base here. As Gravison said, he's brought them all the way over from Malaga to support him. So D Fernandez, he's going to need to, I guess, lean into that villainy card and hope the magic's on his side. So we'll see that quarterfinal coming up very soon. I'm really looking forward to our next match, though, because we're going to have an Argentinian on the stage. And I'm not talking about Nicolas FC, I'm talking about Iago Fuaz versus Daniel Aguilera.
Absolutely. Daniel Aguilera, a veteran here in Spain. He's played in so many of the Ligas. But for Iago, didn't really do a great deal last year. He was sort of in the 2v2 element. He featured a little bit during the cup stage that we saw last year out in Portaventura World, actually, where he was teaming with Matias Pinano back then. Obviously, Matias Pinano went and won the competition. But Iago's been a goal-scoring machine in the regular season. But in the cup, I mean, he did get Nicolas, so we didn't really get to see him play too well in the nicest way possible.
Yeah, it's very hard, isn't it? Because we have seen him play against Nicolas. Nicolas obviously went on to win the cup, but hopefully he's going to emerge from his fellow Argentinian shadow and dominate in this next match. But we've got to take a short break first. So when we come back, please join us for some more La Liga FC Pro action.
Flip the switch, let's get this rolling. I've been hanging around, waiting for you. Come now, give me what I want. Flip the switch, let's get this rolling. I've been hanging around. Hey, I'm on my way. No running from it. I'm on my way.
Welcome back to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, coming to you live from Barcelona. I said the cup then, this isn't the cup, this is the finals. I'm just lost for words because we've already had 2 games go to extra time, Gravison, and what games they were.
I mean, they were amazing. I mean, we had the amazing comeback from Nid, losing 3-0, and then just doing that amazing comeback in just minutes. And then that first match, again, going to extra time. Nacho with all that vamos, all that hearing, all that roaring we heard from Nacho. And now, Dani against Yago.
Oh.
I mean, we're going to see a lot of screams in here, I'm telling you.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup because, let's face it, both of these players faced disappointment back at the Cup in San Sebastian. They didn't go as far as they wanted to. Poor Yago had to face his countryman Nicolas FC, and Nicolas was just on fire from the start. And Daniel, I guess in his match against Steve Fernandez, which saw him face an early exit, he got really unlucky. He just couldn't hit headers. He was red timing shots. There was something going on there for him.
Yeah, I do think he was unlucky, but again, sometimes when the luck is not in your side, you have to be composed, and I don't think he was composed enough. I talked to him after the match on the hotel, and he told me he wasn't composed enough. So he felt like he played good, but he needed a little bit more. And I really think backstage he was hyping himself up. Yago was doing the same. I don't know if you saw Yago's workout with the tennis balls.
I was sat next to Yago and Yago's coach.
So I mean, I think we're going to see a beautiful match in here right now.
I really hope so. I hope that both of them are feeling confident. And actually, we have to say, Daniel is playing for Huesca, and there are a lot of Huesca fans who we have to hear in the audience right now, and you're probably about to hear them again, because Daniel Aguila is taking to the stage. He is not going to take this match lying down. We know he's going to come out fighting, but he does have an Argentinian to face. And here's the thing, Yago has played so much with Nicolas FC, not just against Nicolas FC. He's also played with and against Matias, who won last year, but can an Argentinian take it this time?
I mean, he obviously has the skill, he has the mental fortitude, and he has the draft as well to not only win this match, but win the whole thing. I mean, Yago seems like in the last couple of years, he didn't focus as much in FC and in competition as he should, but I think he's composed now. The days in 2019-18, he was one of the best players in the world. But again, it's going to be tough playing against Dani. Not only Dani, his family, all the Huesca supporters, his friends as well. I mean, they are very loud.
And what's really interesting, if you saw the stats that appeared on screen just a few moments ago for Daniel Aguila, I think it said he had 59% possession. He had over 30 shots as well. I mean, those are really impressive numbers. It's quite surprising when looking at those numbers to realise that he made a fairly early exit. Yago, however, I mean, that 36% possession, I mean, that's a man who had to face Nicolas.
Yeah, I mean, when you play against one of the best players in the world, this can happen, but we gotta focus not only on these stats, which are the cup stats, in the regular league stats, because in the regular season, he was one of the best players. I think it was the second player who averaged the most points. So I do think he's playing really good. He's Argentinian. Matias is Argentinian. Matias used to play for Betis last year when he won the title. I think there's some kind of mystica, as Yago likes to say, and Yago seems to be the favorite in this match.
That's something Matias likes to say as well. It's all about the mystica. I mean, the Mystica just won the competition in England for Matias not that long ago, so maybe it will help Yago out today. We're going to take a look at Daniel's draft first and see what he'll be bringing to the field today, because I know you want to talk about Yago, so you've just teased that it's very interesting. But let's see what Daniel is bringing to the pitch and if he's changed things up much since San Sebastian. I'm pretty sure he was playing obviously he was playing the Corey Fasolov on the Bellingham back there. What do you make of this draft?
For me, what's interesting is, as you know, you have the limit of 3 players maximum per club. So the clubs that really come into account are Real Madrid and Barcelona. So in Real Madrid, you gotta use Mendy for sure, you gotta use Bellingham, but what's the third pick? And in this case, it's interesting because you could potentially see Courtois, but he's not using Courtois, he's using Gazzaniga, so he has to use someone else. And I think Toni Kroos is gonna start for him. I really think Toni Kroos is going to be in Mikel Merino's place, and Mikel Merino is going to be on the bench, because I was talking with him about Toni Kroos, and there's something he really liked play styles, stats. And Toni Kroos is actually his favorite footballer in real life. So he might be tricking us a bit with this draft.
This is interesting. So that doesn't count as a substitution, actually, if he puts him in the starting 11?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure you can use, when you have those starting 11 and you have the substitutions, you can start the game with any of them in that position. So it wouldn't be like a first-minute substitution, you know?
Oh, that's incredibly interesting. Well, we'll have to keep an eye out, because I'd love to talk in more detail about Kroos as an item, because it's an incredibly strong item, and it's actually surprising we're not seeing him in more starting 11s, but you will see some later on in the competition. Let's take a look at Yago's draft. I mean, I've got one question. Why is this so interesting? Is it the Kroos?
It's interesting because we didn't see Kroos at all in the competition. This is the first time we're seeing it. Not only as a starting 11, but even on the bench. Then Courtois, I think it's interesting because, as you know, Nico and Yago are staying in Yago's house, and they are the only two players in the competition that are using Courtois in the starting 11, which is interesting. And you were pointing at someone in the right back.
I gave Zambrotta a rub.
It's kind
Am I allowed to say that? I did. I stroked Zambrotta. I just wasn't expecting to see him there.
Yeah, I mean, you probably expected Team of the Year Bellingham. You could have expected maybe Cafu as an icon, but he's going to be using Zambrotta and Acuna, which is an interesting pick, but I think Acuna is going to be on the midfield and Bellingham is going to be on a fullback position.
So why Zambrotta though? Because one of the draft restrictions is that you can have a maximum of 4 icons. And I believe he's the only player who would have used one of those icon spots on Zambrotta. And there are so many right-back options in the game right now, even options that aren't traditionally right-backs like Bellingham.
I'm confident it's because he's really good with both the foots. So I'm pretty sure it's because he's going to be using Bellingham as a fullback, Zambrotta as a fullback, and he's going to be switching sides.
All right, interesting. Well, let's see what does happen in terms of the drafts, because it's time to get ready to head over to our commentary duo. They are Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Gravison. Yes, the matches are coming thick and fast here in Barcelona. Round of 16, game number 3. I mean, it just screams extra time here, doesn't it? We've done it twice before already today, Rich.
It's a great set of games as well that we've got coming up on the main stage. Jago, who's an absolute passion merchant, he will let you know about him scoring. He'll also let you know if he loses the game as well. Daniel Aguilar, he's been in this tournament for a few years now, and I think he loves competing. He just loves that feeling of being on the stage. He loves that feeling of the LAN experience, the opportunity that comes in front of him. You can see him just getting ready there on the stage. I've actually got the Twitch chat in front of me right now, and I'm going to call out Kalza in the chat if you are moderating. Can we get a poll in the chat by any chance? Who is going to win this game? Yago or Daniel Aguilar? Will it be Huesca or Real Betis? If we can get that poll running, going. Let's get it running. We're interactive. And let's see who comes out victorious. Well, sorry if you got other things that you're doing while modding the chat, but I've thrown it on you.
You have thrown on them. I'm sure we'll be listening at home. Let's talk about this in a little bit more detail, because you're absolutely right to say both these two players had different runs in the cup. To be fair to Yago, the matchmaking wasn't very nice to him, was it? He pulled fellow Argentinian Nicolas in what was a really difficult round of 16 game for him. Of course, he did lose to Nicolas. Nicolas went on to win that tournament. For Daniel Aguilar, though, he lost by only a goal against D Fernandez in what was a really frustrating game. I remember commentating on the action there with Ryan in San Sebastian, and basically he had about 15 to 20 shots in the game, Daniel Aguilar, and it just wasn't falling in. I mean, the headers were sort of off target, really frustrating. It was obviously very disappointing to leave the tournament in such an early stage for his own stands, but you're right. He's a LALIGA FC Pro veteran. He loves playing in this competition. Is this going to be his year to go one step further? You said someone in the chat was asking about the restrictions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a budget in place. We've got 25 million coins that can be spent. You are allowed a Golasso icon and a Team of the Season item, a live Team of the Season item for free. Other than that, you're only allowed to use 4 icons or heroes, and you're only allowed to use 3 players from the same club. So it is quite a restrictive team, a draft set of requirements. However, a lot of the teams are pretty similar. I think where we've seen the draft previews, probably 8 or 9 players are the same, and then it's just that couple of different selections.
It's all off in the box, trying to get something on it early doors.
Thank you very much for that.
The poll is live now. Get your votes in. Daniel Aguilar or Yago? I mean, Richard, I've just looked over and you voted for Yago. What's the reason behind that?
I just think we saw an Argentine champion last year. He seems quite motivated at the moment. I've seen Matías Bonanno here in the arena. I can actually see him in the crowd right now. He's alongside Edu, the coach. You've got to think they would have prepared a lot for this matchup that's coming up. And he's about to go 1-0 up. There you go.
And he is absolutely screaming. One thing that we know about Yago from the group stage is he was a goal-scoring machine, as Gravison was saying. He got one of the biggest point tallies from any player that made it into the knockouts, into the cup. But more importantly, he topped his group. He scored 21 goals in the process, and he was one of the most attacking players that we have seen. Last year he played in this tournament. He was a teammate with Matías Bonanno at Real Betis, but he was more of the secondary player. He didn't really feature at all.
He was a sub.
He played in the cup in Portaventura World, and between riding various roller coaster rides, unfortunately, he didn't really get much more of a look in than that.
Yeah, he were in between Stampeder and Shambhala, and he found himself finishing runner-up.
What a save off the post from Courtois! And very nearly.
What a game.
Daniel Aguilar is finding an equaliser in the game. 11 minutes on the clock here. Remember, the winner of this one will play against NEAT of Real Valladolid in the quarter-final stages. Yago looking to come on for a second, and it's defended well by Araujo.
I imagine both players backstage as well probably just had an eye on that game. Obviously, they'll be locked into their upcoming matchup, but you just pay attention to it. I think you fancy that game. I really do.
What a ball. That is Thierry Henry. That's why Courtois is in the net.
NEAT didn't look fantastic in that matchup. It was a slow start. It took him a while to get into the game. He ended well, but I just spoke to Gravison sort of before we picked up the headsets for this upcoming game, and we are both in agreement that I actually don't think NEAT won the game. I think Zumaquero lost the game. I think he was the player who decided what was going to happen by not stepping on the gas and really pushing the agenda. I don't know if you can get a shot of this crowd as well, because they are going through the song sheet for Daniel Aguilar.
I don't know what it is, but every time I see the Real Betis coach, I just think, is it Zhao Queen, is it? Of the legend that just recently retired.
Yeah.
I just can't get it out of my head. Every time I see him, I'm like, why is he sitting behind him?
So the poll is just coming to a close now. Yago with 80% of the vote. I don't know how many of those people voted after Yago went 1-0 up.
That's true. It's a long old game though, 9-minute halves as we said.
Absolutely.
Tony Cruz, big switch of play. Goes all the way out to Bellingham, who, as we said, is his team of the year item, but comes as a fullback. Chance to break away. Kuna features as a starter in the team. It's something that we saw from Nicholas also today, who we must say Nicholas is in action in the next round of 16 game. What a game that one plans to be. He plays against David Sanchez of UD Almira. Could be on for a second. Cruyff gets the ball just taken off his toes there by Araujo, who again is one of the most popular picks, Richard, in this draft selection.
No surprise, there was a long period of time, especially during the 2 weekly sort of qualifiers for the La Liga FC Pro Finals and the Cup, where centre-backs with aerial plus weren't really a thing. And over the next couple of promos, they became more and more apparent.
There's a flick down. There's Ronaldinho into Cruyff. What a tackle again by Jude Bellingham. We didn't really know much about it, but made a great block.
And it was mainly to stop the attacking players, to stop Soloff, to stop aerial plus attackers. Thibaut Courtois for a long time as well, that offensive item that came out. So now you're seeing Araujo, Laurent Blanc, Militao, who's not really used because Real Madrid have got such a plethora of attacking players that you don't want a centre-back as one of your Madrid options.
Well, lobbying for an equaliser. Tony Cruz likes to flick it up in the air. It doesn't really lock onto anyone in the end, and he's brave play in the end. It's interesting to see, obviously, on the side of Yago, Courtois does get a mention, because those Real Madrid, you only get 3 of those picks in the team. They're really valuable, and
Cruz another one as well.
Which goes to show, a lot of where Luka Modric is, and maybe even Ella Militao.
Rudiger as well, the fire version of that item. Finesse! That's why you got Courtois in goal. I mean, in the last game we saw a goalkeeping blunder, to be honest, from the 84 rated Gazzaniga, so maybe...
There's just a couple of question marks on them, though, isn't there?
When I did my draft, personally, I had Oblak in goal. I think you hedge your bets with a higher rated goalkeeper. Let's not forget the other game that's taking place as well right now. I believe it is fellow Englishman Ethan Higgins in action.
Yeah, up against FC Cartagena and Renista. We'll give you an update on that as soon as we can. There is 2 stages here inside the stadium. Are we in for a second for Alexander Sorloth? Powered away. In these areas, Rich, so just... he doesn't seem too comfortable and even confident of maybe collecting the ball from a corner.
Dreamed the header as well. If it would have connected, it's a guaranteed goal from Iago. It's all about the pace of the corner. When me and Ryan were just commentating there, we were talking about set plays and corners in particular. Neat, quite poor from his corners. If you take it quick enough and you can work on something, you know, way the accuracy, you know, the power over the actual set piece, 9 times out of 10 the goalkeeper's taken out of the equation.
Kuna, this is nice. Oh, Ronaldinho very nearly turned away from Laurent Blanc, who has been, I have to say, one of the best defenders we've seen so far today. He's just always been here, there and everywhere. That's the ultimate birthday icon. Long ball over the top. Does find Thierry Henry, who has got the likes of Cruyff in the box, and Sorloth towards the back post. He might head it back into that danger zone.
Right place, right time for Laurent Blanc. He's a real menace at the back.
There's that big switch again. There's a couple of Wesker fans here who were expecting a goal maybe now. Ronaldinho still keeps possession, times it green, shot comes in. We'll see this attack play out, and then we're going to go and check into our other game, because I'm sure there'll be some UK fans especially asking questions of how Real Sporting are getting on, and Ethan Higgins supposedly is his teammate from the other side of the world, just qualified for the World Championships early today in another league. Let's go over to it now if we can. To our B featured matchup. What's the lowdown here? And it is FC Cartagena leading by 2 goals to nil. Renesta maybe looking to make it 3-1 before the break. Cruyff into Modric. Is it about to be a third one? I think it goes 1-on-1 with Araujo, and that will do us for the halfway point. It's 2-1. Ethan's losing in this one.
Yeah, if we could just stay on this game and get that little bit of intel there from what's going to be said. See Denman having a chat with Ethan. We've just had a goal, and it's Iago going 2-0 up. Great timing from production to get us back on board with that goal. I can actually see a huge Argentine flag in the audience as well.
I think we can get a shot on it as well if possible. There's a camera shot on that flag now. Unfortunately, they've just put it down.
Yeah, they'll have to score again, won't we? Iago 2-0 up.
This is where it gets dangerous, though, for Daniel Aguilar, because we know how frustrated he can get in his own mind. You can see 5 shots there, an XG of 0.9
to 2.5. Daniel Aguilar has had more of the ball. Same amount of shots. You can just see the momentum there as well, where the chances have been coming from, and the passing plays, and where that possession has been warranted, as a Danny chant rings out in this magnificent stadium, the Stagefront Stadium, headlined by the Black Eyed Peas back in 2009. And
didn't they release a song like Boom Boom Pow?
That was a song that they did, yeah.
How long ago was that? 2010 you said they were here?
Yeah, 14 years ago. But I can tell you what, tonight is going to be a good night for one of these players, because they're going to be lifting that LALIGA.
Yeah, 60,000 euros in
Pro
the process as well, isn't it? 2 more tickets to the World Championships as well for the FC Pro season. This is your ticket, this is your way to get to the biggest event of the calendar later on this year in the summer. Only 32 of the best players in the world can get there. We just saw, as we said, Mark 11 come from earlier today. Now in Australia, that makes it another spot that's been given away. And there'll be 2 more a little bit later on today. Can Daniel Aguilar
pull himself out of this 2-goal deficit that he finds himself in. Or is Yago going to be able to sort of pull away?
For everyone asking, the Showdown SBC match that you might have a little bit of interest in will be coming up after this matchup. Probably in, if I was to estimate, about 20 to 25 minutes time, that match will be kicking off.
Unless we find ourselves in
extra time again.
In extra time again.
Strap yourself in and enjoy the ride.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people home asking in the chat about the upgrades.
Absolutely.
Which has been so special with these SC Pro leagues, that the in-game items have had an upgrade depending on the performance of these pro players. Any time to come in of nothing.
Yep.
So that will do us for half-time. It's a frustrating half for Daniel Aguilar, but he has to keep his head. I mean, look at Nick. He was 3-0 down and pulled it back.
Let's head on over to the second stream. I was just about to say it. You read my mind. Thank you very much. 53 minutes on the clock. And Ethan Higgins, who had a good performance in the Cup, but not a fantastic performance by his standards. He expects to be winning and getting to finals. Representing Team Footwears outside of this tournament as well.
Gets into towards the back post. There's the flick on into R9. What a save from Gazzaniga to keep Real Sporting from an equaliser. Corner to come in though.
You expect there to be work on the training ground. They've got a great team over there. He's just teased it to the back and then going to the front post.
It's all off.
Head off the line.
Somehow off the line by Jude Bellingham.
Just look at his positioning, because you can see the goalkeeper. He's teasing it to the front, expecting the cross, and then going back and then going back to the front.
Well, Mendy there does enough, but nearly heads it back into danger. Ronaldinho gets Ranista back in possession. A bit of a veteran here in Spain. We'll jump back and we'll go to our main game. Now the perfect time, because Daniel Aguilar has just kicked off this second half in the best way possible. He has pulled a goal back.
And the Huesca fans here in attendance love to see that. Big goal back. Ranarista 30 minutes away from eliminating Ethan and Sporting Gijon.
And they're making some noise as well, those Huesca fans. They just needed the goal, didn't they?
Get them rejuvenated again.
To get them singing. 2-1 over here. And also 2-1 in our other game, as we said. We'll keep you up to date with all of the latest scenarios. The winner of this game plays neat in the quarterfinals. Winner of that goes to an eChampions League next month. Ronaldinho back to Henry. Lofted in, you know where that's going. It's going all the way through. Who do you think's the most valuable player in that front three? I mean, I'll say from, okay, no, icons-wise. Let's speak icons.
Okay.
Cruyff, Ronaldinho, or we might as well put...
I think it's R9.
I'm not going to put R9 in there.
Okay.
I'm just going to put Henry in there.
The two answers I've gave was both boys. Probably Dino.
He's been great, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sorloff. Cruyff. Corner. Can Yago find a way forward? Yes, he can! And somehow on the line, whoever that was, did not get a head onto it. We'll have to see that go on the replay, Rich. I don't know what defender that was, but just expect him to get there.
It's the pace of the corner again. If you take the corner quick enough, the goalkeeper doesn't have time to move, the defender doesn't have time to get positioned. Tony Kroos maybe needed to grow a couple of inches and he might be able to head it away. But Yago is dangerous from set plays. And he gets that 2-goal cushion reinstated.
You have to remember as well that Yago has basically been allowing Nicholas to live in his house for the last few weeks, and I can assure you they would have been practicing against each other. They would have been in conversations about certain players, certain custom tactics, certain set pieces to use as we see that goal.
The keeper in no man's land.
Going again, is it a second? Back post. Thierry Henry just can't even challenge Bellingham. Whipped in. Well, if we can, we'll go to the other game and give you the lowdown there. We did see a goal go in. I thought it was from this game, but I think it may have been from our other matchup. FC Cartagena against Real Sporting on our B stage. Let's go over to it now if we can. What is the lowdown? It was 2-1 last time we saw it. Was there a third goal?
Still 2-1 to my eyes. I think what we're seeing, though, the reason I think this game a little bit more vested interest, obviously, is further into it. 73 minutes on the clock. There's not that long left. And it's only a 1-goal cushion compared to this 2-goal cushion that Daniel Aguilar and Iago possess right now. We can also tell you, just by the sound of the crowd, if a Daniel Aguilar goal goes in, because there will be plenty of noise.
Well, let's stay with this one then, as you're right to say, Richard. What, 60 minutes left in the game?
Iago's 4-1 up.
Iago's just scored again. So we won't be going to that one for a while. That's 4-1 now. But both these two teams, Real Sporting, FC Cartagena, they both topped their group in the regular season again. That was back in February now. It was a long time ago.
Almost a different game.
Exactly. I completely agree. And we saw that in the Cup with all the players that are great group stages that didn't really play.
See what we've got off the corner.
Well, here's Ethan now with Real Sporting. They've got a corner. Well, they've nearly scored a few times from. Luka Modric over it. R9 is short, and you can see obviously who's the obvious candidate in the box. Alexander Sorloff towards the back post. There he is! And it's over the bar.
He's been dangerous, hasn't he, from corners? He's had a couple of occasions now. I think one flicked off the line, one flicked over the crossbar. As you can see, that live score from the Daniel Aguilar and Iago match, 4-1. The Argentine leads.
50 minutes away is Rani Easter from a quarter-final in the LALIGA FC Pro. He's got to defend against this onslaught of attacking pressure, though. Ferland Mendy whips it in towards that back post where Sorloff is, heads it back, and it's wide from Cruyff. Into a pause venue we go again. To think we've only played about 3.5 in-game minutes there, and we've seen 2 big chances.
We'll join it live when it gets back underway.
For now, we'll jump back to this one, which is 10 minutes behind the other game. But it's a 3-goal cushion and looks to be a disappointing end to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals for the 2024 season for Daniel Aguilar. I know there's still 25 minutes left in this one, though. There is a long time. Iago just looks like a different animal at the moment.
I think the thing with Iago, obviously we've had the opportunity since, 2019, I think, to watch his career.
It's been a little bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it? Ups and downs.
He looks more motivated than ever right now. And I think that's probably because he's seeing his countrymen who he's came up with, who he's played with at international level, Nico, Matthias, starting to really sort of, not necessarily succeed, because they've always succeeded, but surpass his achievements. And you don't want to be left behind.
And I think you're right. What was it like, even last year or the year before that, when we saw Argentina compete in the national tournament? Big chance here for Daniel Aguilar. Finley, can he try and pull away from a few of those Real Betis shirts? Finesse comes in, out for a corner again. We'll jump back across now. He was the third player, wasn't he, in that national team? And you're right. I mean, since then, Matías Bonano's become an Premier League champion. He was in London cheering his fellow countrymen on.
He was winning last year here.
And he was winning last year as well as a teammate for Real Betis. Matías Bonano is actually in the crowd here in the RCD Espanyol Stadium, cheering on both his fellow countrymen. I can assure you, as that one comes off the woodwork, and Daniel Aguilar is naturally feeling very frustrated now.
Well, let's head back on over. 3-1. The scoreline. All that pressure from Ethan. We left the game for a couple of corners from Daniel Aguilar, and Ranarista went up the other end and put the ball in the back of the net.
Unless there is a late comeback now. It's a deflection which comes off the boot and doesn't lock onto R9. They're going to win the ball back again, though, are Real Sporting or not? 8 minutes left. Are we going to be seeing FC Cartagena book their spot in the quarter-finals and stop the only English player in this competition go any further? He's one of the older players in this competition is Easter. I'm sure he'll have the experience to just try and see this game out now and take time off the clock. He's got a 2-goal cushion, does not need to score again. Which obviously is very frustrating on the opposite side of the pitch. Unless he finds one more. It will be FC Cartagena. And we'll be heading into the quarter-final stages.
Really disappointing for Ethan, and you can sort of see the disappointment on his face there. Maybe expecting more of the goalkeeper as well. He looked like you were all behind it, but can't do anything about it. We've seen fragments of this game. We've not been able to watch the entire thing, but a 4-1 scoreline, from what we've seen, doesn't really tell the story. However, I'm sure the stats will paint a better picture.
Well, I think we'll leave this game after the next attack that comes in. 3 minutes, just not enough time, unfortunately. Looks like Real Sporting and Ethan are out of the LALIGA FC Pro Finals here in Barcelona. We'll jump back across to this one because it's also pretty much all said and done over here.
He's got a bit more time. 15 minutes if he scores now before the 80, and then as a late flurry in the last 10 minutes, he might have a chance of getting back into it, but he's got to go, and he's got to go now.
He's got to get a goal before the 80th minute, maybe now. Rafinha can't turn. There's Balde of FC Barcelona, just
stole it off his toe, didn't he?
In his way, that future stars in-game item, which is not a starter by any means, but certainly could be a substitution off the bench late into the game, just to freshen up that full-back area. Chance to break away now. Is he going to want to conclude the game? It's Nico Williams to Mikel Merino with his team of the season item. Does enough though, doesn't he, just to take more time out of the game. Remember, winner of this, as it looks to be, is going to be Neat, who's weighing in the quarterfinals to be playing against Real Betis and Iago.
Rematch of last year as well, because in the quarterfinals, Neat lost to Real Betis in Matias Bonano. This year, same club, different Argentine, as we have just got a full-time result. 4-1, Ranarista victorious and progresses into the next round.
Yeah, that is Real Sporting out. Ethan Higgins out of the LALIGA FC Pro. He's not going to be at the eChampions League or the World Championships, unfortunately for him and, of course, his team. Straight knockout here, it's harsh. But that's how the competition goes. Bellingham trying to just get something going for Daniel Aguilar here. I mean, he's trying his best to find his way back into the game. Ronaldinho. Acuna does well. Rafinha times it green. It's 5 minutes for 2 goals.
It's a chance.
It is a chance, but you just don't see it with Iago's experience. I mean,
he would have to capitulate to that highest degree. Just going to see the kickoff and the next 30 seconds in game will tell you a lot about where this game's going to go.
I mean, I'm all for it, Daniel Aguilar. Give us a surprise, take us to extra time and give us some late drama. Iago will be thinking 5 in-game minutes. I'm not throwing away a 2-goal lead, and more importantly, another, I think about 8,750 euros that he's going to get on top of the money that he's already made, so I don't think he's going to want to throw this one away.
Well, the press is in. Just seeing the radar at the bottom of the screen there as well.
2 minutes already gone of it. There's the big switch of play to try and get you out of the press, which he has done.
And that's a lovely ball down the line as well. Just saying to Soloff, go and take it into the corner, use your physicality, use your strength. Does run out of pitch in the end, however, you're looking at the clock, you're looking at the body language. As soon as you see it tick over probably to 90, I think you'll start to see a smile come across Iago's face. A goal here makes it very interesting.
Yeah, good added time selection, then maybe.
No, Araujo wins it back. Unfortunately, end of the road for Huesca and those fans that have travelled here to Barcelona. But Iago has done enough, and I'm sure we'll let you know about it at full time. 2-1 win. Real Betis on for a double. It was Matias Pinano last year that won the competition. And it's Iago this time in the hot seat, who is in the top 8. And why not? Last in-game seconds left. Full-time result here. Iago is through to play against Neat of Real Valladolid in the next round of the competition. That is what they're playing for, that trophy, and 60,000 euros. We're still a long, long way away though, Richard, aren't we, from even finding our final 8?
Yeah, we certainly are. Iago will be in there. A quarter-final versus Neat is what is to come. eChampions League qualification on the line for both of those two players. You see the stats from the game there. The one thing that I will say about that game, Iago at full time, no reaction whatsoever. I think he knows that it's business.
Yeah.
He's still got a lot to do. He's not won anything yet. He's won a little bit extra prize money, but no eChampions League, no FC Pro World Championship spots in the bag. And with, I don't know if we can get a shot on this, there's the Argentine fans, there must be maybe 10 or 15 up in the crowd. They've got a big Argentine flag, and they are supporting their player in Iago all the way in this La Liga FC Pro Finals.
For him now as well, Richard, you're right. He's not celebrating big because he had to play against Nicholas in the Cup. He's playing against the other grand finalist from the Cup of Neat now. But if he wins that game, eChampions League. Remember, top 4 get eChampions League. You make the grand final here in Barcelona, you get World Championship tickets as well. Then you go one step further, you will be down in history here in Spain as a champion. All still to do, but the big main event is coming up next. That showdown item, SBC. Nicholas is in action again, and he looks scary.
He certainly does. I mean, I've got the opportunity in the preview to talk about Nicholas and what he's done in the Cup, what he expects of himself as well. What are we? We saw him in 2017 making the World Championship, so 7 years later, he's still here and he's still competing and he still wants to be at the very top. I think his aims are very simple. Win a World Championship, and to do that, he's got to be successful here tonight in Barca.
Yeah, 20 days ago he won the Cup. He could win it all tonight. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, it's over to Frankie, who is joined by Iago.
Yes, I'm joined by Iago, and we were just talking about who he's facing next. But we don't want to talk about that right now. We need to talk about you. Those first 2 goals that you scored, you were so emotional. And now, having scored an extra 2, a 4-2 result, you just seem very calm. What's going on in your head right now?
I think the pressure, it's very difficult here. And I know if I score first, I have a big possibility to win the match. So I express myself like screaming,
Yeah, but you've got through, and yet you don't express yourself now.
No, because I don't feel good in when I need to do the possession. Like I made mistakes, so I feel bad. When he scored 2 goals about myself, like my mistakes.
You've been living with Nicholas FC, your former Argentinian teammate, for the past couple of weeks. I'm guessing you've been practicing together. What have you been working on?
No, we know each other a lot. He beats me in the cup, and we practice a lot too. But it's very difficult to play against him because it's a friend, and I know him like 6 or 7 years ago.
Was that difficult living with him after he did beat you in the cup?
It's difficult because I live also with Matias, so it's strange because they are very, very good and they are excellent players, and I feel something like lower, and it's difficult.
Well, you know what? You are an excellent player because we just witnessed it here on this stage in Barcelona. Congratulations. Thank you for talking to me. I'll let you get ready for the next match.
Thank you.
Right. Well, business as usual for the Argentinian players because, it's very likely that we could see, Gravison, another Argentinian player take the title here at La Liga this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting the thing he said about, Matias and Nico living in his house, and him sometimes he's obviously an FC player, but he's person as well. And sometimes when your job takes over, you feel like you're a lower version of yourself, but he should put himself up. I mean, he's a brilliant person, he's a brilliant player as well. He shouldn't be putting himself in a second tier, because as we just saw, he scored some beautiful goals, and that was a really tough match against Danny, and he made it through with a win.
Yeah, what was Danny doing wrong then? Why was Danny not able to level out the playing field in the end?
I had the chance to speak just for a few seconds with him, and he felt like he wasn't vertical enough. He wasn't incisive enough. He passed the ball around too much, and sometimes it's good to build up, but when you see the opening and you see the space, you gotta go for it. And sometimes he didn't go for it, and he felt like he let himself down, his family, everyone. He was devastated.
Well, he definitely hasn't let people down. He made it to the top 16 yet again. He's not a stranger to making at this point in the competition. Some of the goals, or some of the shots, I should say, maybe they look like he didn't put enough of a spin behind them, should we say?
Yeah, in a way, he was just because when the game was 0-0, he had a clear chance with Henry. He decided to go with the near post shot instead of the far post shot. He was just, I don't know, he was devastated. I'm devastated as well for him, because he's probably my best friend on tour. But again, he has to pick himself up and go again next year.
Well, I feel like we'll let you help pick him up after this, but right now we need to take a look at the player of the match. And there were so many goals in this game. Let's see what was chosen. Gavison, talk me through it.
Yeah, basically Thiago was a bit lucky with the rebound, but again, when you find yourself with that rebound and you gotta go for the instant first touch and then a shot, instead another pass into the open winger, he decided to go for the pass, which was smart enough, and he scored a beautiful goal, because, I mean, he was lucky with the rebound again, but when you're lucky, you gotta find yourself in those situations in which you gotta take an advantage of being lucky. He did that with the extra pass, and it was a good finish by Sorloth.
And it looked quite clean as well in terms of picking up that rebound, because some of the rebounds, some of the goals we've seen on this stage, I'm thinking of Neat right now, were not so clean. It took a few attempts to get on the B streak for Ethan Higgins. Unfortunately, he was not able to face off, get the win against Ranarista from FC Cartagena.
Yeah, we had the chance to talk to Denman, and he felt like the biggest game for Ethan had to be the first one, because sometimes Ethan doesn't start as good as he should, and that's what happened, because he lost 4-1. But again, he was playing against Ranarista. I mean, he's been playing the Spanish league for 6 years now, I think. And Cartagena, I think, in my opinion, might be the underdog in this whole bracket, because Ranarista, as I mentioned just a few seconds before, he's been playing for 6 years now. He's been playing really good. And I do think in the last 2 or 3 years, he hasn't been playing really good. Like, he hasn't even reached the finals for 3 years now, but he reached it now. So I do think he's the underdog in this whole bracket and tournament.
You know what? We love an underdog, and we've got another underdog coming up after this break, because Rio Almeria's D Sanchez will have to face the Iceman himself, Sevilla's Nicolas FC, so don't go anywhere. welcome back to the Stagefront Stadium here in Barcelona. We're nearly at the end of the first round of the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, and I'm very happy to be joined by Richard Buckley to talk about an epic showdown we're about to see take place on this very stage, because we're going to be seeing Nicholas FC go up against D Sanchez. And I didn't realise, but these two know each other quite well.
Yeah, they do. Last year, both teammates together at the same organisation, and I think what Nico has done over the last 7-8 years is cement himself as a Hall of Famer, as a great. And I think when David Sanchez joined Guild, where they were both teammates together, there was a question of what is David Sanchez going to be able to add to this team. And what David Sanchez did was just a little bit of stability to him. They played together as teammates and they were outstanding. But this man that's walking to the stage right now has got one thing on his mind: to win a trophy and to get to an FC Pro World Championship where he looks to go better than he has before as a runner-up and win.
Yeah, he's been runner-up at a World Championship. If he gets to the top 4, he will book himself a spot in the eChampions League. He won the eChampions League back in 2022. Again, he obviously wants to, but he's got to go through D Sanchez, a man who actually idolises Nicholas FC. So it might be potentially an emotional one today.
And look, throughout today, I think other than Ethan, all the favourites have won. And that's no disrespect to any of the other players that we've seen today. Because Nico, 23 goals scored, and you're having 32% shots on target, and you convert 23 of those 32. He's so clinical.
It's really interesting to see the return to form for Nicholas FC as well, because it kind of looked like at the start of the season, maybe he'd lost a bit of that hunger for the win. We didn't get to see him in the FC Pro Open. He went out in the Swiss stage, but then seeing him on stage in San Sebastian a few weeks ago, I was like, this is the Nicholas that was promised. In a few weeks ago, I was like, this is the Nicholas that was promised.
As well, in Riyadh. So he then comes into the FC Pro season. He doesn't play well. He was one of the players that got an invite into the Swiss but didn't go through the global qualifier, and you're really thinking, what's to come? Where's Nico going to go? He's a player that's synonymous with finals, and he's not there. What he showed in San Sebastian was, I am there, and if I need to turn it on, I will.
Let's take a look at the draft that Nicholas is bringing. I believe this is actually pretty much unchanged in terms of his starting 11 from what we saw in San Sebastian. He's probably going to be playing the Acuna in the midfield and putting Bellingham back to his fullback. And Xabi Alonso, he's kept in his starting 11. I wonder if we're going to see a switcheroo from Marino at some point. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, what's the old phrase? You don't change a winning team. It showed well for him. You can see Araujo in at fullback as well. You're playing 3 centre-backs across the back 4. It probably means that Xabi Alonso, De Jong in that centre mid. If you want to then put Bellingham back there, you've got 4 units across the back 4. Xabi Alonso is incredible. I've got him on my own personal account as well, and I'm a big, big fan of him. The long ball pass with him, it's so accurate. It's so pinpoint. In the front 3, Stoichkov, a good pick, I would say. Probably an 8 out of 10. He's not an R9. He's not a Ronaldinho. Cruyff is that guy who's going to be the game changer for you. And we've already seen what Solov can do.
But this is really surprising to me. You mentioned R9. No R9. No R10. And this item, the Cruyff, is free. In terms of like team of the season items, he went for the Marino. That's 26k. He didn't even bother drafting Modric. He didn't get himself one of the arguably best icons in the game. He's just gone with what worked for him. And you know what? I think that's Nicholas. I think he's got the confidence to do that. But let's look at D Sanchez before we run out of time. Because I think this is probably going to be slightly more standard. I believe he's got Cruz starting in his midfield.
Yeah, I've learned to, just final thing on Nicholas, I've learned not to question him. Just let him do what he wants to do. Great performance there. The attacking area of the pitch, Dino, Cruyff, Stoichkov, Cruz, Bellingham, De Jong in the middle of the pitch. Solov's going to go up, similar to what we've seen so far. I would say probably the bog standard draft that we're seeing off the bench. Rafinha to be a game changer, and I really do like that fancy Griezmann as well.
You know what's really interesting? I think at the start of the competition I was like, we're probably not going to see Rafinha. I mean, he's a cheap date. He's a team of the season live item. He's got some good stats on him, but is he actually going to realistically be brought on? But actually he has in most of the matches we've seen on the stage so far, and he's been very impactful. Yeah, he's a game changer. A lot of pace, good skill moves, and he's a trifecta, a triple playstyle plus as well. So they're very limited. When you get him in there, he is a game changer. Kroos versus Modric, I think, is a discussion. He's opted for Toni Kroos. I mean, the big thing for me, he's got an offensive playstyle plus and a defensive playstyle plus. A lot of players either have one, but not the other. He's really, really in that sweet spot where he can play over the top and you trust him in the midfield area. And from corners, this is very important. Dead ball, it just gives you that little bit better trajectory, better pace, better delivery from set plays, and this game could come down to a corner, a free kick, a set play where you're aiming for Soloff. Can you remember how much this item is? It's expensive. I think in the draft process it was over 2 mil. Over 2 mil? Because I'm just wondering, could you have picked maybe a De Jong here, which is
it was expensive. It was very expensive.
But he's going to be worth it, you think?
I mean, I think more than the price, you've only got 3 Madrid spots. So to take him as a Madrid spot, Bellingham, Rudiger, Militao, Modric, it's a tough position. If you're backing Kroos, you know what he's going to do for you. Yeah, and I think he's going to do a lot today. But will it be enough to beat Nicholas FC? That's the question. And that question is going to be answered by our casters, Ryan Pessoa and Gravison.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm joined by Gravison. And of course, this game needs no introduction. Nicholas up against D Sanchez, 2 former teammates, 2 fantastic players in the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. Gravison, we've got a huge game in our hands.
Yeah, I think you know them pretty well because, I mean, you eliminated both of them when they were
my claim to fame, I'll take that. Yeah, last year, in the 2v2 World Championships. But I think for this one, Nicholas obviously coming in with the rich vein of form from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. However, Gravison, it could have been completely different. He only made it to that stage by finishing 3rd in the group stage in the regular season, coming through on goal difference. So things could have been completely different for Nicholas's trajectory this season. And for D Sanchez, he made himself known throughout the years as being a quick attacker. He's finished top 4 in this event in the past as well.
Yeah, if you remember back in 2022 and 2023 in the eChampions League, D Sanchez was, I mean, he was young because I think it was like 18, 19 years old. And he was this Spaniard which one of us knew. Obviously I knew him, but the rest of the commentators didn't know him. And he played really well, and he was almost this close to eliminating Umut in a decisive match, I remember.
Yeah.
But I do think this year he's not playing that well. I do think this year, I don't know if it's because of the new game, I don't know if it's because, I don't know, sometimes your trajectory as a professional FC player, you got your heights, your downs, but I don't think he's playing that well. But again, he has to prove it himself because he has a great chance playing this against Nico now. Let's see what he does, because I wanted to talk to you about this match. Sometimes we know this could be potentially big for him, he misses, but again, sometimes you respect your opponent too much.
Yes.
And this could potentially happen to D Sanchez, because D Sanchez used to respect Nico a lot. How do you approach this kind of match?
It's so difficult, right? The mindset going into it will be that you know you have to defeat one of the best players in the world, one of the best players we've potentially ever seen in order to reach the next stage of this competition so early on as well. So I think the pressure will be on, but especially because they've been teammates, they've practiced a lot of times behind closed doors. He's somebody that, as you mentioned, he admires heavily. The respect has to go out the window, I'll be completely honest. You have to just treat this game as any other one and make sure you try and start off as you mean to go on. He's whipped the ball in here. It's going to be just offside, though, from D Sanchez, of course. Kicking from right to left. Nicholas from left to right in the navy strip. Of course, Gravison as well. There was a showdown, SBC, in-game. For those people wondering at home, you get to see it on screen as well. Ocampos representing Sevilla and Nicholas. Of course, Robertone for Almeria. So the winner of this matchup will get a +2 for their selected item in-game. Nicholas pushes forward. Jude Bellingham taking the spot in at left back. Acuna dropping into midfield. Great dribbling in the box. Acuna, the man of the moment, couldn't find his way past Laurent Blanc in the box.
Another talking point could be Nico's team starting 11, because he hasn't changed anything.
Crazy.
Which could make sense, not changing anything because she just won the title.
Yeah.
But again, it's 4 weeks later, 21 days later, and you know we have some team of the season live items, we have another item. So, I mean, if it worked out for him, that's well enough. But I mean, not using Modric, for example, it's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Is Nicholas green times finish? Good save there from the keeper. But as you mentioned, I think maybe for Nicholas, his mindset going into it would just not try to fix something that's not broken in necessary. But I feel as if Modric, for me, or at least Rafinha, just having a team of the season live item off the bench alongside Marino could be a great option.
We can see now Mendy just passing the ball to De Jong, cross with a potential passing to Stoichkov, beautiful. I think that's offside. Yeah, Courtois saves it. And another talking point in this match is going to be Courtois, because we've not seen Courtois so much, because you can only use 3 Real Madrid items in your starting 11, and they're obviously going to be Bellingham for sure. It's going to be Militao as well, and you have another pick. That's a beautiful pass to Cruyff. Cruyff passes it to Stoichkov.
It's beautiful.
And that's some beautiful FC right there. Nico opens up the lead. 1-0. Easy FC and easy finish by Stoichkov.
Yep, it's a perfect start for Nicholas. The build-up was perfect, as you mentioned, and the extra pass just to guarantee the goal as well. And you mentioned about the 3 Real Madrid players. Of course, Nicholas opting for.
It's interesting to see Toni Kroos as one of them. Because you probably expect, I don't know, Modric, we were talking about him.
Mendy, Jude Bellingham, I think those are the 3 probably favourite ones. You could argue Militao as well, a lot of options.
But he's using Toni Kroos and Courtois.
Yep.
Which is, I don't know, surprising.
Do you know what, Gravison? I actually understand the goalkeeper selection a lot more, because I think as an Eagle, he's letting in a lot of goals that maybe you would expect a higher rated keeper to save. So I think I actually understand opting for the likes of Courtois.
That's a nice press by Stoichkov, and he has been doing that pretty much throughout the whole cup. I remember Stoichkov pressing against Nit, which worked out really fine against Xavi and the potential long ball pass. So Stoichkov is a nice, interesting pick by Nico. Nico passes the ball to retimed. That's weird coming in from Nico, but again, corner. This could be a huge goal for Nico. The second one, no, saved by Cruyff, and again, D Sanchez has to let that respect for Nico, because he's losing the game 1-0. So if you respect Nico too much, just to you for pretty much the whole game. That's what he's doing now. He's just losing the, passing it to Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho gets inside the box. Nice tackle by Militao. A corner for Almeria.
It's a big one. It's a good way to try and get a foothold in this game. Keeper manages to punch it out. It's still in possession for D Sanchez. Cruyff on the edge of the box here. Reverse Elastico tries to Travella, blocked again. Well, actually, correct me. It was a mistimed shot. Actually, Gravison's going out for a goal kick.
You were talking about Courtois and the goalkeeper selection. So let's just say you're playing in this competition. Would you be using Courtois?
I think I actually would, because I know how frustrated I would be with a goalkeeper in practice games. You're noticing some chances might just go in that you would expect the keeper to save. So I'd rather eliminate that factor as Nicholas tries to build up. There was a scoreline up there on the screen. There is another game going on between Flippercito for Getafe and also Chusita for Andorra. Chusita, somebody again that we'd associate to reach the latter stages of this tournament. Didn't perform very well in the cup a few weeks ago, so he's got a chance now to showcase his ability to the world.
Nice switch of play to Mendy, and that's a poor touch. Yeah, that's a poor touch, and this could be, I don't think he needed to run in that situation, maybe just keep control of the ball. And now D Sanchez has another chance to attack. Bellingham switches up the play to Sorlov. Knockdown coming into Stoichkov.
Great
this could be, and again Courtois, the main man.
Goalkeeper movement there caught D Sanchez off guard, mistimed as well. Whipped in, Sorlov isn't going to get there. Laurent Blanc is, and that is the goal back in the game for D Sanchez, straight from a corner. Nicholas couldn't do anything about that, expecting the cross to be whipped into the near post there, Gravison.
It's interesting because I know sometimes you can switch the player switching on those loose balls into manual. And I was confident about all of the players here using manual, but then again, D Sanchez crossed it to Sorlov and automatically changed it to Blanc.
Changed to the back. Yep, exactly. That's definitely fortunate in that situation. Very, very fortunate, but you have to take the luck when it comes your way, especially from a corner in FC 24. Nicholas his lead, taken it back now to a drawing position against his former teammate.
Now Araujo takes the ball, switches. Oh, nice press. That's probably the thing that Nico has been doing the best the whole tournament, in the whole La Liga participation. The press after position lost. Now Bellingham is switch. Yeah, he's passing it to Sorloth. It's nice to turn, but Laurent Blanc, probably the best center back in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, takes the ball back.
I think in those situations, the toughest part is when you have Sorloth, you know that the game style with him has to be to keep it in the air. You have to make sure the ball's off the ground, just for the little knockdowns or maybe winning it from a corner. When the ball's at his feet there in close proximity to a defender, it never usually results in success. As D Sanchez blocked again, corner.
And the pass coming in from Nico. This is probably the reason why Nico is one of the most successful players in FC history, because when he's losing the control of the game, when he's not playing as he should be playing, he pauses the game, talks with Ver, and looks for a way to change up the game.
It's something that a lot of players, it might seem very easy to do, to just think, all right, I'm going to pause it here and out. No matter what happens, if I feel as if I'm losing control of the game, I'll just pause it. However, it's actually very difficult. I struggled with that, Gravison. I don't know about you. I just wanted the game to carry on going, and one game that is carrying on right now is the game on stage B. 2-0 down.
Yeah, 2-0 for Chusita. I mean, great result for Andorra at the moment. Going back to the talking point we were talking about, it's really easy to pause the game when you concede a goal.
Yeah.
So let's just say you're not playing well, 1-1, you start to lose control of the game, you concede a goal, then you pause it.
Yep.
But Nico manages to pause the game when things are not working out well for him, which, I mean, you said it, you wouldn't be doing it.
Look at the space in behind here. Gundogan, his runners at the back post, is whipped in. It's going to be Cruyff, and it's going to be 3 for Chusita. That was a moment of madness there from Chusita. Tried to aggressively defend, especially with the second man press, and it just led to so many gaps there for Chusita to expose.
Chusita asking for some water to Carlos, his coach, because he needed some water to just refresh himself after that 3-0 goal. And now we're back to the main stage, to the main game. Almeria against Sevilla, Nicolas against D Sanchez, and again Robertone against Ocampos as the SBC showdown.
Extremely direct.
Yeah, he's running with De Jong. Possible cross into Sorloth. No, he goes for the Trivela. Interesting.
Missed time though, but if that was time green and on target, you never know what could have happened from that situation. Nicolas from a corner. We've seen him in the past. Always managed to manufacture something here. Sorloth has been the player selected.
That's going to be second post. Yeah, it is.
Great ball.
So it was just the change between chipping it and outside of the foot. And I mean, he didn't.
Sorloth is going to win that.
I think so, yeah. But now Blanc wins it back. And if I'm honest, and no disrespect to D Sanchez, I didn't expect this game to be this equal.
Yeah.
Sanchez passing it to Mendy, control the game. De Jong passes it back to Mendy. And this could be potentially the last kick of the first half. Now D Sanchez is going to take his time. Mendy controls the ball. De Jong cross again. We have to remember the potential cross is coming into Sorloth. It is knocked down. Oh!
You'd expect that to be flicked behind there for D Sanchez. It's going to be the last moments of the first half. I don't think there's going to be enough time unless Nicolas manages to get forward here.
No, this is going to be it. And this is going to be the end of the first half.
It's very risky trying to head it back to the goalkeeper. I think we could have just let it go out for a throw-on. But as we said, we go into half-time. 1 goal apiece between Nicolas and D Sanchez.
And as we can see, D Sanchez is just calming himself. I mean, if we look at the stats, I do think he has played better the first half. Nico had that brilliant start of the first game. But jumping into the second stage, you can see Andorra is winning 3-0. And it looks like Chusita is controlling the game pretty much.
Getting somebody that performed below expectation in the the cup form. He's done what he needs to do to reach this stage, and he's showing now why he needs to be considered as one of the favourites. But Flippercito, there's still time to get back into this game. We saw with Neat and Zumaquero earlier on, a 3-goal lead isn't safe in a 9-minute half game. There's still a long way to go.
For sure. I mean, it's just 9 minutes.
Yep.
9 minutes is a lot of time in real time. Minutage, we mean. I mean, if for example, if he scored a goal, this chance, it's just
be game on.
Play. Yeah, game on.
Good step. It was a great step there from Chusita with Laurent Blanc. Last attack of the half. 1 minute added on. Looks as if it's going to fall away for Chusita. I think a fourth goal here would certainly be a crushing blow for Flippercito's great build-up play from Chusita. Going to find a way into the box, and that is half-time in our Stage B game.
This is going to be it. Now the game is resuming on the main stage as well. We can see the people hyping themselves up. I don't know about you, but I can hear the smell of popcorn from the crowd. So if anyone from the crowd is hearing us, bring that popcorn over to us. D Sanchez is building up the play from cross. It seems like all of D Sanchez's attack start from cross.
Yeah.
The passing with the switch up of play, everything.
Great step over. Good direct play from D Sanchez. Going to be a shot.
Penalty?
No.
What do you think?
It's a tricky one. I wonder if Nicholas actually made a tackle there, if he just ran into him, but keeper does enough. Again, missed time though. It's been a common theme in this game, not timing or green timing your shots in front of goal.
For me, that was a penalty. That was a penalty because I know Nico likes to tackle. I mean, he has like 40, 50 tackles per game.
Yeah.
For sure, that was a tackle. That should have been a penalty.
And here it is, straight down the other end. Nicholas. Good save there from D Sanchez. Going to be a corner. Or can Nicholas whip up here? Last time he used Sorloth as the decoy to the near post, but ended up going to the back post. It's gone towards the middle. He's going to... Almost, when the defender does enough there just to intercept that cross.
And now D Sanchez is comfortably passing it to Bellingham. Team of the year Bellingham is going to just run back because Acuna was pressing well enough. Now, that's a cool build-up.
That's a free kick.
Yeah.
Gravison, talk to me. As the clock ticks on in this game, who do you think this game sort of favours as the time goes on? We always associate Nicholas as the Iceman, but would he have any sort of nerves? Maybe the nerves sort of are amplified when you play against a former teammate, especially thinking that you want to win this game. You want to show that you're the better player, and D Sanchez is holding his own here. To step over into space.
What
and a crucial slide tackle from Nicholas.
I do think it favours D Sanchez. Not because Nico... Not again.
Oh my goodness, that's
the same one.
It's a mistake. Sorloth plays it out to... I mean, Stoichkov plays it out to the edge of the box for some reason. Tony Kroos. A flick up to Sorloth. Stoichkov into Cruyff. Back to Stoichkov. Great defending there from Nicholas.
I do think it favours D Sanchez because getting into Nico's mind, I know he thinks of himself as a better FC player than D Sanchez.
Yeah.
So anytime the clock ticks on, he must be thinking, how am I drawing against a former teammate that I think I'm better than him?
Yeah.
And I do think every time the clock goes on, Nico's going to be more frustrated in a way.
There's Acuna into Sorloth in the box. Great controlled sprint. Couldn't find enough power there with Stoichkov to get the trajectory behind the ball to find the back of the net. D Sanchez with a switch of play that just about finds Jude Bellingham. Approaching the 60th minute now in this game.
Mendy switches up the play to Bellingham. This is something we've commentated a few times now. Cross with a beautiful pass into Mendy.
He's going to win it.
He is. Stoichkov doesn't lock. Is that a player lock coming into Cruyff? Back into Kroos. Pass it to Bellingham. He doesn't need to hurry because the space on the angle is going to be...
He tried it.
Nah. But again, it's really hard to play against someone as D Sanchez, the way he's building up the play, switching it up.
Yep, that's where Nicholas is trying to offside trap to catch D Sanchez off guard with a missing pass, but D Sanchez gives possession away. Acuna in possession for Nicholas. What do you think of the introduction, well I say introduction, the continuation of being selected in terms of Acuna for Nicolas's draft. He's someone that I personally wouldn't have chosen. Maybe on the bench, I think he's a great option, but
I had the pleasure to talk to Juanma, the secondary coach of Nico, and he told me Acuna is used because of the bullet pass.
Yeah.
And then Xabi Alonso is used because of the long ball pass, and De Jong is used because of the trivela.
Okay.
Which covers up everything.
And here we go in the box. Here's Cruyff on the 5-star weak foot.
And I guess that's the reason why there isn't Cruyff.
Yeah, that is the reason why Johan Cruyff will be selected in a lot of these squads here. The pass arrowed into Cruyff, takes a touch towards the area it came from and arrowed into the top corner.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about playstyles, the way Acuna bullet passed it into Cruyff, and then that first touch. I mean, if it goes into a direction in which you cannot defend, or you don't defend, it's going to be a tough situation for you, because, I mean, in my opinion, it's a 50-50 situation, that first touch inside the box.
You have to make it count. I think it makes it a lot easier if you take the touch towards where the ball came from. And I think obviously that helps with Acuna's ping pass plus play style, being able to arrow it into Johan Cruyff. But if I'm being honest, I feel as if that was sort of against the run of play. I felt like D Sanchez has had a fair few chances in this game, and especially in the second half, but he's just been mistiming it. And that's a common theme amongst both of these players so far.
And it's interesting because I do think a common on this La Liga FC, Spaniards pass the ball too much.
Yeah.
We look for, but D Sanchez isn't that kind of a player. I mean, he's more of a German player in which he always green times it.
Yeah.
He's really offensive.
Likes to switch the play.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see that he's mistiming the time finishing, because that doesn't look like D Sanchez at all.
Yeah. So here we go. D Sanchez will have to respond. Oh my goodness, that could have been a horrible mistake. Straight from kickoff. 3-2 in that game between Italia and Andorra. Chusita up against Flippercito. We mentioned it was 3-0 before. Spoke about comebacks earlier. You can't count players out. You never know what could happen. In our stage 2 result, the game is still continuing right now. There could be a huge, huge comeback on the horizon.
Oh. Nice long ball pass into Bellingham.
Bellingham up against Bellingham.
Yeah, but Sevilla's Bellingham win. Ball passes to Alonso, now into De Jong. Again,
It was lucky. Funaware Sorloth, he's taken a touch. Maybe he could have taken it the other way. De Jong still in the box for Nicolas. Alonso chipping it up to Sorloth. Johan Cruyff.
And this is where Nico likes to attack. On this side of the pitch, this side of the camera, because that's a nice press by Xabi Alonso. He passes it to Sorloth. A nice finish by Sorloth. Nice goal by Nico. It all came from the press after the possession from Xabi Alonso. He passed it into Sorloth, and again the 30k item with that beautiful finish, and it's 3-1 to Sevilla.
The main man in this competition, the player with 100% selection rate in the La Liga FC Pro Finals. Sorloth obviously used in the air predominantly, but on the floor there managed to take a touch, find it into the corner and give Nicolas the 2-goal advantage. I think even if he missed it, I think if it went wide, I think it was a penalty. I think he whacked him out afterwards.
Probably.
So irrespective of that, take a look at the stats slightly there. 3.3 expected goals in favour of Nicolas and Sevilla. 1.3 for Almeria. And now Almeria's had, or Nicolas D Sanchez has had 58% possession. He's had a fair share of it compared to Nicolas, which is quite uncommon, I would say.
I think this happened in the previous game as well between Dani Aguilar and Yago. Dani liked to keep the possession and kind of, when he attacked, he switched up the play like 3 or 4 times. And again, that can work, but if your opponent is really good with the counterattacks, as Yago and Nico were, it opens up a space for a counterattack, and I mean, not only a counterattack, but the press after possession loss. I think that was lacking from Yago, but from Nico, I mean, Xabi Alonso has been pressing up the whole pitch.
Yeah, it's been a common theme for Nicolas throughout his games, just to make sure that he presses high up, forcing his opponent into errors. And I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot more space for him to exploit as D Sanchez has to go forward. He has to make a few subs, which is why, Gravison, when we're going through some of the drafts, I feel as if having the likes of Griezmann, Rafinha's new Team of the Season live item, just having them off the bench to impact the game, I think is so important.
Yeah, for sure, because, I mean, as we just saw from D Sanchez, he has subbed on Mikel Merino.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Mikel Merino is physically monster. So, in those 50-50 situations, he'll probably win the ball. And, as you said, Rafinha, Mikel Merino, but again, Sorloth, the main man.
Here he is, reverse elastico, couldn't get through Nicholas's defense.
I think that reverse elastico is the third time he's done it. You know when you're playing foot champs at home and you don't know what to do and you just reverse elastico.
Muscle memory, here we go, reverse elastico, the banker, the one you always look for. But Nicholas has defended it extremely well, and now look at the spaces opening up. Wasn't able to find the feet of Johan Cruyff. A pause cued as well. 15 minutes left to play for D Sanchez to try and find a way back in this game.
But again, nice defense by Laurent Blanc. Now Nico has to kind of try to keep the ball. He passes it to Courtois. I think that was a creative run to Laurent Blanc to open up the space. And it's interesting because he's using Militao. He's using Laurent Blanc as well. And that's a nice way to try to take the ball to the strikers, but it worked out well. Now Cruyff passes it to Rafinha. Beautiful pass to Merino.
Wow.
3-2. All to play. Nice goal by D Sanchez. We were just talking about the substitutions being a really important theme in this FC Pro, LALIGA FC Pro Finals, And again, Mikel Merino, team of the season.
Yep, it's a big goal at a big moment. D Sanchez gets his way back in this game. There's also an update in our Stage 2 game. Of course, we saw Chusita 3 goals up. Chusita came back 3-2, and there was a goal, and it fell the way for Chusita. 4-2 now in that game, approaching the final whistle. In this game, we've got just over 10 minutes to play. D Sanchez knows that he will get a chance. I thought he will definitely get a chance here, Gravison. He just needs to be composed, be calm in possession, and make sure that he doesn't get punished when trying to rush forward on his attacks.
For me, as we saw a few weeks before, and you were there, in the German league we had the 4-4-1-1.
Yep.
In the French league we had a couple of players using the 4-2-3-1. I'm curious to see if D Sanchez is going to try to change the formation in the last minutes of the game, because I do think the LALIGA FC Pro we're using 4-3-2-1 every single time.
Yep.
But D Sanchez is one of those players who kind of likes to switch things around, so we might see a different formation this last 10 minutes. But again, all to play.
Yep, he's going to need something. He has to score to at least try and get this game into extra time for Almeria and for the owners of the Robertone SBC showdown in game.
Mikel Merino subbed in for Nicolas as well as a fullback, I think.
Yep. In at left back, I think. For me, I understand why he would be used. I'm surprised a lot less players have been using him at fullback. I think he's got all of the stature in game as well. Defensively, can offer a lot in the air.
Nice ball into Sorloth. He'll get inside the box. I mean,
tried it, like a cancel. Tried to get it through.
We know you love Sorloth, Nico, but maybe Akroketa was a bit too much in that situation. And now D Sanchez.
Look at the overlap, the overload on the right-hand side. Here we go. Jude Bellingham, he's triggered a run with Sorloth into the box there.
Ah, big mistake.
Now Nicholas can drive forward.
Especially with the technical plus. I mean, yeah, as we saw, that's a beautiful pass into Sorloth. And it could be the nail in the coffin. Player lock, cancels it, and Araujo wins it back. Now, this is interesting because we have 5 minutes left, plus added time. And Nico has been scoring a lot of corners. But do you take it direct?
Oh, because if you take it direct, you obviously have to factor in a counter-attack could easily happen, especially if your opponent just catches the ball with his goalkeeper. I would still take it direct, I'll be honest.
I think so.
I think I'm taking it direct. 5 minutes is still a long time to try and keep possession and see out a game in a 9-minute half. If it was maybe 3 minutes, I'll play it short, just recycle possession, play it around the back and wait for D Sanchez to go forward.
For me, the main thing is even if you take it short, the constant press is going to come in,
and
you're probably going to lose the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Either way, so I mean, I agree with you. I will go for a direct corner. and pray for Sorloth.
Yeah, that's the person he needs. Nicholas right now, 5 minutes left to go. He's up 3-2. He is going to play it short, it looks like. Yep, he's gone back to Sorloth.
I mean, it's Nicolas and we are Ryan and Gravesen, so
yeah, exactly.
We're not going to say anything. Merino passes it to Cruyff. Cruyff passes it back to Merino. Merino is just comfortably controlling the ball. Griezmann is dribbling. But again, he's trapped by Bellingham.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue of playing it short there. Now, D Sanchez can push forward. Ronaldinho in possession. Ferland-Mendy with the pace. Another switch of play here from D Sanchez. Jude Bellingham. That's a try and go forward. There's not a lot of space. Sorloth is going to win it in the air. Oh, Rauho challenge. Oh my goodness, risky play. Playing it back to the goalkeeper from Nicholas there. Chips it out. De Jong manages to win it.
Merino against Xavi. No, Sorloth.
The press is extreme from D Sanchez. Tries to play across goalkeeper. I think if he shot there, I don't know what happened.
I think from Rafinha that was a shot.
Yeah,
that should have been a shot.
If he shot there, green timed across goal. I think it finds the back of the net.
Yeah, he was looking for a pass into the other striker. It wasn't precise enough, and now Nico just has to pass it back.
Just wait for the clock to tick down. The moment it gets past 92 minutes, it's going to be game done. Nicholas will advance into the top 8 of the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. It's been a valiant effort from D Sanchez. He's done extremely well to put the pressure on Nicholas 99, the winner of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup a few weeks ago, advances into the next stage.
And that was nearly a great goal by De Jong with Truella. But again, Nicholas is the winner of this match. 3-2 result against D Sanchez, Almeria. And we have to remind people at home, Lucas Ocampos, owners,
+2.
You should be happy. 91 rated Ocampos arriving shortly at your house. You can see, I think Nico is not happy at all with the way he played.
Yeah.
But that's Nico in a way. I mean, you don't play good, maybe you lose control of the momentum of the match a few times, but again, if you look at expected goals and the result of the game.
Yeah, the stats favour Sevilla and Nicholas in this situation, but I don't believe that was a vintage Nicholas performance. No. I thought he was relatively... I think there were ways for D Sanchez to get back into this game, and I think for D Sanchez maybe he'll be a little bit upset in the fact he didn't take most of those opportunities when they came his way.
I think I agree with you, because if we're talking about vintage Nicholas, I mean, of course he would win games by 1 goal, 2 goals, but it felt like his opponent didn't have a chance of actually scoring the goal.
D Sanchez had more than a chance in this game to get back into it. It's 1-1 at half time. It felt as if the next goal would, of course, take the swing of the game, but I think Nicholas done extremely well to sort of get to grips, especially in the last 20-25 minutes after scoring. So, yeah, deservedly through to the next round.
And again, that Rafinha chance, that should have been a shot.
Do you know what it is, right? When I'm at home, we're both at home, and I step over with that much directness, I know I'm going to shoot across goal when I'm that close, especially just inside or just on the edge of the box. In that angle, I'm shooting across goal, green time. Whether the keeper saves it or not, at least at the worst case, I get a corner from it. But he tried to opt for the pass and it just didn't work out.
I mean, I don't know. I guess sometimes inside of the box, we have to remind people at home, those were teammates. Those players were teammates for a whole year.
You second guess yourself. Because you've had those situations where maybe he's read you and he's moved the keeper beforehand. So in your head, you're thinking, all right, I won't go for the shot. I'll go for something different. Maybe he won't read it. But Nicholas done just enough there to stop that attack.
I mean, I thought that was a shot. I thought that was, if that was a green time shot, that was D Sanchez equalizing the game.
Yeah, but Nicholas advances, of course, into the top 8 as it stands. The top 4 guarantees you a spot at the eChampions League. Top 2, so the finalists in this competition will get a ticket to the World Championship. And I know you're good friends with Nicholas, who will definitely be having his eye on that.
Yeah. And we have to jump over to the set 2 because, as we know, Andorra is playing Getafe at the moment. And Chusita is leading the game 3-2. Filibercito is trying to get back to be alive in the competition, to be alive in this year LALIGA FC Pro Finals. But the constant press doesn't come on, which is interesting because it's just 10 minutes left. And if he's not present, he's going to be out of the competition. But then again, Cruyff. Potential passing to Mendy. Mendy into Sorloth. That's a poor touch by Sorloth, but again, pause, take it in, and now Flippercito has a chance for a corner and a potential goal.
Yeah, the nerves will be kicking in for Chusita, of course. When you're up 3-0 in a game, it's very easy to sort of just foreshadow what's going to happen. For me personally, I've had these situations for and against me where I'm up by 3 or I'm down by 3, and I either come back or lose or whatever. But in my mind, I'm already thinking about the next game or the feeling of potentially losing. Whereas now you're 3-0 up, your opponent's brought it back so close, and now Flippercito, if he gets a goal here, the pressure will definitely be on Chusita.
I definitely know what you mean, because in the Portuguese Liga just 2 weeks ago it happened to me. I was leading a game 3-0.
It's on his head.
I was leading a game 3-0, and I started thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about who's next. Who am I speaking to next? Who am I playing against next for my potential opposition in this tournament?
And obviously, I drew 3-3.
Yeah, it's painful. It is painful.
It is. Now Andorra has a chance for a counter-attack. Modric passes it to Sorloth. But again, I don't think you should be passing the ball too much when you're playing against constant pressure. I think you should be just controlling it, pretty much. Now Mendy has a chance for a counter-attack. He might pass it back to Sorloth.
Oh my God, a crucial
what a mistake.
error. Sorloth in the box, running towards the byline, playing it back to Mendy.
Stop running, Flippercito, come on. Sorloth controls the ball, but it's not enough. I do think in those situations, maybe just control the ball and don't sprint in R2, because you lose the control of the ball now.
5 minutes left to go. You can see the amount of space opening up here for Chusita to try and attack into. He can play it into Jude Bellingham, or he's just going to try and turn back and keep possession for the final whistle, or try and get as close as possible to the final whistle, which he hasn't successfully done there.
I mean, he's lost possession 3 times in a row now, in which the match could have been ended, if we're honest. But now Modric, that's a poor pass into the striker. Now Cruyff is going to seal the deal. He's running into the corner. He doesn't need to score, really. And again, he loses the ball again. And now another chance for Flippercito to attack, but he has to score. I mean, he has to score in this attack, because if he doesn't, he's not going to have much. Mendy crosses into Ronaldinho.
Defensive header, and
that's
game over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Valiant effort from Flippercito to try and get back into the game. It was 3-0 down early on in the first half, and Chusita was looking to run away with it, because we joined this game at 4-2, and for Flippercito and Getafe, it looks as if it's going to be the end of the road, the end of their journey in the La Liga FC Pro season. But for Chusita, advances into the next round. Top 8 will be up against Nicholas, which is a huge, huge game.
It's unfortunate for Flippercito, because it's the 2nd year in a row he's been kicked out in the round of 16. But again, we know Chusita is one of the best Spanish players, we could say, in the last few years.
Yep.
Now he has a great chance of proving himself in the big stage, because I'm confident to say Chusita's best result in the La Liga FC Pro Finals has been top 10, 12.
Okay.
And now he has a chance to not only prove himself as a top 4 result, the Champions League and everything, but against Nicholas as well.
Exactly, it's a big, big game, Gravison.
Yeah, and now we have our beautiful Frankie Ward with Nicholas. So, Nicholas, talk to us. What happened? Frankie, please ask him.
I was taken aback by the compliment. Thank you so much, Gravison. Nicholas, that match was very end-to-end, and it's fair to say we were not expecting that, because normally we see a Nicholas who is very in control and in possession. What happened?
Yeah, I think the game happened. You know, the meta of the game is obviously right now is headers, but also change to left back, to right back, switch every time. I think David did like 51 passes like glove, and I did like 15. So I think he was abusing a lot, and was a bit hard to try to do my pressure, you know. The beginning was so easy, but then he started and do it, and again it was so boring. But I think the game was the problem, because I think I played better.
Do you not think your draft was the problem?
No. I'm really confident with my team. I changed the bench because what is mandatory to use new thoughts.
So you needed the Merino team of the season.
Exactly. But if not, I think I didn't change anything. I really believe on my team, and I think it's really good.
I'm interested in the fact that you drafted Merino and not Modric.
I think we have a restriction with three maximum of any team, and I have 3 of the Real Madrid.
That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I prefer Courtois instead of Modric.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You're one of the only people keeping the goal Courtois in the goal. A lot of people going for Gazzaniga just to open up that Real Madrid
spot.
spot.
He's really good. I mean, with the corners or for the, animation and that stuff, he's really, really good. And I am, with Yao, we are the only ones who using it.
Yeah, Yao's copying you told me.
Yeah, a little bit. In Acuna or Courtois, he's copying me, but yeah, I think any team is different, and I'm using my players because of this or this, and yeah, he has his own reasons.
Well, I have to let you go and get ready for your quarterfinal. But Nicholas, before I go, are we going to have an Argentinian champion yet again in the LALIGA FC Pro?
Yeah, hopefully. Like my dream right now is obviously qualify at the beginning. Obviously, I am step by step. But I prefer to qualify first ECL and then World Championship, and it's like a dream, so I prefer to do it with Iago, the final.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. Congratulations, thank you so much, Nicholas.
Thank you.
I'm going to head over here, though, and rudely leave Nicholas standing on his own. It feels very bizarre to do that to an incredibly skilled player, but we've got to take a look at the highlight from this game, Richard Buckley.
Yeah, we certainly do. It was Nico going 1-0 up, and I think what you're hearing about him there with his draft, we sort of alluded to beforehand in the preview that you just trust him. He trusts his players, and we trust his judgment. He might be missing a Ronaldinho, he might be missing an R9, but he still scores goals. That was an equaliser from D Sanchez, whipped in. Laurent Blanc rising high, not a lot of goalkeeper movement, but this goal right here from Acuna, I think the desk talked about it as well. That pinged pass from Acuna, just splitting the defence really quick, opening up the chance. This was slightly fortunate how it fell to him on the edge of the box, but again, a lovely pass from Xabi Alonso, opening up the space for Soloff. Got a little bit nervy going into the last 10 minutes because David Sanchez did get a goal back, but Nico just rounding out a really good performance.
And that's the thing about Sanchez as well. We've got to give him credit because he played well.
He did. I think we were watching it backstage, and sort of the vibe was Nico's not really playing well. And I think I said a lot of players come out of the game against Nicolas and go, I've actually played quite well and I've lost. Like, the way that he just operates, he'll very rarely, I mean, we saw it against Neat in the Cup, 8-1, but he very rarely blows people out the water. It's a very methodical approach to his gameplay.
Let's take a look at the player of the match. I'm interested to see what the team chose. Talk me through.
Yeah, short corner, a good win from Xabi Alonso high up the pitch. He won the ball back and he was the assist maker into Soloff. One touch, out of his feet, and a left-footed strike across the goalkeeper. And that really was the dagger, the third goal. Separation in this matchup, and it's setting 3-1 up with, 12 minutes left to play, I think. It was just too little too late for David Sanchez.
What's really interesting, though, from this weekend so far is actually we're not seeing that many clean, beautiful goals. We're seeing quite a lot of scrappy moments.
Yeah, we are. I think nerves play a massive factor. In the Cup, yes, there was a lot riding on it for players to qualify for the finals, but once players had qualified, it was just a cash tourney at the end of it. It was a big cash cup, it was the trophy. For this, it's a season-defining win. If you lose on that stage, now, in the next round, your season's over. You don't have an FC Pro World Championships, you don't have any Champions League, so I think you are just seeing a little bit of nerves, a little bit of tension, which does sort of usually mean goals are a little bit scrappier, people jamming buttons and seeing that the opportunities are coming sort of less. This was the game on the other stage, and I thought that Chusita was going to run away sort of 4-5-0, but it didn't happen that way, really.
It looked really clean for Chusita at the start. Flipacito, though, managing to pull a couple of goals back. If there's anything I've learned about Flipacito, it's that he never gives up, and he likes being the villain.
Yeah, he does. He got the crowd going, or maybe started antagonising the crowd. That was the first goal he scored. One very shortly afterwards, just he saw at the back post, peel off his man, a lovely cross from Ronaldinho. When that goal went in, I really thought that he was going to find a way back into the game, but who else would it be? Soloff with the dagger, and Chusita with that reaction, sending him into a quarterfinal.
You know what? I'm really excited to see more from Chusita because his dream of winning the cup was ended early by Nacho, Abella and San Sebastian, but now he has got a shot at the big prize. But he is going to have to go through Nicholas FC, Richard Buckley.
Yeah, he does. I mean, that bracket, it's unbelievable, really. The game that you can just start to see behind us, the players making their way to the stage, is going to be a cracker of a match, I've got to say. I know you're going to preview this game. I don't know if I'm going to be here, actually, but Yago backstage, I've never seen a more focused man in my life. He got a bottle of water, and to make sure that he didn't injure his hands before a big game, passed it to the coach. The coach opened the water for him. He came back, and now he's locked in on the stage, and I've not seen him blink in about 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, his hands are strictly focused on bouncing a tennis ball around.
They are.
That's the warm-up. I've never known a pro player in any sport to bounce a tennis ball around, but it's clearly working for him, so let's see if he can keep those hands steady against Neat after this break. See you in a few. Grand Final, coming to you live from the Stagefront Stadium in Barcelona. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm joined again by Richard Buckley to talk about the first quarterfinal we get to witness as part of this year's competition, and I am incredibly excited, Richard Buckley.
It's just a continuation before the break, really. Yago into a quarter-final. We're going to be watching Real Betis versus Real Valladolid. And the other match that's taking place on this side stage, I believe, we're going to be looking at Nicolas and Chusita, which is a massive game as well. Cadiz, and a big performance from Cataneri as well, knocking out Ethan Higgins. And then Oviedo and Girona. I forgot that Tuga are even here.
Yeah.
I saw him about 3 hours ago winning his game, but you can't forget about Tuga because he is a serial winner and a big opposition coming his way.
Yeah, you can see highlights from earlier's match there. This is Real Oviedo versus Real Sociedad. So basically, Nacho Abella versus Zidane 10, and that was an incredibly close match to kick things off, Richard.
It was first game of the day. It went to extra time, and it was sort of the start of extra time, really, wasn't it? A couple of games in a row that went all the way. That was Tuga with a masterclass performance. This is 3-0 up, getting a fourth right there, and it was just one-way traffic for the man from Girona. Represented Atletico Madrid last season and lifted a trophy at the Cup. I find it just fascinating how much impact Soloff has had on teams, because he's in every single team, he's at the heart of every single attack, he's scoring goals, he's getting assists, and you play so much around him. We don't have to see that goal ever again. That was a terrible goal.
Oh, gosh.
But he's just so influential. We've seen a lot of the different leagues, one player, especially an aerial plus player, sort of changing the game. But I think he very well could be the most dominant player in these teams.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any goalkeeper mistakes from Neat this time round. I mean, you'd like to see them quite clearly, but Neat is taking to the stage. He's put the errors behind him. He managed to cinch his place in the quarterfinals, and now he's got quite a lot of faces in the crowd on his side as he takes this space. But he did actually exit at this point in the competition last year, Richard.
He did. He exited to a very familiar foe in Real Betis. It was an Argentine. It wasn't Yago. It was Matias Bonano. It's another Argentine that stands in his way this time around. And you just see at the bottom of the shirt, forever green. It would be a green party if they were to knock out Valladolid. And for the rest of the tournament, I said it earlier when Neat was struggling in the round of 16. And we've got a chance to really go on and win this. That's his stats from earlier on today. It wasn't convincing in the slightest.
Do you think then that this competition has been blown wide open by that performance, or is this just typical Neat? Slow first game and then smashes as it goes through the bracket.
If he plays the same as what he did in the round of 16, he loses.
Yeah, especially against Yago.
Absolutely, because he was poor. And I said it on commentary, I'll say it again. He won the game, but his opponent lost the game. It wasn't Neat playing well. His opponent played poorly after going 3 goals up, and that was the reason that Neat, in the end, got that winner in extra time and went through. Yago won't give him any gimmies in this tournament. He's not the flashiest of players, but he is very, very consistent. He will usually give you an 8 out of 10 performance.
And he's had so much practice now with Nicolas. I was having a chat to Nicolas before we did our interview earlier, and he was talking to me about what they've been working on together. He also does claim that his draft has been copied by Yago. They've been inspiring each other, so we'll have a look at that inspiration in a moment. But I'm interested to see if Neat's draft is going to bolster him today. I mean, the fact that this is a player who's not known for his defence, he's known for his attack, and you can see that this attack plays into exactly what he wants to do, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, the baffling thing about this draft is 18 chemistry. I feel as though if we set it up in a different way...
We did look at that, didn't we, before we started the show, and we were just like, okay, he's drafted in the formation 4-3-3, and usually if someone drafts in that formation, it's because of chemistry.
Yeah,
he hasn't got chemistry.
If you just set this up very slightly differently, you'd get a lot more chemistry, because you'd get the points for Soloff. He can't play left wing, but centre forward. Ronaldinho as well. Cruyff you should forget about him, because he's not played centre mid. But it's very standard. It's very attacking, I would say. It is the one thing. But for me, the players on the pitch can only do so much. If Neat plays well and plays to his potential, he wins this game.
Yeah.
If he plays poorly, I think Iago cruises through.
Well, let's take a look at Iago's draft while we can. We'll see a little bit of influence, the Acuna that was inspired by Nicholas FC after that performance in San Sebastian. So hopefully we can take a look at it in just a moment. The more I look at Neat's draft, the more my mind goes...
Just so many questions.
Higgledy-piggledy, we'll call that one. That's such a mum term, isn't it? But this one's very clear. I mean, I'd love to get your take on the Zambrotta.
I just think he's a safe pair of hands more than anything. I think right back, obviously, it is always probably going to be Jude Bellingham if you want to swap things around and you put him in back there. This starts on full chemistry instead of starting Jude at right back and then swapping mid-game and changing everything around. Acuna will probably go in there as well. I think you're probably looking at these two going into right back and left back, and then Zambrotta and Acuna going into midfield. It just goes to show the strength of the fullbacks more than anything, that someone like Acuna, Roberto Carlos, who I personally drafted in my team, they can play different positions. You can play Roberto Carlos as a defensive centre mid, an attacking centre mid, a left back. You can even throw him up front if you wanted to. But it's going to be a great game. The drafts will do so much, but those two players on the stage, they will give absolutely everything for a spot of the eChampions League.
Interesting, we haven't seen Roberto Carlos drafted. We haven't seen the Galazza Cafu that we saw so much in San Sebastian either.
Yeah, some of us see it, some of us don't.
I see it, Richard Buckley.
I see it.
I see you. I appreciate you. We're going to head, though, over to our casters right now to kick off this first quarterfinal. It's Ryan Pessoa and it's Brandon Smith.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Richard. Yeah, this is it now, Ryan, isn't it? Because eChampions League spots are now on the line from 16 down to our final 8, and there's a few shocks on the way through as well.
Yeah, I would say, to name a few anyway, I think Ethan losing against Ranarista would, for me personally, be named as a shock, but I think in this game, Iago up against Nee. Whoever loses, I wouldn't necessarily call it a shock either way.
I think you could argue maybe I expected a bit more from Daniel Aguilar in that game against Iago. I know Iago came out and was able to get the result in the end, but look, this is where we are now. Final 8, I do believe that Nicholas is in action in the stage that is directly behind us on the halfway line at this football stadium. Both of those games, whoever wins it will get an eChampions League ticket. It's as simple as that. Yep. You win again, you'll be going to the FC Pro World Championships. This is the biggest games, I keep saying it, but this really is the biggest game of the season for a lot of these players.
Yeah, this is where the pressure sort of ramps up, and of course it amplifies in the sense that you know you're in touching this moment. Played items by position. Of course, we spoke about sort of guaranteed in the squads. I think in this situation, in at left back, 28% is a bit confusing, despite being in most squads, of course.
Yeah, but this is I believe by this competition. I think a few of those stats you are right to say that are maybe slightly different. You'd expect obviously 100% on Araujo because he has been the most picked player, in all honesty. Of course, you can argue that as well with Sorloth. Quarterfinals are here, so we thought, you know what? Let's get someone else on the casting booth. Richard Buckley.
Let's spice it up a little bit, shall we? Hello, chaps.
How you doing? Didn't want to miss this one.
Big game. It's a massive game. I actually think I'm going to go out on a limb. I think Iago's the favourite.
Why did I knew you were going to say that. Is that based on what we saw
earlier?
Okay, fair enough. That's a fair statement. That's fair.
I can't agree. How is he the favourite?
From what we saw,
from what we
really
saw,
poor. He was 3-0 down and still won the game.
But it was.
Zumaquero gave him it. He said, "You have a quarter-final."
I actually agree with Rich. I actually agree with him. I feel as if he goes 3-0 down against Iago, it's done. The game's over. You don't go 3-0 down against.
It's not even a contest.
Yeah, agreed. I think he's not somebody you want to give any sort of confidence to in these important moments. We know the passion from Iago. The celebrations will come out. Whether he scores in 20 seconds or in 20 minutes, he's going to be celebrating regardless. And needs to start off better than he did in that first game, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. In case you missed it earlier today, Neat of Real Valladolid went 3-0 down in under 30 in-game minutes. It was a real shock. And at one point, we thought the two-time Spanish champion was going to be eliminated from the competition. He'll be kicking from left to right with his first real chance of the game. It hasn't taken him long, or did it? It was Courtois in the way. It still is. Alive, he can scoop, turn and ball roll his way out of danger. He's one of the best mechanical players in the final third. He's so flary and so often full of skill moves and trickery. Mentally does get stopped.
You're taking it back for it. I see the look in your eyes.
I'm not taking anything back. Okay. What I love is the description of Nate it's a Brandon Smith bingo, flary. Every time he plays,
mechanically gifted.
He's a flary player. But I agree.
I think he's one of the only people I will say that about. Maybe Tex as well in the same breath.
Big goal early in the game there as well.
Well. It's not Nicholas that's in action on this one. It is Tuga against Nacho Abella, and there's been a goal in that one. It's Real Valladolid that lead by a goal to 0 in that one. You're right to say, Richard, we haven't seen Tuga at all because he's been on the B stage the whole time he's been here in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals.
He has been on the B stream. He's been on stage 2. Has Tuga and Girona doing his business.
All neat. Start the better of the two here. We saw Iago say in his interview earlier today that just scoring that first goal allowed him to feel a lot more comfortable.
Good defending.
In the game. Is Ferland Mendy a player that comes into your team, Ryan Pessoa?
Absolutely. I feel as if just the pace alone is a necessity just to try and nullify a lot of attackers. Can play either side, right or left back. Neat on the attack again.
Fancies a shot from distance.
Oh! Wow.
He's travelled it into the back of the net somehow. And it has gone in.
November 2023. Hello, Travella. And you can already tell, I don't know if it's neat necessarily just having that first game that he needed to get accustomed to playing here, or he plays up to his opposition and he knows that he has to switch on and he has to get going from the very start.
Yep.
Well, his opening 14 minutes, he's been outstanding.
Should be 2-0 up.
You don't want to go to another quarter-final exit as well in the LALIGA FC Pro.
Well, this is the scenario over in this game now. As we said, 80 minutes on the clock here, and it's Nacho Abella leading Tuga by a goal to 0. I'll be able to see an all-important equaliser. It's Laurent Blanc again there, Ryan, who, for me, I feel like he's been the standout defender today.
Yep, I think really anticipate the area as well. What a ball over the top. Nacho's in a goal. He's onside.
He's onside. The keeper's come offline. Cuts it back inside. Oh, he saved it.
How do you mess that
Gazaniga, the 84 rated team of the week goalkeeper, does enough to stop Tuga going 2-0 down in 20 minutes.
That is...
I've seen 2 of those today. I've seen 2 gimmies.
I don't understand that, even the pot, but to take it that, it was just rash. I don't understand
why he's hit it first time. Take a touch.
It's an open goal almost after you take the touch. That is, yeah. That could prove to be a huge mistake. Still a long way to go in this game, though, of course. Nacho Abella, though, is somebody that, I'll be honest, I put my hands up. I haven't given him enough respect. I think he deserves... You have.
What a player.
He's a great player. I think offensively as well, he can score a lot of goals, creates a lot of chances in obscure ways, I would say, and that is a key example of it right there.
I was actually doing a bit of exploring of the Stagefront Stadium, and I was walking up to our green room, which is in one of the boxes here at the beautiful stadium, and I walked past him.
Yeah.
I went, Nacho, bang, handshake, fist bump. How are you feeling? He went, I feel good, I won. I know I saw. And then he said, quarter-final. I went, Tuga, what we're feeling like? He went, it's mine. Semi-final here.
I like that. I like the confidence.
At one point in that conversation, I thought, there's a lot of broken English going on in that conversation. You won your game. Yeah, I won my game. Well, back to this one now, where, as we know, there has been a breakthrough. And it's neat of Real Valladolid that leads by a goal to 0. It's how Iago is able to respond to this one now. Right to say, Richard Buckley, obviously Real Betis were champions last year with Matías Bonano, who was in the crowd watching on.
I can just see him about 8 rows back from the stage, flanked with Edu.
As we know about Matías Bonano, and obviously Edu, they won this tournament last year, but more importantly this year they've already done enough to book a spot in the World Championships and the eChampions League. One of these two players will also be at that eChampions League next month as well.
Chance.
Tony Cruz. This is Iago.
Great
just
ball.
lofts it into the air, into Sorloff, and it's Gazaniga that this time is able just to parry it away and allow
need to calm down.
I'm going to talk skill gap, which is a very touchy subject, Ryan.
Yep, go on.
Now, the aerial plus is a thing, right? It's not going anywhere. The players have to start greening those headers.
Yes. But the thing is, I don't think you have to in order to score, but I think to
we have to get better at aiming
the aiming part, I think, is the more difficult thing, where I don't think it's necessary to aim directly to the corner, because those moments where in a do-or-die situation, you aim it a little bit too far, it goes to the wrong side of the post. If you can angle it slightly from the middle of the goal, and if you green it and it's on target, for me, it's most likely going to result in a goal.
Goal back in that game, you can see there. Tuga has got one back for Girona. As Neat looks to come on the attack for a second here with that Galazzo Cruyff, who is one of the in-game items that you were allowed to pick for free. As part of the squad restrictions. Is Bellingham offsides? Yep. Yes, he is. Let's go over to the other game if we can quickly. Because there has been a goal back in it for Tuga. We'll give you the lowdown as soon as we can as Iago looks to find his equaliser. Wait for Sorloth to try and get into the boxes. Bellingham on Bellingham, gives away a corner. This is where we can try and see Iago get a gift to come back into the game. There's Sorloth in the air, and it's parried over the bar again. Expect the exact same scenario. There he is. Sorloth, another header, another save from Gazzaniga.
Look at Neat's face. Every time the ball's in the air, it's a grimace on his face.
Another one? Yep. Third time lucky.
It's been coming. They were taking the corners too quickly for Neat to react.
Yep.
And it's great attacking play. We commentated Neat's game earlier.
Yep.
And we said he's not worked on his corners. You can tell that because he was playing them short. He wasn't really. I would say there's probably about, right now in the pro scene, a 50% conversion rate on corners.
Yep, and I also, when I spoke about Zumaquero earlier on, had like 5 or 6 corners in that half to restore the lead. Again, just takes a bit too long. Iago didn't give time for Neat to try and move the goalkeeper, respond defensively and capitalise. It was only a matter of time before one of those 3 corners would find the back of the net with Sorloth.
It's a shame to say as well, Ryan, but there's going to be matches and there's going to be moments, especially right now in this meta, corners will decide games.
Yep. But it's something that you have to work on, and albeit it is a difficult one, it's a touchy subject with how effective corners are, but I feel as if it's in the game, it's something that is effective. You have to maximise your opportunity when it falls your way.
Absolutely, as Iago did there on the third time of asking, who now looks like a different breed of player going forward after scoring that equaliser. Arajo. This is Iago still. He's been hugging on to possession. It still falls back.
This sounds like a crazy statement. But I think if you're Iago at half-time, you identify where are you definitely better than your opponent. And it's in set plays.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be, if I was a Betis fan, a Iago fan, I wouldn't be too angry if he started taking a few long shots, a few finesse shots. Play for a few corners.
I mean, especially if Gazzaniga in goal as well.
Great ball.
Might be a few parries. Here's Ronaldinho. Ball roll inside. He went for that cheeky little sort of toe poke past the goalkeeper.
Play on a set play.
Play for a corner.
Is this coach in a tracksuit? Is it Tony Pulis? Because
I was going to say, is it Stoke or Real Betis? Where's Rory Delap? Here's Bellingham.
Great
with the last kick of the half. One more pass. There's Sorloth.
Wow.
Then Iago. He's off his feet as he leads Neat by 2-1.
Keeper movement. Move the keeper right there again. Rich, we're going to talk about the keeper selection. The most selected goalkeeper, because he's from a club that doesn't take up a lot of the slots from Real Madrid or, let's say, Barcelona, for instance. But I feel as if maybe opting for a secure goalkeeper.
Where is Jan Oblak?
A bit small. But I think he still saves that, though, once you move the goalkeeper. Yeah. Can Neat respond just before half-time? He's got the last attack. Jude Bellingham towards the byline.
Dinks it in.
Wow.
Ronaldinho gets a very fortunate deflection.
Very, very fortunate.
Onto his left boot. He's going to soak that up all day long. We're going into half-time all square.
Great first half. Been a first half really of everything. Scrappy goals, set plays, dubious goalkeeping, great finishers. 4 goals, perfectly split. at 2-2. So Desmond in the stage front stadium.
What's that?
2-2.
A 2-2.
A Desmond.
You never heard that?
A Desmond is 2-2.
Desmond 2-2.
I'm there for playing bingo then, or something. 22. Well, half-time here in our opening game. Let's have a look at some of the stats half-time.
I can't believe you never heard that before.
The fact you brought that up is shocking as well.
Well, we're having fun. I hope you are as well at home. And if you are, let us know in the Twitch chat. Let us know online. Who do you think's going to win? They're the stats at half-time.
Well, you can see, obviously, needs to have a little bit more of the ball, and Iago hasn't been able to have all possession. All the cares is the scoreline. He went 2-1 up, remember, and if it wasn't for quite a fortunate deflection, then Ronaldinho would have been having a slightly more difficult day in the office. 2-2 all square. If we can, we'll give you an update in our other game. Real Betis against Girona. That's lofted in deep into Sorloth.
Offside.
Offside.
If you want to have a look at that other game, we can head over there soon, Brandon. Girona in action. Tuga Town has hit Barcelona. Not seen too much of Tuga this year. Obviously, failure in the FC Pro qualifiers.
Cruyff get around the corner with Varajo. He's in a tussle.
Had to slide there. Does enough.
Getting rowdy.
Is he onside Bellingham? Yes, he is. Iago, his first time football on the edge of the box. Still is. Chance for it before Modric comes and escapes this. Remember, winner of these goes to the eChampions League. Ronaldinho will be through. It's all the time in the world. Ronaldinho has to score!
What is going on? He did. He just didn't put enough power in it. But what's going on today with the lack of chances being taken? Whipped in straight away from Neat.
Just a flare shot in an eChampions League qualifying match. One-on-one with the keeper.
He's flary, isn't he?
He's very
I did say he was.
You never lie.
What a ball it was. Able to find 3-2. And remember, this is the bottom half of the bracket, so the winner of this one will be playing against the Tuga Nacho Abella game. And then that match there will be for a World Championship ticket.
Great player look from
Lofted
Iago.
in. Headed back down. Headers and volleys in the box, apparently, with Marco Marino and Johan Cruyff. Surely going to go for that one again. Yeah, of course he is.
Whoa. Back post.
Bellingham. There's Sorloth all the time in the world. You know where it's going to go.
I just love the crowd as well. The fans there that Neat's brought along with him, his friends.
Real Valladolid back in front, 3-2.
Should we have a look at the other game?
Well, let's go over to game 2 now if we can and give you the lowdown here. He's turned on his head as Tuga.
You might have just heard me talking to the production there.
2-1, Tuga leads in this game. We've been saying how great he's been. And into a pause, we'll go over here. I mean, we've been missing a lot of this one. Obviously, it's been on our B stream here. It's a crazy setup in the LALIGA FC Pro. There's 2 stages in this stadium.
Ooh. What a set of games. Incredible stuff.
Tuga, so known as well for going far on these knockout
matches in past times.
I think he just likes red and white as well. Atletico last year.
Yep.
Girona this year. He likes the stripes.
Well, he did win the cup last year, didn't he, alongside Andoni?
Yep. Portaventura of the world. I remember being there. Beating Real Betis in the grand final.
Oh, then Nacho Abella, what have you got for us?
There's quite a lot of time waits, really, this guy.
He's just rushed to throw him.
There's been a goal. I can see a celebration from the crowd.
Before that, though, we might have done one from Tuga in this game.
Let's get back there. Let's get to the main game.
I think it's gone the way of Real Valladolid. Let's confirm it. Is it another one? Yes, it is. It's Ronaldinho. It's 4-2. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a pull away, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. These are the situations to thrive off. I think Yago as well seems to be a player that has a lot of success when he's in the lead. But I feel as if for Neat now, he knows that Yago would have to open up and progress further up the pitch now, and of course leaving more gaps.
I'm going to be watching the rest of that Tuga match, see if he can guarantee an eChampions League final spot from behind the scenes. So I will leave you two in the big game. Just that right, cut me off nice and early.
We'll see you in a bit, Rich.
I'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon, man. As he throws his mic to the table.
Gosh. Oh my goodness.
It's always a giggle when Richard Buckley's around, isn't it? Back underway here. 30 minutes left on the clock. Is it going to be Neat? And Real Valladolid head into their first ever eChampions League, you could argue. With how the FC Pro ecosystem works this year, you have to represent a football club, you have to come through a league to play in the prestigious tournament it is, which will go across 3 events if you make it all the way through. Kicking off on the 10th, 11th, 12th of May weekend.
Neat's pressing this game has been sublime. Compared to the first game, it was sort of lacking for the large majority of it, but from start to finish, he's been incredible at forcing Yago into dispossessions. Here he is, Neat again.
Big switch, flick on. Ball back into Yago's hands. Wins it back again with a Kuna. Still got ages left in this. Remember, 9.5 gives you so much time. And we know one thing about Neat, he's never perfect defensively. He will give you a chance. Just if you can make the most of that chance. Orlov. There's the one more into Acuna.
Great touch.
Into Cruyff.
Oh, deserved the goal.
Snapped at it.
Corner again
what
for
can
Yago.
We see from this corner here again? It's too easy for Laurent Blanc at the back there.
Took it quickly like he did before, got a goal from it, but this time didn't find its way onto the head of Orlov. 20 minutes left in this game. Yago needs to get a goal as quick as possible, just to put a little bit more pressure on Neat.
Yeah, and he loves that lofted ball, doesn't he? It's Bellingham. And a right back and a left back on both sides. Ronaldinho, adding one more in. All right, no, easy as you like.
Beautiful.
It's a finesse into the bottom corner. And it looks as like the Spaniard will be on the plane to the eChampions League. And there's another ticket. Looks to go the way of Real Valladolid.
It's a great goal there, Brandon. Just the passing in the area and then the finish from Neat. Unbelievable.
Well, let's jump over to the other game now. Is Tuga still running away with this one, or has there been a goal back? 13 minutes away, Tuga is from extending his season as well. After at one point, it could have been a really disappointing end. We saw a poor Tuga in the Cup 20 days ago in San Sebastian, but he has come out flying here in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. But do not count out Nacho Abella. He will be in this one very much right until the end. Last 10 in-game minutes. Well, whatever he's done in the last 2-3 weeks, Ryan, Tuga's certainly who put in the work in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we saw in the cup was just a blip in terms of Tuga's consistency throughout the years. He's been someone that you always associate with reaching the finals and very close to reaching the eChampions League.
Hello!
Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh! What?
Tremolo from Ronaldinho! And it's Gazaniga that's got a hand onto it.
Oh my
It's
Lord.
come off the bar and it's come off the back of his body.
Oh my! That was from about 35 yards deep. Ronaldinho, Trevella, green time. I was just in a conversation about talking about Tuga reaching finals, being consistent, and wow, Nacho Abella's put a spin on things here. That is it's a throwback goal.
He's got a hand to it, and it's hit the woodwork, and hit his body to go into the back of the net. I mean, the crazy part of it is, Ryan, is that we know about Nacho Abella. He's one of the few players that is happy to take
long shots.
Those 85% chances, those 90% chances of going in, when so many players look for the perfection in the final thirds.
I commend him, if I'm being completely honest, because I feel as if on this, it's very easy to do that at home, which is something that I think he does do anyway, but to do it in an all-important game.
Especially against Tuga as well. You know what you're getting with Tuga. He's going to sit back and he's going to make it difficult.
If you lose the ball there, you know you're not seeing it for at least 6 or so in-game minutes, because Tuga's going to just resort to just keeping the ball and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Well, there's been another goal as well in our main feature matchup. It is Real Valladolid that have scored again in that one. We can confirm that the next eChampions League ticket has gone to Neat there, of a two-time LALIGA FC Pro Champion. He's going to be in our final four. And who knows, he might be on for a third trophy this time. Over here, though, this game is so much more entirely contested. Cafu, what a cross!
What a ball!
Oh, he's missed! Gosh. It's gone through the goalkeeper's legs.
Nah,
and it's gone out for a goal kick.
That might be the best ball we've seen. That is unbelievable.
He's angled in the cross, but how's he not hit the target, right, Pessoa?
I'm lost for words at what we're seeing in this game, to be honest.
That very much could have been Tuga's eChampions League ticket there. And an extension, not just to this tournament, but to his FC season. Instead, it might be Nacho Abella to go and cause a bit of heartbreak down the other end.
Yeah, great play, a lot cancelled there.
7-2 leads. He's on a goal-scoring form. Here's Nico Williams.
Get the ball to
Williams again. Where's the offload going to be? Tries to Ronaldinho, who will...
Oh my gosh, if he cooked him with that, that would have been a special goal to solidify. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
We're playing right at the end of animations here, aren't we? Whatever animation pops out.
Oh,
Given away, Tuga!
What is going on?
It's inside the half of Tuga as well. He has to get the ball moving forward, otherwise we are going to extra time. He does get it forward, we are going to extra time. Here we go.
What on earth?
Well, we've got a quick second in play between the pause. Let's jump back across if we can to our main feature game. We know he's done and dusted, but let's at least try and get the ending moment there of where we are in this game. There's been 10 goals in it.
Wow, 7-3.
From what, 2-2 at half time to 7-3? I mean, let's speak about the elephant in the room here, Ryan, that Neat is scoring goals. He's looking confident. You said earlier, you don't want to play against Neat when he gets further into the competition because he's going to be more confident.
Yep, exactly. Somebody that tends to kick on the gears as the tournament progresses. When the going gets tough as well, he seems to bounce back. He was 3-0 down. This could be a completely different story. It could easily have been Yago against Zumaquero for the spot for the eChampions League, but Neat overcame that game, seems to have overcome this game as well, with Yago taking the 2-1 lead, and ever since then, Neat hasn't looked back.
He really has. And commiserations to Yago and Real Betis that will not be defending their title this year in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. It will be Real Valladolid, and potentially we could be on for 3. In his 5 years of competing in this league, he could be on for 3 titles, which is incredible.
Ridiculous.
It'll be consistency that we've never seen from any other player in this league. Nothing more than the consolation, unfortunately, if there was to be another goal now. Laurent Blanc again being great at the back. If we can, we'll jump back across again. Congratulations to Nate, as we said. He's on his way to the eChampions League. Back over here, though, we have an eChampions League spot. Still to be fighting for extra time between Girona and Real Oviedo. Tuga and Nacho Abella. Tuga kicking from right to left in that red and white strip. Conceded a late goal. Potentially could have scored a really late winner if it was for Araujo just getting the shot on target. Let's see what this one comes with, though. It's Tuga into Cruyff, back to Arnaud, looks to drop the shoulder, wins a corner, and we can imagine that from a set piece, Tuga will be very dangerous.
Yeah.
There's Sorloff, whipped out deep, looking for the direct header, and I mean, that's Gazaniga. He's gonna parry them, he's gonna tip them around. It's not gonna be as polished in those areas. Power shot.
Look at the back post.
Whipped in, there it is! De Jong, he times it green as he looks to the skies for Tuga. He can't do much more there than aim it, I guess.
I think that's the difficulty. When the angle gets tight as well, you want to make sure you want to get it on target at least, but headers are, of course, manual. It's very, very difficult to get it on target there.
Well, full-time result here. First player in the semi-finals, as we said. 7-3 win, Real Valladolid. Congratulations to Neat Ryan, he's on to the Champions League.
Yeah, Neat. Deserving victory over Yago. A dominant display in the end from Real Valladolid and Neat. And he's somebody that you mentioned his successes in this league. You have the chance now to prove it on an international stage.
Mendy, Nico Williams, Ronaldinho is all set up so perfectly there for a finish for Cruyff, but that last pass was missing. Back again, does Furlong Mendy, that fantasy foot item that's full of pace. To try and outpace Cafu on this far hand side. Patient is the word you'd use for Nacho Abella here. Not rushing anything against Tuga. Now the possession will come over this side. Player lock, didn't need it. Ronaldinho was the option. Bellingham might be used instead, though.
He's playing for the last attack.
Might just get it now, De Jong. Keep an eye on these long ball finishes, lofted into the air to
Wow.
Cruyff. That is perfect! Perfect! FC! Wind it back and count how many passes were part of that goal. It's just moving it, and then the game changes, Ryan, when you flick it, when you just dink it up to Sorloff. You know what's coming off that there. Flick it down into a striker that I can trust.
You know what, for those at home, right, it looked very simple in the sense of just keep possession. The passes are opening up. Tuga done well to cut the lanes, to force Nacho to go back, to recycle possession, force him back as far as he could until the clock ticked down there. But for Nacho, just honestly, that might be the most trademark FC 24 goal in terms of just the build-up, the decisiveness, and how well he just chipped it in and just dinked it down for that knock-on in the box there. It's something that needs to be done in these situations where a lot of players don't do it, if I'm being honest. Some players just look for the back post cross, whereas in those situations, a little chip in the air is just as effective.
Well, 15 in-game minutes away. It's Nacho Abella, a veteran, a seasoned veteran in this La Liga FC Pro. He's here every single year. And they'll be getting a rematch that you certainly would enjoy as well against Real Valladolid, the player that beat him to this championship back in 2021. He might get a rematch against him for a World Championship spot, which would be so special. You can just see the custom tactics and changes being made here on the side of Tuga, including a couple of fresh legs that have been introduced onto the pitch. "15 in-game minutes. He will get chances, he will not lie down, will Tuga. It's just if Nacho Abella and Real Oviedo can hold on.
It's got to be a big second half from Tuga. He knows this season hangs in the balance. Great ball over the top.
On the overlap, which is where's the ball going to end?
Oh, I could have played it inside to Cruyff. Recycles it. Here's Cruyff now.
Fake shot.
Great defending.
Stopped by a handful of bodies defensively there. Right back he's on. Bellingham pulls away. Just like that, near enough. 5 minutes taken out. Can Tuga make the most of this? What's
Back
about
post?
post? Cruyff is in acres. Lays it into Sorloth.
Oh my goodness. Araujo just about does enough. I was about to commend Nacho Abella in the sense of how well he keeps possession. He makes the right choices, whether it's to do a first-time pass or take a touchdown. Gave it away so easily there. And here he is on the attack now.
The best first touch from Sorloth, but does recover it well. Cafu in a battle with the Norwegian striker. Comes out on top and gives Tuga another wave of pressure to try and pull this game back and to maybe send us into penalties.
Oh, it's a heavy touch outside. Still keeps possession for Tuga.
Tuga again, Sorloth. Queuing up in the box, there's Sorloth! Offside. Save on it from the goalkeeper, it would have gone for a corner.
Great ball, was onside.
Just to take more time out of the game, doesn't need to score again really. Certainly would ease the pressure if he could. It's out of play. It's just
I feel as if it's still a bit too early to look for the last attack. Just by a minute or so, a minute and a half, it's difficult. It's those narrow margins, but now Tuga can try and stem an attack. Rushes it over the top here. Nacho Abella, now we can look to try and keep possession a little bit more now. 4 minutes of in-game time plus added time left, Brandon. Great ball again. It's that precise ball over the top.
He's onside as well in acres of space. More time taken out of the game as Tuga's FC season looks to conclude here.
Free kick. He hangs in the balance, Brandon. Tuga, a household name in this region.
He'll squeeze that pause in just before the free kick was going to be taken. For him to really have one last roll of the dice, Ryan, if he was to get possession back. If you're in this position, in the winning position, just keep the ball in the corner.
Easier said than done, of course. He's going to look to play it short from the free kick. I think that's a given, but the pressure will be somewhere from Tuga. He knows he has to win the ball back by any means, so whether that means offside trapping, putting team press, constant press, and making sure that the avenue for Nacho Abella to recycle possession isn't there. I think if Nacho Abella manages to get the ball to the other side of the pitch and just slow it down, I think for me it's game done.
Well, last couple of words on from both coaches there. 2 minutes away from an eChampions League spot and a semi-final up against Real Valladolid and Neat. He's got to get the ball back first and foremost, is Tuga. As you can see, for Nacho Abella, will take every single second he'll can. He'll change the kick taker, he'll play short.
Every second counts.
As much as the clock is moving slowly, seconds that are coming off for him. As expected, tries to keep it in the corner, loses possession, gives it back again. 1 minute left before additional time comes in. Expect a big switch of play, maybe even back to the goalkeeper. There's an eChampions League ticket on the line.
Be careful. He has to be careful. He does
not want to give that away. But he's playing very risky FC here. Has Nacho Abella done enough? I think he may have done it. 20 in-game seconds.
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
4 in-game seconds left for Real Betis. The time's been played. Referee should conclude the game now. He does. Nacho Abella and Real Betis are off to the eChampions League. And I tell you what, at one moment there, Ryan, I thought possession was about to change hands, and Tuga was about to get an absolute gift.
Surprised he didn't try to play it down line, but Nacho Abella, that goal there, the Trivela genuinely changed the whole dynamics of that game.
There was moments for that Tuga though as well. There was the time green header from De Jong was in it, and then there was that cross that found Araujo, I think, of all players, in the wrong area. It was a shot that just went completely wide. I'm sure we'll see it again on the highlights at some points. But the headline news is very simple. We've just lost two big names, but more importantly, we have got Neat and, more importantly, Real Oviedo's Nacho Abella in the eChampions League, but more importantly in a semi-final. That's a rematch from 2021 run when they played in the grand final of this competition, so a chance for a bit of revenge.
It's a big game, and it's not only a rematch, it's just a ticket to the potential World Championships. If you win that game, it's a massive carrot on the end of the stick there for the players, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to trying to achieve those goals.
Oh, absolutely. Again, massive result. Congratulations, as we said. Next up, coming up, we'll tease you it now. D Fernandez against Ranista. I mean, that's a nice side of the bracket. I mean, for them two to have matched each other, especially when you look across the board and you see Chusita and Nicholas also up against each other in another quarter-final. For me, I think you know which side of the bracket you'd probably prefer to be on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Ranarista as well, on paper you'd expect Ethan to have won that game. I watched the game behind the scenes anyway, and he was extremely effective in the air. The headers, the crosses, everything from corners as well. Defensively, I think he performed at a level that was extremely high, and we're hoping to continue that as well.
Absolutely. Well, look, it's time to enter it into now with one of our winners. Gravison is joined by one of those eChampions League winners. A massive congratulations.
Thank you so much, Brandon. We are here with Nid, the qualified player for the ECL and also qualified for the semi-finals. First thing I'm going to ask you, Nid, last game against Zumaquero. How do you feel about the match? Fue cerradísimo, pero contra el Yago parece que fuiste más convincente. ¿Te has sentido?
Sí, muy contento por esa clasificación a la Champions, como has dicho. Sabía que iba a ser un partido de goles, o él yo iba a tener muchos goles. Al final, pues he tenido la suerte de que ha sido para mí. Nada, muy cómodo, sobre todo por estilos de juego. Al final Zumaquero me plantea un partido, pues él teniendo la bola, y al final Yago es de portería a portería, y el que más goles meta gana. Y en este caso, pues he jugado yo creo mejor en ataque y he ganado el partido.
I'm pretty happy with the way I qualified for the ECL and I qualified for the semi-finals as well. I knew it was going to be an end-to-end match because Zumaquero was going to plan a match of just keeping the possession and trying to make me as uncomfortable as possible, and Yago was going to try to keep it end-to-end. So that's what happened. I played better than him and I'm comfortable with the win. The other thing I'm going to ask you, Nid, is now the semi-finals, because I don't think you're happy enough with just the semi-finals and ECL. Now you have the World Championships and possibly a title. How do you feel coming up to the semi-finals? Vale, Nick, te pregunto, entiendo que no solo estás conforme con clasificar a semifinales y a la Champions League, ahora te queda el World Championships y por saber el título, ¿cómo te sientes para estas semifinales?
Nada, al final no pienso ni en esa clasificación a la Champions ni al Mundial, pienso en este torneo, que al final el objetivo es ganarlo. Sinceramente he jugado el partido pensando que estoy jugando los cuartos de final y que voy a pasar a semifinales sin nada de que ver de Champions. Pero nada, ahora la misma mentalidad en semifinal, no pienso en una clasificación al Mundial, pienso en una clasificación a la final e intentar conseguir esa tercera liga.
I really don't care about qualifying for ECL, for World Championships. I just care about the tournament itself. So when I'm playing the quarterfinals, when I'm playing in the round of 16, I'm only thinking about the tournament. I'm not really thinking about ECL or World Championships. So now the mentality for the semifinals is the same. I want to get to the final, I want to win the title, and I want to win the title for the third time, being the first Spanish player to win the LALIGA FC Pro 3 times. So thank you so much, Nid. Good luck in the semifinals, and we're throwing it to the highlights.
Gracias, thank you very much, Gravison. What a game that was. It was actually quite a close first half, but then we saw Neat do neat things, and unfortunately for Yago, there was just nothing he could do to stop this young Spanish player.
I mean, the match in the first half was fairly, I would say, equal in a way. It was a 50-50 match, and this was a great goal by Yago, but then I would say this goal was important because he was lucky with the rebound, but you gotta take those advantages and score goals. For me, it wasn't this goal that the most important thing about the game. it was the mistake in this fourth goal, because Yago was playing good. He conceded a goal, which was the 3-2 goal, and then this was a massive, massive mistake building up just from a kickoff. And I would say mentally, when that goal happened and that mistake happened, it just went on, and he conceded 7 goals. So commiserations to Yago, but I do think when he made that mistake in the fourth goal, it went downhill from him.
And this is the interesting thing. You were talking to Neat about the eChampions League spot, and of course if he makes it to the finals, then he also has a spot booked in the World Championships. He's saying that's not playing on his mind. It's being 3-time champion that's playing on his mind. But I do wonder for Yago if he was thinking about qualifying for eChampions League.
For sure. I mean, I'd say Neat was probably thinking about the ECL as well.
It's just cheeky and lying.
Yeah, but I really like that attitude, you know, that mentality of not thinking about ECL or World Championships. Obviously, if I qualify for the semi-finals, for the final, I will qualify for that. But I want to win the title. I want to be the first Spanish player to win the LALIGA FC Pro 3 times. So for him, qualifying to the semi-finals, finals, okay, I'm qualifying for the ECL, but I want to get that title. And for me, the main headline was, I really don't care about ECL. I really care about winning the title for the 3rd time. And replying to the question you said about Yago, for sure he was thinking about ECL, because he's a player that internationally has been lacking the last 2-3 years. This was a great chance to be playing in the ECL as well, and unfortunately he didn't make it.
Yeah, maybe his former Argentinian teammate Nicolas FC will, but we've got to find out for the quarterfinal, which is coming up shortly. We've still got to look, though, at the play of the match. So let's take a look at what made the grade. I mean, so many brilliant moments from this one, Gravison.
I mean, it's going to be the free kick. The game was practically over because it was a 4-goal lead, but again, it's surprising because Nid doesn't usually score free kicks, and we're always laughing about how he doesn't score free kicks. But I mean, it was really a perfect free kick. We can see the way he celebrated. He just jumped onto the stage and probably say something about the likes of Vamos to his friends, to his 13 friends coming from Malaga. And he seems probably, is it too early to say he's the favorite to quit the whole thing? Because he's been playing really good, especially in that game against Yago.
I think we can decide who's the favourite once we see Nicolas play again. Because Nicolas, that match earlier against D Sanchez, it was definitely closer than we were expecting. It was very end-to-end. But if we know Nicolas, we know that he's had a think about what he wants to do versus Chusita. Are we going to talk about what happened on our B stream as well? Nacho, Abella versus Tuga. And everyone's eyes were on Tuga really in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see... Oh, what a save. I didn't see the match because I was commentating on the Spanish stream. But again, this probably, this is a nice finish by Ronaldo. It was really a tough match. This is a match we would expect to happen between Nacho and Tuga, because they are... This is interesting because Tuga is doing the same cross every single time from Cafu. I'm sorry, Frankie?
I want you to just watch this next goal.
What? What was that? No celebration from Nacho? Oh, come on.
I don't think Nacho believed that he got that trivela in the back of the net. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, a trivela from Ronaldinho, and we can see the celebration from Nacho and him qualifying for the ECL for the first time in 3 years. He qualified for the ECL back in 2022. He didn't play last year, so that's really good for Madrid. And Real Oviedo are waiting for the other bracket to finish. We're going to see Sevilla and Andorra happening now just in the main stage. Chusita against Nico, and then Cádiz against Cartagena with Di Fernandez against Ranerista. So, I mean, it seems like we cannot catch a breath. We just see Nid against Yago, now Chusita against Nico. There's just so much stuff happening in here.
I mean, the players are going through, all the players are going home at an electrifying pace, it feels like. Despite the fact we've seen so much extra time, we've seen so many close matches on this stage in Barcelona today. I'm so interested to see how Nacho Abella fares against Nid, because his semi-final in San Sebastian in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup was against Nicolas FC, and understandably it was just too much of an uphill battle. Is Nid going to be the same for him?
The thing is, back in 2021 they played the final and Nacho lost, so it's interesting to see now playing for a World Championship spot what's going to happen, but I guess we'll see it after the break.
We will indeed. I feel like I couldn't have put it better myself, so I won't. We'll see you in a few.
got too many hang-ups. Give me that open layup. Let me see, how do I say it? I wanna break away. I take it straight to the heart, center of the chest, a good clean start. Give me that truth straight. No sugar, don't hesitate. Hey, I'm on my way. No running from it. I'm on my way. Flip the switch, let's get this rolling. I've been hanging around, waiting for ya. Come now, give me what I want. Flip the switch, let's get this rolling. I've been hanging around. Hey, I'm on my way. No running from it. I'm on my way.
Front stage in Barcelona. We're about to get our next quarter-final underway, and I won't be doing this on my own, of course. I'm joined by none other than Mr. Ryan Pessoa to talk about this matchup. And Nicholas has just already headed on stage behind us. I think he's getting set up at the moment. It's kind of a slight spoiler that he's going to be playing in this quarter-final. He's going to be playing against Chusita. This is going to be an interesting matchup because I feel like we didn't see Chusita's best back in San Sebastian.
Yeah, this is a huge game, not just for Nicholas, but for Chusita as well. It's a position where he can sort of imprint his mark on the La Liga scene, and in the sense that he can win this game, eliminating one of the best players and solidifying the
It was very much unexpected, and to be honest, when I spoke to Nicholas in the interview afterwards, while he did feel confident in the fact that he was going to win, he definitely wasn't, should we say, as trash talking. I'm going to be very blunt about it. It's not like he used the words "I destroyed him" like Nicholas normally would.
Yeah, I think Nicholas was. I saw chinks in his armour. I saw some things where it was unlike Nicholas in the sense of his controlling of the game wasn't there. But 4 goals to 2 against Flippercito. He was 3-0 up, almost threw him completely away, Frankie.
Yeah, Flippercito came back in that second half and definitely challenged him. Chusita remembered he's the more experienced player and then was able to take the victory. Now, we are going to be looking at the draft in just a moment because this is actually the first time we get to see Chusita on this stage as he played his previous game against Flippercito on the B stream. So let's take a look at Nicholas FC's draft. I want to wait a little bit longer before we see Chusita's because I want your professional take on this draft. Ryan, I know Nicholas wants to play what worked for him, what won in the cup back in San Sebastian, but I did wonder if that slow start against D Sanchez was a draft difference.
This is a tricky one because it was only a couple of weeks ago, so he's playing players that he would have had experience with beforehand that got him the success. He won the final and in a convincing way. He won 8 goals to 1. I still feel like there should have been maybe some changes. I actually understand the selection of Courtois, which then of course nullifies, or it makes the team sort of set in stone in the sense that the other Real Madrid players sort of make the team themselves. The likes of Kroos couldn't be selected, but maybe even Rafinha off of the bench, in my opinion, could have been somebody that could have been selected instead of Gundogan, for example.
I think that Nicholas might be a little bit, because I was chatting to him earlier and I went, those are very clean shoes, and he said, I have been wearing them since the second day of the La Liga regular season.
Wow.
So he has got this thing about sticking to what he knows, what he feels comfortable in.
Yeah, let's hope it's different underwear. But let's hope the shoes remain the same, the teams remain the same. And of course, he's very comfortable in the sense that he likes to control the game. He's got the players to do so as well with the play styles.
Let's take a look at Chusita's draft, because I can't contain my excitement any longer. I love to see a fresh draft on this stage. As of course, some of the players, they have to play so many matches today, we get to see their drafts quite often, but we haven't seen this one yet.
Yep.
So let's see this fresh meat and what he's bringing. And interestingly, we're going to see Xavi versus Xavi. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, this is a strong team. Of course, Sorloth is the banker, the selected choice, 100% amongst all of the squads. Arne and Ronaldo as well, with the aerial plus play style. Johan Cruyff would be free in this team selection, of course, with the draft restrictions. Luka Modric, who we mentioned, but I like the introduction of Rafinha, as I mentioned, on his bench with Mourinho. I think it's very, very strong, and it allows you, if the game's going away from you, to maybe try and have something to get back into it.
When I spoke to Nicholas earlier, I was like, why would you not put Modric in your team? Why would you just put Mourinho? I know you're not going to use Mourinho on the bench, but it still didn't make sense to me that he wouldn't use this item that is so sought after in the game. I'm sure there's so many people watching who would love to get their hands on a Team of the Season live Modric. We're going to take a closer look, in fact, at Modric, and we can look at his playstyles. I think he's got 3 playstyle pluses, Ryan. Yeah, 3 playstyle pluses, of course. The Team of the Season live item released just over a week ago. Technical plus, incisive pass plus, and anticipate plus, to name his playstyle pluses. Then the other playstyles as well, Frankie, intercept, long ball pass as well, which is very, very effective, and of course finesse. There's a high work rate as well.
Yeah,
so
5-star skill moves, 5-star. He's got it all. He's got everything.
He's got everything. He's going to be brilliant against Sorloth. He's going to be brilliant at taking shots himself. He essentially is a player that I cannot comprehend anyone not even putting on their subs bench. But you know what? I can't comprehend Nicholas FC. The man is a god. He's probably about to put in a godlike performance on the stage against Chusita. So we will see how this one goes. We are going to head over to our fabulous commentators as they get this one underway.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Ryan. Yes, quarter-final, set of 2 underway. There's 2 games, one here and one on our B stream there. We're 2 more tickets to the Champions League. I think it's that way and right. It's sort of on the halfway line of this stadium where we find ourselves now. Myself, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley guiding you through this one. Nicholas, I mean, he got the job done in his round of 16 game, a 3-2 win. But from what we've seen right now, he is the informed player. He was relentless. He was incredible in San Sebastian.
Yeah, he is the guy to beat, right? But I think there's a lot of interest around his opponent as well, in Chusita, and what they offer, how they're going to attack this game, how they're going to go forward, and what they can really get out of this matchup.
Absolutely, as we said, for Chusita, having a lot better of the competition this time round. He topped the group, which allowed him to sort of get a 3 ticket into the round of 16 for the Cup back in San Sebastian. Lost that opening game there. He said, look, I'll put so much more work in, similar to Tuga in the last 20 days. It's going to be a tough game. Nicholas is the one player you don't want to face in this bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good game. I think when you look at sort of the individual performances in this group, I was just talking to them backstage as well, and Chusita seems really confident that he's going to get something out of Nicholas in this game. I think you take confidence off the previous performance against David Sanchez. David Sanchez always looked in the match. He always looked like he could have got something out of that game. In the end, it was that performance that sort of just left a little bit to be desired. And Nico squeaked through in the end. The one thing about Sevilla, there's one thing about Nicholas, he'll get better throughout this tournament. You've got to knock him out, you've got to knock him down when he's playing poorly. I don't see him playing poorly again.
Yeah, well look, it's a tournament he knows only so well. He's won the Champions League before as Nicholas, 99 in Stockholm, Sweden, just a few years ago. He would love to get back there again, and this is, as you know, if you don't know, your only way to get to those tournaments such as the Champions League and the FC Pro World Championships through league partners, and this is time for our second set of quarterfinals. I love what Nicholas has done there. He moves the monitor so close to him that he's blocked half the camera on his in-game screen, so we can't actually see him too well as he's locked in here. We are waiting to get this one underway. I think there's a few changes from the admins.
Yeah, I can just, from my position here, I've got a little bit of leeway on my headset. I'll just peek around the corner and see what's happening. There's a bit of conversation
ongoing. The admin talking to Nico.
Well, it's quite special as well on the opposite side of the stage. We've actually got Capdevila, foot hero, in the commentary booth. Does he fancy coming over to ours for the second half? Probably wouldn't understand anything we say, Rich, but at least we'll be able to meet him in the in the flesh, maybe.
Cracking left back.
Yeah, you can catch him over on the La Liga Twitch page now if you want to go and see him in action. He's live with us here in Barcelona. We just had a small technical difficulty there. We're going to get back into this one as soon as we can. Get the lobby set back up, get the game code sent. Predictions.
Got a prediction from someone sat in the crowd. J. Denman 9, he was coaching Ethan. He's just messaged me saying Chusita 5-2 win.
5-2?
Live prediction for you right now. You asked for a prediction, I'll give you a prediction.
Well, let us know at home as well in the Twitch chat. Let us know your predictions on the score of this game.
Just having a look across there, the Spanish broadcast getting the audience excited. We might actually be joining the commentary booth very shortly, not by Capdevila, but
I don't know if he played left back, Gravison.
Left back even better. In Jaime Alvarez, Gravison might be joining us.
Has Capdevila won the La Liga?
That's a question you've got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
He probably has.
I mean, the Virtual League, sorry. Some of the Gravison have done. We are on the way here. Sevilla against Andorra.
Chance for Nico. It's going to be kicking from left to right. I think you said it, Brandon. You can't really see him. He's just peering from behind that monitor on the left-hand side of the stage. And Chusita from right to left, blue top, yellow shorts, red socks. Chance for Chusita. Red timed across the keeper. Let us know in that chat as well. Who you think's going to win this game? Who's going to be victorious? An eChampions League qualification spot on the line for one of these two. You win this game, you get a chance to play for an FC Pro World Championship ticket. Gundogan, red timed finesse. Courtois up and not away, and Johan Cruyff does well. Just can't quite angle his shot on target.
First real chance of the game. Going the way of Chusita now. Possession comes back down the other way for Nicholas. What we know about him, he was remarkable. Now, as we saw, it could be the first one for Solov! Just goes wide of the right-hand post.
Early chance at both ends, both coming from crosses, which you probably expect in this matchup. Small margins will separate what could be a continuation of a season and a culmination.
We've always heard good things about Chusita in the international scene. He's been a player who's been getting better and better.
Been winning a lot of remote tournaments as well, and online cups.
Well, let's see what he can do here against probably one of his biggest challenges of the season. Cruyff, couple of step-overs, finds Luka Modric. Big chance, has to score, he will! And it's Chusita that takes the first goal in this one against Nicholas. As he might go 1-0 down.
There's green times from FC Andorra and Luka Modric. 1-0 up is Chusita. Nico's clearly not happy with something.
With something. Is it the game sound? Is it the...
I'm not too sure. I'm going to walk over and have a look.
I mean, you can't get too far because your cable only goes about 2 metres.
I don't know if you can hear that as well.
Well, We're going to jump across over to this game because there has been a goal in it. D Fernandez in action.
He's unhappy with the audio. I think there's something with the audio, maybe his own headphones or his own headset isn't quite working as it should.
There's Kadiff over here. Richard, the lead by a goal to nil against FC Cartagena. Rani Easter finds himself 1-0 down. Remember, he beat Real Sporting and Ethan on the way through to get his spot in this quarter-final stage. Remember, one of these two are going to the Champions League. Are we in for an equaliser? I think we could be. Great little turn around. Oh, Cruyff!
Big goal to level up this tie.
Rana Easter does get a goal back. You've got to commend that one, Richard. Just the build-up there. Lovely little turnaround as well.
A lot of conversations on who you want in the final third, whether Cruyff, Ronaldinho or R9. Johan Cruyff with a really nice strike at the near post. Whatever was annoying Nicholas seems to have cleared up now. But what will be annoying him more than anything is that he's trailing a goal to nil.
Well, I still find it remarkable that this has been the first ever league that we've seen Nicholas actually participate in as part of the regular ecosystem. Yes, he plays, of course, in the Champions League, which he's won, but before that, he's never really needed to play in the league. This season, as you know, you need to play in the league if you want to make the latter stages of the tournament, unless you're one of the 4 players that were superb at the start of the year in the FC Pro Open. Ferland, Soloff, Chusita looking for a second as Ilkay Gundogan, who might be an interesting starter here, Richard. He does start for Chusita. Might be one of the only players that does start the German.
Yeah, I think Gundogan's a really solid pick in the centre mid position. There's a few players that all offer you a very similar thing, and it's all personal preference on playstyle pluses, and the attributes all pretty similar as well. Cruyff, I should say Kroos, Modric, De Jong, Gundogan, Xabi Alonso, Xavi.
Chusita getting so much joy down this left-hand side as well. Ferland being the overlapping option every single time. Breaks the defensive line, and R9 finds a second for Chusita, who leads by 2-0 against Nicholas.
What an incredible first half for Chusita. This is turning out to be. It looked really simple. The build-up down the left-hand side, that pass infield to R9 on the angle, and then a really emphatic near-post finish from Chusita. 24 minutes on the clock, and he's leading 2-0.
Well, Nicholas finds himself in a bit of a rough patch now. Acuna can't find a way through. The Argentinian left back off Sevilla, who has been a huge important part of Nicholas's team. It's a very close copy and paste team to Nicholas, what he used in the cup. Here's Cruyff to try and bring a goal back. Blanc again stands in the way of him being able to pull a goal back. Long ball over the top. Good find, Golazo Cruyff, who's pulled away from the defenders. Does he fancy a shot? He does.
That ball over the top will annoy Nicholas because there's so much space. There's a lot of real good, easy passes that seem to be cutting him open at the moment. Look at the top side of the pitch again. He fakes it, and then you go into Modric, and then you release Jude Bellingham.
Is he on for a third? He might just be. Cruyff, if it wasn't for Militao, it could have been 3-0. Corner comes in now. Soloff was short, you want him in the box. Quick change of kick taker. And again, just to reset the position of players. There he is, number 10, Soloff.
He's not moved the keeper enough.
With Laurent Blanc. Lofted in. Avoids him, goes to Araujo instead, who red times the finish.
He could have just gone direct into Soloff there, because Nicholas pulled the goalkeeper a little bit but didn't fully commit to the near post press. And if he would have whipped it in, I do think he wins the contact over the top of the goalkeeper.
Well, you can see Bellingham at left back going for a bit of an overlap. Cruyff, steal for Nicholas, big goal, he's back in the tie. And he needed that because he was very much on the verge of going 3-0 down a few times then.
And then small margins, you get a corner, you get a set play, you don't quite execute as you want to. Nicholas comes up the other end on the 33rd minute and gets a big goal back, which could just settle him. Which is crazy to say because a player of Nicholas's experience, achievement, he needed to settle in this game. He looked a little bit boisterous, he looked a little bit lost, and now he's 2-2.
Nicholas! 2 goals in 2 minutes! And all the hard work that Chusita's done has just been wiped away in an absolute flash. It was a lofted ball into the path of Stoichkov.
It's a lovely finish.
And it's the ultimate birthday icon that might have just provided the ultimate finish. 34 minutes on the clock. This is a quarter-final. You do not want to take your eyes off.
Goal on the 33rd and a goal on the 34th, and that is the real brutal nature of it. You can find yourself out of a game before you even...
Surely not third.
Think about it.
Cruyff down the byline, cuts it back inside. Stoichkov again! Nicholas! With the most Nicholas-like turnaround you will see.
He's 2-0 down. A poor from Chusita. I like the idea he all off and then go 6. He's 3-2 down.
Absolutely incredible. But more importantly, a capitulation from Chusita.
So early as well. He's on that.
This is a gift. Stoichkov for a hat-trick. For a hat-trick. Oh, it's saved. Did he want to go the other side, or was it too obvious?
It was good goalkeeper movement. The predictable thing is to go across the goalkeeper there, but I think Nicholas and Chusita are both thinking on the same page. Moved to the near post. He shot at the near post, and in the end, it's a big chance squandered. It was good goalkeeper movement, good defensive work from Chusita.
Chusita looking for that all-important equaliser. He hasn't really had a sniff in the last 15 minutes. He's just been dealing with Nicholas's pressure again and again. Sorloth drops the shoulder, back to Cruyff. Just about snatched off the toes there by the Militao.
And that's the anticipate plus play style as well, coming into perfect use. Does he win the ball back so cleanly if he doesn't have it? Definitely helps that he does. You saw it come up, the raccoon play style emblem of the anticipate, and snatched it off the toe of the defender.
Last chance before half-time. Sevilla leading by 3-2. Sorloth. De Jong, Nicholas looking like a completely different player now. And the involvement that Stoichkov has had has just proved his worth in this team. Flicked on Cruyff. Can pull away Nicholas. Tries to go one-on-one with Varajo, and that will do us for half-time. What a half.
Big turnaround. He was struggling. He looked annoyed. He looked a little bit out of sorts in the opening 20 minutes. He complained about his audio, complaining about his headset. Maybe he solved that issue. And then 3 goals in the space of 6 minutes.
And for Chusita, you sit there at half-time, Richard, thinking, how have I ended up here?
I'll tell you what we do think at half-time. We think maybe we get another commentator in the booth, and that's exactly what we are going to do. We welcome in the enigmatic Harry Alvarez, who's been across both streams today. Gravison, what a turnaround from Nico.
I told her I was working. Look back at the screen, it was 3-2. What happened?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, it went 2-0 to Chusita, and he had another 2 or 3 chances, Gravison, to make it 3-0. Nicholas got one. I looked away at someone in the crowd for a second. Then it was 2-2, and then it was 3-2.
You can also just see there, he's not playing 4-3-2-1, he's playing 4-3-3, the second variation.
This is interesting because we talked about this in the cup, in the hotel with Juanma. So basically, Juanma is not the main coach. He used to be the main coach for Nico last year, but this year he doesn't have the time to be a full-time coach, so he helps sometimes. And he told me he really likes when he's got a free day, he likes to play rivals and try like random formations. And when he was playing in Elite, he lost the game like 8-0, and he didn't know what was happening. So he paused the game, and an opponent was using 4-3-3, the second variation. He spoke with Nico about this, and Nico seems to be enjoying it, right? Because did Nico switch to it like 2-0 down? We don't know really. Yeah.
No, we didn't get the chance to see that. We did see him having a little word with a few admins about some issues that you were having.
I know what he was talking about. He was getting into something with AirPods. He was losing the connection with AirPods.
Cruyff lofted it towards that back post where Ferland Mendy will be there. Was he not able to maybe flick onto the album that he wanted?
Probably, yeah. What do you think Nico is listening to right now?
Robbie Williams.
I think Hans Zimmer.
Akuda. De Jong able to try and find a way through with Sorloth. This is Nicholas again. Looking for a fourth potentially, Chusita. Fighting to stop all of this attacking pressure. Stoichkov into Bellingham, nice little step over exit. Tries to make a one-on-one. Cruyff will stop and turn, will get 2 or 3 tackles thrown in.
The other game, I think it was 2-2, Di Fernandez against Ranerista. And Ranerista was playing really good at the moment, so...
He's one of the old guards, isn't he, as well, Ranerista?
He's 28, I think.
How are these players still at such a top level and so motivated?
I think it's because in the last 2 years he didn't qualify for the finals or the cup, and he was feeling devastated. So I know he really tried hard this year to try to work as hard as he could to make the finals, and he feels like he's just back to the level that he deserved to be.
At his peak.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Stoichkov, Cruyff, all launching themselves into the box. De Jong. Alonso lofts it in. There's the flick on. There's De Jong off the post. A chance from absolutely nothing. It's not completely dealt with. Cruyff wins it back. Sorloth, Stoichkov.
Some terrible clearance out the back from Chusita. He looks rattled at the moment.
And let's see what Nicholas has got from another set piece now.
That's a goal.
There it is. And there's another one.
As soon as you see 3 things happen: the goalkeeper not being moved, the corner being taken at a quick pace and not waiting 3-4 seconds and then crossing it in, and Sorloth just edge away from his defender, you know it's a goal.
And number 4 as well. It's Nicholas on a set piece.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen this for, what, 6 years, 7 years now? And again, Richard, you called it. You called it. This is a goal.
Yep.
Easy, right?
I've seen Bizek in Italy. I've seen Haller in Germany. I've seen Sorloth in Spain. And I saw Haaland in England. It's the same. Every single corner.
And as a person who used to live in a gaming house myself, I can tell you, Iago, Nico, and Matti living in the same house, I'm sure they're practicing set pieces.
I mean, the story is very simple as well. I speak to Nicholas at the Cup. He said, if I don't qualify for the eChampions League or the FC Pro Champions, that's me done. I'm back to Argentina. I'm putting my feet up. I'm not worrying about playing FC 24 anymore. But suddenly, with this performance, if he can have for another 27 minutes, the season just continues once again.
Unlucky.
Great ball.
Unlucky, yeah. And now the counter-attack, because Stoichkov won't be stopped. He's really quick.
Cruyff, look at Sorloth.
Oh, what a pass!
Through, in for 5, round the keeper. Nicholas is on his way to a semi-final and an eChampions League once again.
He doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't miss.
What did we see earlier? I think we saw Neat miss a one-on-one. I think we saw a couple of players miss big one-on-one chances. His composure in the final third is the thing that separates him from a lot of players because he waited, he held the time, and then waited for the perfect opportunity to score the goal.
Well, over here on stage 2, while we've got a quick second, it's 4-2 to D Fernandez of Cadiz. Again, first time playing in the league. He was a Portuguese player that wanted to really challenge and test himself by coming out and playing in the top league in Spain. There is still time to be played here, Gravison, but D Fernandez is looking like a sort of serious player or not. Maybe there's a big chance here for R9. Get the ball to R9. You simply have to make the most of this one.
No!
Falls it back into Cruyff again. It was Thierry Henry, I apologise, but how have you not made the most of that?
And I mean, Richard just mentioned it. Nicolas, we've seen Nid missing chances, we've seen Jago missing chances, we've seen Chusita missing chances, we've seen now Randerista missing a big chance. You know who doesn't miss?
Me.
Come on, Nicolas.
Oh. I thought it were an open-ended question.
Emilio Bruchagueno's come in. There's Sorloff. There's D Fernandez on his way to an eChampions League. The Portuguese player has accomplished part of his mission.
And around the same topic, Randerista said the same to his coach. 5th time he shoots, 5th time he scores. I mean, Di Fernandez, I think he shot 10 shots in the cup and scored 9 goals, something like that. So
incredible, and that is incredible as well. It might look like Kevin De Bruyne, but it's definitely Frenkie de Jong sticking the ball in the bottom left corner, out of the goalkeeper's reach. And that is Nicolas on his way.
Expected goals 0.00. But again, it doesn't matter because if it's green time, it's going to go in. And even if he did miss this chance, it could have been potentially a corner. And then, as we know, a corner is kind of a penalty in a way.
I think what's fascinating, and we're going to look towards the semi-finals, but with both games with such big goal margins, I think it's worth talking about now. The semi-finalists that we've got are all so unique in their approach. You've got Nicolas, who is just so well-rounded, so confident, so composed, a true winner in every sense of the word. You look at someone like Neat from Valladolid, who is almost a bit cocky on the stage. He knows that he's better than most players, and he knows that if he starts playing well, that no one can really go toe-to-toe in an attacking game against him. And then you go over to someone like D Fernandez, who just gets his head down. He is a Portuguese player playing in the Spanish league. Maybe some of the Spaniards don't want him here. Maybe some of the Spaniards think, anyone but D Fernandez, we need a Spanish player winning our tournament. But Nico's Argentine.
I'll tell you one thing as well, gents. It's the same top 4 that we saw in the Cup 20 days ago. The bracket is exactly the same as well. We could be in for a Nicolas Neat rematch in a grand final. It could be a very different ending to the bracket.
Yeah, it certainly could. And then you look at Nacho Abella, and I think he's sort of the dark horse out of the 4. He's the one that you don't necessarily, when you think of Spanish players, he's not the first name that comes to your head, but the passion that he shows on that stage, he will claw and fight in every single game to get to an FC Pro World Championship.
And I think in the LALIGA FC Pro, there are some players you expect to perform well. I mean, Nacho, for sure, because back in the days he did get to a final in 2021, but he's always, you know, performing as a top 6, top 4, top 2.
Never been the one.
Need, same one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you probably expect like big Spanish names, Chusita, but then when he gets to the Spanish league, he's going to be ending on a top 10, top 12 result, if we're being honest.
Yep.
Andoni, I mean, this is the 2nd year in a row. The first year, Tuga was playing in Atletico. 2nd year, he's not qualifying for the finals. So there's a reason why Mr. Consistency Nacho and Mr. Consistency Nid are getting to the semi-final, because...
Do you also think, as a Spaniard you've lifted this trophy, you've been one of the real founding members of the modern-day Spanish FC community when it comes to pro gameplay. Do you feel as though we're right now witnessing sort of a new wave of Spanish players coming through. When you look at some of the new names, you look at some of the players coming through, but then also you've got the same names from 3 years ago, Neat, who could potentially make it 3 championships.
I think it's swifted in 2021. I think the new wave of players came in 2021 with Neat, with Nacho, with Chusita, and I do think, I mean, as we know, this esport moves really, really fast.
Yep.
And this last wave of players who appeared in, this year, last year, lacked the composure. I really think so.
Well, the one thing that's interesting about all those players you mentioned there as well, Nicholas looking for another one. You feel like Nacho Abella's got the most unfinished business for this tournament because he's never won it before, has he? But he's been in grand finals.
For sure. And for him, it's not only, you know, lifting the title, it's qualifying for the World Championship as well, which he has never done.
Absolutely. And look,
that's the big thing that's driving all these players. That's why Nico has come to a league. He even said it, Brandon, he's never played in a league before. That's why he's here.
He's had to, hasn't he? If he wants to be in the World Championships, he's had to play in the league. And look, he's on his way back to an eChampions League. I'm sure the players that have already qualified for the ECL won't be happy with this one, seeing him coming through.
We all
But he
remember
certainly is.
Nicolas in Stockholm.
Oh,
come on.
I'm sure Matthias Banana in the crowd's thinking, let's not do that again, please. Because he's going to be there as well. He's looking like a crazy competitive through just a few days ago. Montaxa is there. And another 4 players here in Spain coming through as well, down to our final 4.
If we could have a sneak of in the second set, because I'm confident now D Fernandez has probably managed to convincingly win the game because he was leading 5-2, but we never know really. So I guess we'll see in just a second.
Yeah, a few moments left, so it was quite a heavy scoreline. Chance for Chusita to get one back, but what a pass. That De Jong with the incisive pass is incredible, I've got to say. The way that this game's unfolded, Chusita goes 2-0 up in 20 minutes. Nicholas looked out of sorts. He looked a little bit annoyed, a little bit sort of preoccupied by other things that were happening.
AirPods.
Yeah.
So many players.
3 goals in like 5 minutes.
Just on that, Rich, so many players will just fold in those moments. And you've seen it from 2 players, especially in this competition. Neat when he was 3-0 down, coming back and winning that game. Nicholas in a qualification game for the eChampions League, coming back from 2-0 down to win 6-2 and to send himself not into the semi-finals, but back to an eChampions League, which he has won before.
I think it's just the attitude he brings to the stage, because, I mean, you know about this, when Nico is playing against these guys.
Hello.
Oh!
Hello.
Well then, what do we have cooking here?
We've got 6 minutes left, I believe.
We cooking, boys?
5-4.
Thierry Henry.
Green time as well. What a finish by Ranerista. And again, Di Fernandez seems to be really scoring every single chance he has, but it seems like when he has to hold score,
he can't do it.
He struggles. Yeah, he struggles every single time.
How long we got left?
I think it's, what, 6 minutes?
Loads of time. 16 minutes left. You're D Fernandez right now, Gravison. How are you feeling these last 6 minutes, but especially when you know what is on the line?
I mean...
Score?
Yeah.
Score this and all the pressure's back off you.
Oh. He went for a power shot, I think. Let's see what happens in the corner. Richard, talk to me. Talk to me.
What do you want to talk about?
Because you're the expert on the set pieces.
I see the goalkeeper moved a little bit. What he's done, he's switched on to Ronaldinho, a little bit better trajectory. And he's played short.
I guess it makes sense because it's just 4 minutes left.
That's a long time, though.
Yeah.
When you get dispossessed like this, look at the left-hand side of your screen. Lob all over the top. Is he going to win the battle? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he rushed into it a little bit.
But he's inviting the press now. I hate going back to the goalkeeper this early. It's a long clearance up the pitch, and Solas helped him out by sort of drifting out wide.
But again,
yeah,
big mistake. And now Ranelista is able to build up the game.
There it is, on ball towards Ranelista. Are you sending us into extra time, maybe? You have to be perfect here if you want to keep your FC season and your LALIGA FC Pro competition alive. Rafinha, on for his pace, down his left-hand side, down the byline, does get bullied off the ball by Furlong, and 3 minutes!
3 minutes?
That's great defending, I've got to say, because he gave him the byline, and he invited it, because the last thing you want to do is let him come inside and then float across the back post.
Oh, no! 3 minutes added time, he gives possession straight back away. Rafinha, is he going to find the cutback inside?
Nice defending
no,
away.
He's not. Laurent Blanc wins it back. Still a minute and a half to be played. If he wins the ball back, he might get one more roll of the dice.
Is this going to be it?
Or can he see out this pressure? 50 in-game seconds. D Fernandez playing very risky FC.
That's it.
10 in-game seconds left.
Oh, he's gone early. He's gone early.
Oh, no.
He's going to let him play it.
He's gonna feel for this. Cruyff down the byline, cuts it back.
Oh! Crazy!
He went early. He went early. What is he doing?
1 second. It was
92 minutes and 59 in-game seconds. He kicks the ball out of play and he gifts. He absolutely gifts. Ranelista.
Never go early, D Fernandez.
An extra time interval. 5-5.
Wow.
We're going into extra time for an eChampions League ticket.
Oh, talk me through it.
It was just a second. It was just a second, and not a real live time second. It was an FC 24 second, which is, I don't know. I mean,
we're talking Miller, Triller seconds.
It was just a big mistake, wasn't it? And
and composure as well.
Yeah, because I mean, it was just a pass into another pass, and then I think he did have time to do the flare nutmeg, but you gotta do it in those situations because if I remember it right, it was step over.
Can we see it? Can we see the goal again if possible?
I would love to, because I think it was he did a step over of some kind, then a flare nutmeg, and then it was a great time finish again. Crazy goal. And what's interesting with Ranelista, he's playing 4-4-2.
Well, he just threw everything forward. I mean, look at his team. He's got Berechiche playing centre back because he brought all his attacking players on.
At this point, he's just pulling positions out the hat.
It reminds me, I don't know if you saw Man United v Liverpool in the FA Cup a few weeks ago. Bruno Fernandes finished the game at centre back because he made all the attacking changes and someone had to play defence. Berechiche is not a centre half, but he's got to do it. Mendy, Bellingham, Griezmann, Gundogan and Modric.
We never see 3 minutes of added time either, Gravison.
No,
it?
First time it had to happen.
Again, we have found 3 of our semi-finalists. We're just trying to find our final one from these 2.
And the celebration, you were just mentioning how probably a lot of Spanish players don't like Di Fernandez coming to the league because they feel like a foreigner is coming to take their place. The way Ranelista just stood and screamed out his face, "Get out of here!"
Is that what he said?
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. But could you imagine?
Oh.
Well then, 30 more minutes of extra time needed here.
And now you've got to recompose yourself. You got from the high of highs, now you've got to get the heart rate down, take a few deep breaths and try and compose yourself. If you're D Fernandez, you were quite literally half a second away from an eChampions League. And now you're back in the trenches.
But he's comfortable in the trenches, really. So let's see what happens. We do have fun.
Wow.
What a way to end these quarterfinals. Every game here, we've had extra time. We haven't had penalties yet, but I wouldn't write it off just yet.
Now with the fullback out of position.
Rafinha just showing that pace of his team in the season. One of the few that was released last week from La Liga. Zumaquero, of all players, on doing a job. for D Fernandez.
Nice defense.
As he's lacking a bit of confidence now, maybe. He whips it towards Soloff, who goes on his own. Was there a head down potentially available into Ronaldinho?
I think that was the right choice because the knockdown was defended.
Yeah.
So it could have been a goal.
Way too much power on it.
Yeah. The same happened with Daniel Aguilar in the cup, really. Oh, big mistake. But playing against the Raneristas 4-4-2 is really uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. Richard, please.
Here's a chance. Cafu. Ooh. Tries to develop it into the box.
Corner to be whipped in. Ronaldinho over it. Soloff selected. He's going to fake it to the back and then run to the front post. And that's how you score. That's how you score a corner. When you're struggling, when you're down, what do? You win yourself a corner.
And you listen to Richard Buckley because you called it. You called it, and it happened.
I don't know if it's gone straight in. I don't think Soloff actually got. I don't know if he got a touch.
I think so. I think he did.
Oh, he did.
But again, I think now, because Nid is not a specialist on the set pieces, I think he should talk to you.
Contact me, agent.
Well done. 10 minutes of extra time play. D Fernandez back in front, but can he hold on to it this time? Still got 5 more minutes of this half to play, then another 15.
Nice defense.
Let's see Ferland Mendy moving this attack forward. Griezmann fresh off the bench, that fantasy footing game item. That's been a super sub as of late. Plays the one more pass into Modric and Gundogan to interchange. Is Griezmann going to be the hero? Tries to step over his way past Cafu and Laurent Blanc. Unable to find a way through. There's a lot ball over the top that gives Buchagueno a chance to run up. He won't have the pace to get past Ferland Mendy instead. Play for the last chance of this final couple of in-game seconds left of extra time here. It's Cadiz and D Fernandez, they lead by 6 goals to 5.
Nice.
Added time of 1 minute.
Last time.
Just get them all past the halfway line and he should be good to go.
Loads of time.
Nice tackle. One more chance to attack.
And there we do it. Half time and extra time.
I actually think that Ranarista sort of relishes and thrives in the chaos of these games. We're going to go into the second half now with him knowing exactly what he needs to do. At 5-5, I actually think that he looks a little bit lost on how to attack, whereas when he's losing, it's very simple. Attack, attack, attack. Get the ball and go forward.
Yeah, in a way, press really and attack. Because
it's a simple game plan.
Yeah, it is.
For D Fernandez, I think he's always going to remember that moment of added time of 1 in-game second. I'd never want to see that. I'm never going to take the risk again.
I mean,
I'll kick it out too early.
I want to see that replay. I really want to see it.
We're going to see it, I believe, at the right time. I'm sure if there's a pause in this added time period, we'll see the replay of the goal. Before that, we're back on the way for 15 minutes. Remember, last ticket from this league to the eChampions League. And a matchup against Nicholas in the semi-finals. Nico Williams off the bench trying to add his pace and attacking presence into this one. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Keeps his attack very much alive. You can see the overlapping run there of Bellingham. He's now in position on this right-hand side. If you want to see Soloff have all the time there, look.
This has to be game.
He won't be stopped.
Does he want to play one more? No, he doesn't. It's still Soloff on his own at the near post. And there's that the 2-goal cushion that is enough to send him through.
He decided to go for the press to the winger, and I mean, Di Fernandez was really patient enough to just control, not a sprint, then a sprint with Sorloth, and he only needed to ball roll and see which post he should shoot at.
Yeah, it's a great finish, isn't it? The near post was rattled. Let's have a look at this goal. because it was superb. Cruyff, this couple of step overs and the directional fake into Ronaldinho, and look at that reaction.
That's the passion, isn't it, of the LALIGA FC Pro. What an incredible moment that was to make it 5-5.
What a guy, Ranerista. What a guy. But now how everything can change. Just, what, 5 minutes? Because now he's 7-5 and he has to score a goal in this attack. Otherwise, I think he's going to be out of the competition. Oh, he pressed R1. Big mistake. And this is going to be probably, if Di Fernandez is patient enough. Ooh! There's something about Di Fernandez against constant press. There's something lacking there. He just keeps losing the ball.
He just looks like he's panicking.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
Especially in 9-minute halves as well. So you'll look up at the clock in the top left corner and you'll see 35 seconds pass by.
Going to fall his way. Oh, but he really is going to fall his way. Ferland Mendy doesn't need to score again. Is he going to try and find one more?
Oh.
This game's not over yet. If Ranerista can get the ball forward, a chance. A real chance.
There's the lofted ball out to Rafinha.
Big tackle by Cafu.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful ball. Is this going to be it?
Does he want to find one more into Sorloff? Wins a corner. We were happy just take more time out of the game.
Taking short, right?
You would imagine so, yeah.
Taking all the time he needs out of the game. Di Fernandez will be on the plane to the eChampions League as the final spot is confirmed. And he will be up against Nicholas. As we said, it'll be our final four that we saw in the Cup, but the bracket is slightly switched around. Obviously, this time, instead of, we'll see, Nacho against Nicholas, it's Nacho against Nee, and Nicholas against Di Fernandez.
Yeah.
In our final four. Full-time whistle this time, no extra time problems. Di Fernandez, congratulations. Final four of the LALIGA FC Pro. Thank you for what was an incredible ending between the two players. He is in the top four of this year's competition, and for Ranerista, Gravison, any final words you want to say about this, man?
I think Ranerista is fairly happy because he feels like he's competing back at the top again. I mean, it's been 3 years of himself just losing in the group stage, of him not really scoring any points on the regular format, and even though he lost, there is something about, you know, just feeling like you're back at the top again, you're playing big matches, you're just, people around you supporting you. It's just a feeling of being back at the top.
I think you could go away with his head held high saying, I did myself proud.
Top 8, and again, it's so hard when you're that close to the eChampions League. Someone who's back at the eChampions League, who knows a thing or two about this tournament, is Nicholas, and he's joined by Frankie now ahead of his big semi-final.
Talking about the fact that you were going back to eChampions League. You won back in 2022. Is that a really special tournament for you to win a place in?
Yeah, obviously ECL is really, really good. I'm so happy. This is the first step to that this was the first goal, so the first step I made it. So yeah, I'm so happy.
What's the difference this year, between this year, I should say, and 2023? Because 2022 was your year, really. So why do you think you're now on the comeback trail?
I don't know, you know, every game is different, so yeah, it's better. Sometimes the previous year was better, it's really bad doing the comparison and stuff, but I think also FIFA and about the season, also in real life, the sports are like that, our momentums, maybe at the beginning of the season you are not too good, I wasn't too good, and now I am really good. I start to work again with my ex-coach, like Fer, and also Juanma, I combine both. So yeah, I think that was the main goal, and also I'm more focused than before.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned you have 2 coaches, not 1, but 2 coaches. You're clearly taking this competition very serious, Nicholas. So how much impact have they had in the way that you're playing the game at the moment?
I think they are different, but they are special in the way that, I don't know, for example, Juanma he analyzes really good, and also you ask something, he has everything, like the information, and he has some spreadsheets, he has the stats about how many players use this and this, how do you score, how you score the goals, everything. And Fer is more about decisions and more like they always trying to fix me in some way in the defense. Juanma is more like offensive, Fer is more defensive, so I am combine both. But yeah, I mean it's hard also. But it's really good. Now we are 3. We can be 4, maybe. No.
You heard it here first. Nicholas is looking for a new coach. Are you sure? You want to get to the World Championships, right? We can get you a new coach for the audience.
But yeah, that's what I mean. You know, also for me, I am analyzed really good again while I play, and also I don't like to watch videos a lot. Like it's for like school for me, like homework. But also I'm taking my time, you know.
Yeah, so basically get the coaches to do the homework for you. That makes a lot of sense. Nicholas, I haven't got time to ask you anymore, so you're going to have to win again so we can do another interview. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is going to be so interesting to see if Nicholas can do the double. He's already won the cup. Will he win the finals here in Barcelona? We're going to take a look at the highlights from that match, and I'm going to head over to a true expert to talk us through them, because Ryan Pessoa is standing by. And it seems to be a little bit of a running theme with Nicholas FC. Yes, he can win, but maybe in the first half of the game, he's slightly slow to get started.
Yeah, I was concerned for Nicholas, I'll be honest, when those first 2 goals went in for Chusita. I felt as if maybe this could be the season where we don't see Nicholas at the eChampions League, but he turned the game on its head dramatically and then kept on scoring goals.
Yeah, he really did, and he's getting into his proper form. I've been slightly sniffy about his draft and the fact that he hasn't taken advantage of being able to record R9 and R10, but at the same time his firepower looks pretty certain, looks pretty secure in front of that box now.
Yep, exactly, decisive in front of goal, and of course capitalising on corner situations, which spoke about having coaches. That's what they're there for, to help you just get those perfect moments and capitalise in game when it matters most.
I really want to have a little sit down actually with Nicholas and with his coaches as well. Maybe he will get coach number 4. I mean, he made out he was joking, but you never know with the Iceman.
Yeah.
He didn't laugh when he made the joke.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you can never have too many coaches. Ryan, what's it like for you when you've worked with a coach in the past though? Are they impacting very much how you're playing the game? Is it more of an emotional thing? What's an ideal coach for you?
It depends. I think I sort of echo what Nicholas said in the sense of you don't really want to watch too much gameplay because you see it as homework, and of course, you get bored of it. But there was a play in the match, of course, between those 2 games that we saw. Nicholas up against Chusita, a huge game. This was the moment, though, Frankie, to get back into it, and Nicholas needed this just after the 30th minute. The step over there was fantastic, and the shot across goal was even better.
It's so interesting. Nicholas just needs that 1 goal, that 1 boost of confidence, that skill move to show that he's still got it, and he's going to be fighting back, and then there's just no stopping him. Let's take a look at our second match, though, our last quarter-final between D Fernandez and Ranarista.
Yeah, this one was, honestly, I don't even know where to begin. I honestly don't know where to begin. I felt as if D Fernandez was in cruise control. And of course, we'll see the highlights of some of the goals, but there, of course, is that key moment that happened in the latter stages of the game, just before extra time. And I thought D Fernandez done well in the sense that he nullified Ranarista. Ranarista was making a lot of mistakes in the defensive area. This one, though, was very fortunate that D Fernandez still managed to get a shot in at goal. And of course the response there from Ranarista.
I'm really interested to see how far D Fernandez could go in this competition. He didn't make it to the top 4 back in San Sebastian for the Cup. However, he did have a different opponent. He was facing Neat in the semi-finals. This time he's going to have to face Nicholas. And D Fernandez, I mean, what he wants to do is just go forward and score goals, right? It's not that complicated.
Yeah, D Fernandez is a great player. He's somebody that I've played a lot of times in practice games in years gone by, and he's somebody that you admire in this sense. You always think, surely when he gets his moment in a LAN tournament, he's going to run riot. And he was 5-2 up in this game. This is what I think, game over, Frankie. To me, it's done and dusted with the way it's going. 20 minutes left to be played. Ranarista with a great speed boost and a pass across goal. And it gave him a lifeline. 8 minutes left, 5-4. The great step over there with Henry, managed to get through the defender, the shot at the near post. This is unforgivable, this goal here. He had the ball in. Of course, the goal itself is great. But the moment where it led to that is genuinely cannot happen in competitive game. It's something where it was a second, albeit it's a narrow margin, but it's a huge, huge mistake, and he's lucky to come out of it winning the game.
So we're starting to see maybe a crack in the armour for D Fernandez.
To be honest, I think he's done well because a lot of players could have just derailed their whole tournament after that, conceding in the last minute. Of course, this is the bracket, the semi-final, of course. Sevilla up against Cadiz, Nicolas up against D Fernandez, and of course Neat up against Nacho Abella, your fan favourite.
I can't wait to see Neat versus Nacho Abella. I do refer to Nacho Abella as a dark horse in this competition. I think that Nacho's got a lot of strings for his bow. He's obviously got all the skill moves. He can get flashy when he wants to. I think it's just about that confidence. We talk about him not wanting to cross. He can cross. He just gets in these situations. I wonder if he just gets into his head and he goes, oh no, I'm going to lose the ball if I do that. And then he just ends up losing possession anyway.
Yeah, it's a weird one because he does that in that crossing situation. When it comes to long shots where, in my opinion, you're more likely to lose possession, he's happy to take them and sometimes they go in.
Yeah, as soon as he gets space, as soon as he's able to trigger a run, he scores.
Yep.
He is so clean, and if Neat has any mistakes like we've seen him have earlier today and Nacho manages to get ahead, as long as he can actually hold his defence tight, maybe he has got a chance against Neat. We've just seen Neat getting stronger and stronger as we've headed through this competition. But does his journey here in Barcelona stop in the semi-finals? We'll find out after the break.
Look at us, you still think we're so ever lay low. Don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Loves you. Love, don't by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone.
It's semi-finals time here at the Stagefront Stadium in Barcelona. Cannot wait to see who is going to take one step closer towards raising the LALIGA FC Pro Trophy. My name is Frankie Ward and I'm joined by Brandon Smith. Are you enjoying the action so far?
I am. I mean, look, we nearly had penalties there, didn't we? I mean, what a game. What an ending on our B stream. That was our B stream game. That wasn't our main feature game for Iniesta, scoring a 5-5 equal that sent us into extra time again, and it kept.
Thing I feel like, Brandon, about this weekend so far is we have seen the same top four that we saw back in San Sebastian at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, but some of the names that we were perhaps missing in action at that tournament have been showing up today, even if they couldn't quite get to the Final Four.
Absolutely. Look, we've seen better performances, haven't we, from a handful of those players like Iniesta, for example, like Tuga, who came out flying here today. We are seeing some of the highlights from Neat, who I think that's what we were saying on commentary as well, Frankie. We'll speak about Nicholas a bit later today, but two players there that went really far in the cup, that had faced adversity in this match, for example, Neat being 3-0 down in under 30 minutes, to then come back and turn the game on its head, just shows the quality of players that they are. Similar to what Nicholas did, he was 2-0 down, came back to win 6-2.
These are two players you can never count down and out at any point. We can watch them go down, have a terrible first half, and then second half they seem to remember who they are, talk to their coaches, and just come back and give us a masterclass in FC.
It's the 9-minute halves as well, isn't it? It just allows so much more time and opportunity to go down so early on, and it sounds crazy, but you're sort of in a bad position when you go 2 or 3-0 up so early on into a game, especially in 9 minutes.
Especially the mental game as well. It's almost like sometimes when you score, it's a foregone conclusion. Oh, I'm just going to give up the ball in a moment, and they're going to equalise against me. But I think that's one of the things that separates the amateurs like me from the pros, Brandon. Fantastic as well, though, to see, to be honest, to see a bit more from Yago. I know we didn't get to see him go all the way because he did have to come up against Neat, and Neat is on fire at the moment. But it's really nice to see the Argentinian get some good goals in on game.
Absolutely. I think what you're saying there as well about Yago, you know, there's 20 days exactly between the Cup and now. You've had 20 days for those players to get better, but then the best of the bunch have also just got better again, haven't they? They've just gone up another couple of steps, and we're seeing the highlights on the opposite side of things here for Real Viedo's Nacho, Abella, who we were saying as well on the commentary, unfinished business for him. Out of all the 4 players that left in this tournament, he's a player that's been so close before to winning this trophy, and he's been in this competition for so many years as well that you feel like, I'd say he's sort of like the fans' favourite to maybe go next away.
You have to say the experts' favourite is coming out on stage right now. It is Neat. He's won back-to-back tournaments in 2020 and 2021 when he was just 16 years old, raising his first trophy. Can he do it for a third time, Brandon?
In this form, absolutely. $200,000 he's made just from the LALIGA FC Pro. That's not including any of his other competitions. But the thing on Neat's situation is he's never really gone internationally and showed it. If he wins this game, he will be going international because he'll be in the FC Pro World Championships.
And he's already in the eChampions League, as is Nacho Abella. He's a player who has been to ECL before. He's looking to make his mark, and he's definitely showing up on this stage. I feel like the different variations of looks so far.
Absolutely. Man. So there's the stat file. 12 goals scored, 7 against for Neat. Again, remember, he was 3 down in one of his matches earlier today. Pulled it back to turn that one around. It was a more of a simpler quarter-final in the nicest way against Iago. But look, he's looking good. And one thing you know about him, he will create chances and he will cause problems.
And Nacho Abella, he's pretty good at dealing with problems, though. He is not faced by them at all. And I think the impressive thing about Nacho, I was talking to Ryan about this before the break, is when Nacho gets space, when Nacho gets chances, he really takes them. And a lot of the time, he green times them and he finishes them.
Absolutely. And look, it's crazy sometimes to sit here. I've been lucky enough to be involved in this tournament for quite a few years. Players like this that there's new waves of talent coming through, but he's still in the conversation, and he's still in another top 4 of the tournament. As you said, eChampions League done, wins this one. He is in the best 32 players in the world.
Well, let's refresh the audience on what these players are going to be bringing to the pitch today in this all-important matchup, because we can take a look at the draft, starting off with Neat. I mean, Brandon, just give me a TLDR. We've looked at this draft a couple of times already, but I feel like this is the optimum draft, really, for the draft restrictions.
I mean, it is, but more importantly, it's the best offensive draft in terms of if you're looking for the opportunity to do skills and to do all sorts going forward. Keep an eye on what Ronaldinho is going to do in this team. R9, for example, we already know what Sorloth's going to do. But you're right, the way that Mikel Merino's come into this team, he's been superb. Team of the season, Modric, has not looked out of place as well. Some players have not been that favourable, bringing in the new team of the season items, such as Nicholas. Nicholas has been very much stuck in his roots of what team he used in the Cup. But I think you're right, maybe it is the default team to look at. Ignore the chemistry.
Yeah, ignore the chemistry, but take a look at, we're talking about how much you appreciate and admire this item earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's in there, and he's been superb. Someone who's been great today for me, the MVP, Laurent Blanc. Ultimate birthday item. He's been a rock at the back, and for me, if I could afford him, he'd be in the team. Yeah,
I mean, it's no surprise that almost everyone has drafted Blanc. There's a 100% draft rate for Sorloth as well. Not a 5-star skill move, so what's that?
Yeah, I guess you could argue that's interesting for him, but Sorloth is...
He's got a big head. And he uses it.
If Sorloth's not in your team, you're asking some serious questions.
Yeah, which is why everyone has got them in their starting lineup. But then, of course, we know how Neat wants to play. He wants to show off to his opponent. He wants to pull off those 5-star skill moves, as you were mentioning earlier. R9's going to get that done for him. Nacho, Abella, though, quite a similar draft, but we've got Stoichkov who will be going into the...
Only real change, again, it comes back from the Cup. Players got used to using certain items, especially the ultimate birthday icons, such as Stoichkov. We saw how good he was for Nicholas in that last game. A player that, yes, you don't really need to use him if you've got the coins and you want to bring R9 or Thierry Henry into it, but out of those ultimate birthday items, it was only 20 days ago. People were just used to using them, and they're a fan.
Well, Nicholas is the only player remaining who I believe is still using the gold courtois we saw used by most of the players back in San Sebastian. But we want to take a look at Gazzaniga because most of the players have drafted him as their goalkeeper. A couple of Oblaks here and there, but we can take a look at more of this player's stats. I mean, solid really. That's what you want from a goalkeeper, apart from that cheeky own goal earlier.
For me, Frankie, there's just question marks on him. Really? I understand why he's in the team, but he's a keeper that's going to parry everything. He's going to parry it away. He's not going to catch as much as maybe other goalkeepers would like, or Courtois.
He's a slapper.
He is. He'll just parry it away, tip it over. Yes, he's been great, and he's pulled off a fantastic couple of saves. I understand from the restrictions point of view why he's in, but I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the people who scored today. Obviously, against his own team. I think that was a neat own goal earlier on.
It wasn't pretty.
He's not going to make that mistake again. But who would you have chosen instead? Would you have put Oblak in?
I agree. I think even a gold or black is a better shout.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We know what Brandon would be drafting. However, Brandon is not a professional player. But we do actually have one in the commentary booth. I believe we're actually going to have Gravison, Ryan, and third wheel, Richard Buckley.
I think we can all agree.
Only one professional player. He's not professional. Welcome into a huge game coming up in the semi-finals. Both semi-finals will be played individually, so you're going to see all of the action, because this is a pivotal round, because this is the FC Pro World Championship qualifying round. It's a golden ticket to the biggest tournament of the season. You talk about nerves, you talk about pressure. Is this round simply who can hold their nerve the better, Ryan?
Absolutely. I feel as if there will be more nerves in this game than the actual grand final itself in the next stage, if any of these players make it there. All players will have in their mindset, if they can get to the eChampions League, it's a success. If they can do both and get the ticket to the World Championships as well, it's even better, and it's a big game for both of these players.
Yeah, I think in this kind of matches, when you're playing in a final, when you reach that final, you were confident, you built the confidence throughout the whole tournament. But to this point, I mean, you were playing well, but you can be completely destroyed in, just say, 30 minutes, and still happy with qualifying for the ECL, but still unhappy because you didn't qualify for the World Championship.
It's a tricky position to be in.
It definitely is. So let's see what happens, because I do feel like Nid has been playing really good, but he had a really comfortable game against Thiago. It's been, what, like an hour and a half without playing?
Yeah.
So for him, Nacho's going to be really into the game from the start. Let's see what Nid does.
If you're going to beat Nid, you beat your first game of the day. That's when he was poor. That's when he didn't play well.
Should have
lost.
Should have lost.
But then
he's been getting better and better and better, and I think the fans in the arena, the people online, the pundits would all say Nid should win this game.
Yeah, for sure.
However, we're not the ones in the booth.
It's see, on that point, I feel like
most of today, right, the favourites won.
Yeah, most of the time, but I feel like I have to give more respect to Nacho Abella. I've mentioned that in a previous game. Every game he's been in, I pretty much have said he's the underdog in that game. He's been consistent throughout the years. He's been a runner-up. He's finished top 4 before. He was incredible in the cup as well, and I feel as if he can play to his highest level and catch Nid off guard, let's say, for example, he takes 3-0, he takes a 3-0 lead against Nid, like what Zumaquero does, the game's over.
You know, I would love to hear the opinion of those two people standing over there, which are Matias Bonano and Edu Castellanos. I would love to see the way Matias approaches this game as a fan.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's played a lot of times against Nid and Nacho beating them, both of them twice. So it's interesting to see what he could think about this match.
I don't know if you can see this, a lot of flashing lights, a lot of noise, and the atmosphere just starting to build as we get into these big semi-final rounds. I'll probably say about only a third left of the seating available for people to get themselves seated for this upcoming round. All the boxes above us as well, it goes quite high here at the stadium. They're full. Yep. People are looking down, people are getting ready, because I think you've got a very unknown in which Nid it is. Is it game 1 Nid that shows up? Is it game 2 Nid that shows up? If it's game 2 Nid that shows up, I think this could be a tough night for Nacho Abella. If it's game 1 Nid, you would back the man from Oviedo to potentially book himself into a World Championship. Let's find out. Handshakes have been done. Kits have been selected. And your LALIGA FC Pro semi-final is about to get underway. We've got 2 games coming up for you, separated by a break. Nid and Nacho Abella, Valladolid and Oviedo going head-to-head, followed by D Fernandez. Who is going to book their ticket to the FC Pro World Championship Finals? We are 2 minutes underway, and it is going to be Nid from left to right in that purple and white strip, and in blue and white will be Nacho Abella. Lovely switch of play to look to bring Soloth in, but a little bit overcooked, and we go into an early pause.
We have to remind people at home that the final in the LALIGA FC Pro back in 2021 was this match, exactly. Nacho against Nid, with Nid winning the game. I'm confident they have played at least a couple of times in cash cups and in online tournaments, with Nacho winning them both online. But I feel like online matches, they do count in a way, but it's not the same.
It's completely different in person. The adrenaline is higher on the main stage. You've got fans and your opponent is directly opposite you, and I feel like that makes a key impact in the game. Even celebrating, I feel like, impacts your opponent when you're screaming and roaring over him.
Yeah, especially because Nid is going to be standing a bit cocky, as you said before, and not just going to be screaming at Vamos as high as he can. So let's see who prevails.
The favourite in the stadium from the fans, you would probably say he's Nid. I can see pockets of Valladolid fans in and around, but Nacho Abella's presence and personality will win over, I'm sure, not only the fans in the arena, but fans at home. Ronaldinho looking to slide Cruyff in, but Laurent Blanc with a good interception at the back. Already seen 2 quick attacks there from Nid in this opening 6 minutes.
It's interesting to see because Nacho is really comfortable in those end-to-end matches, but I don't think you should approach a game against Nid from an end-to-end perspective. I think you got to be patient. Yeah, because if not, he's going to destroy you.
Whipped into the back post, Soloth is up, he wins the header, Cruyff! You talked about Gazzaniga before we kicked off! He's got hands that simply aren't strong enough.
Oh, you expect him to do better there. I feel like the header coming in from Sorloth was almost a guarantee. He's straight at him and he palms it into the roof of the net. Nacho Abella's first chance of the game, 8 minutes in, and he takes the lead.
And for me, now is probably the most important moment of the game for Need, because I do think sometimes he struggles when he doesn't find the spaces. And now he did have a couple of really poor attacks, so let's see what he does now.
Inside the box, Mendy on the cutback, Sorloth on the finesse, good save from Gazzaniga, getting down to his left-hand post. Short corner played, not to be direct into the box. Ronaldinho trying to slide in. And I think we talked about it earlier, Ryan, when we had the opportunity to watch Neat. He's not good on set plays.
No, he's not.
Yeah, Gravison talked to me about that, because you would have known him extremely well, part of the same organisation. When it comes to practicing, hold on a minute, he's not going to get there actually. When it comes to practicing set pieces, surely that's something that's drilled into you from your coach, from the people around you. You know how effective it is. You see how many goals you can score from them. Why would you opt to go short?
Okay, this is a big battle we have at the headquarters.
Sorloth into R9, we'll get that conversation cooking in a second. Just wait for this ball to be cleared out and Nacho will be able to calm himself down. Talk to me about the corners.
We have our Mike over there watching the game.
Yeah.
He's my partner in the Portuguese league. He's probably the best one. Set pieces is really good. I'm getting there, but Nid, in a way, doesn't like to practice the set pieces. And I know I've sat with him like, you got to practice them.
Yeah.
But he doesn't pay attention. He doesn't enjoy it.
Play lock inside the box. But
and I do think Nid is one of those players in which, you know, those Brazilian Rivaldo, Ronaldinho, in which they have to enjoy what they're doing to do it in a good way. It's the same. If he doesn't enjoy it, he won't do it. And he doesn't enjoy set pieces. And
I feel like it's still something that it can completely change the result of a game.
If you get good at corners, it's almost a free goal.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen that. Modric on the edge of the box, waiting for support, comes in the form of Cruyff and Sorloth.
For sure. I think it's compulsory for a player who's competing in FC24 to master set pieces.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't want to do it.
He's been really, really aggressive on the press. Has Neat, since going 1-0 down, Ronaldinho taking over. But for everything that Neat's come forward, Nacho Abella in his opening 20 minutes has defended well.
It's interesting to see the Nacho's development over the years with defense, because he was really a poor defender back in 2020. But right now, I think the offside traps are well timed. I think the 1v1 situations between Blanc and the strikers are the player switch is good as well. I think he has developed into a really good defender.
I think the player switching is key, as you mentioned. Neat pushing forward now. Cruyff, edge of the box.
Marino's dangerous in these areas with the finesse shot play style plus, but again, just not quite clicking. And I'm almost getting a few flashbacks to the game earlier, Ryan, that we sat in this exact position and commentated, because Neat is just struggling to put one and one together inside the final third, and Nacho Abella is happy to counter-attack and take his chances when they come.
I mean, that's brilliant. Ryan has been talking throughout the whole tournament of how we don't praise Nacho's gameplay enough. This is the perfect example.
That ball over the top, the triggered run with Sorloth, triggered him in behind, played the first time, ball over the top, in on goal, but then he makes the use of the space with the step over and the green time finish as well.
And for me, the main thing about this is when you do the control sprinting, then the time finishing, in my opinion, it's really hard.
Yeah.
He green timed it. And now the press is there as well.
He looks to get a third. Sorloth was trying to release that ball into Ronaldinho, just bursting through the middle of the pitch. Dinked out wide to Jude Bellingham. What does he have in the locker? Ronaldinho, Cruyff, trying to find Sorloth at the back post. Couple of step overs, open up the space. It's great build-up play, but there is serious question marks over the goalkeeping again.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
He's made a mistake there for not shooting initially.
Yeah.
And he's got bailed out by the goalkeeper, but he's got away with it completely there. But as I said, you have to take those moments when they come your way.
He got away with it because of Gazzaniga, pretty much.
Yes, literally, he's gone through his legs.
Please, someone stop the lights. because I think as a player it's really
a bit off-putting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seeing the flashing purple light. It's off-putting to me. I'm getting an awful lot of glare on our monitor. I can't see a thing.
I know as a player I used to be
there you go.
really
would you have paused the game and put your hands up?
For sure, and not in a nice way. I would be screaming pretty much.
Marino, lovely switch of play. Jude Bellingham, first time pass into Cruyff. This could be the second. R9 waiting, step overs.
Brilliant.
Even a red time shot. Gazaniga's not able to hold it.
I think this skill started back in January and February with the English League. I mean, the step over 90-degree angle. I think it's really effective.
Johan Cruyff now coming forward for Nacho Abella. This has been an end-to-end game so far.
Space.
Stoichkov, good block.
Had to rectify that mistake then. I feel like he pulled a player mistakenly out of position. And he gave a lot of space for Jude Bellingham to control and sprint into the area.
A lovely ball out wide. Neat would love a goal just before half-time. Put himself back in the game. He is trailing by 2-1, but on the balance of play, you would feel as though he is favourite to get back into this match.
I really like the way Nacho is defending, because I think if you tackle a bit too much against Need, you're dead.
Yeah.
Because he's just going to pass it into the box. And I really like the way he's not tackling at all.
That's a finesse from from Marino.
He's not tackling at all, so he's just holding on to, trying to Need to pass it, and then when he passes, he intercepts.
Yeah. He's forcing Need to beat him, to do something inside the box. He's not giving him any freebies, and I think that's something we talk about quite a lot, Ryan, when defending. You make the attacking player work for the goal. Don't give him anything.
Exactly, he's doing fantastic.
Just like that. You're giving him it. You're giving him a goal, basically.
Just about to say, he's doing fantastically well to sort of nullify in those particular areas. Just by jockeying backwards, but that could have been a costly error.
If there's one player that you don't need to give a goal to, it's Neat.
I mean, he creates enough chances by himself, so. Nice press by Sorlov. Potential pass. No.
Just waited a little bit too long there. That switch of play. Bellingham, I think Bellingham at right back. A lot of players, obviously, you would think you do it defensively, but it's just offensively. He's so good offensively. That's a red time shot, isn't it? Gazaniga actually held onto the ball.
Second time. Yep. He's red time it. He's rushing a bit too much, sprinting with the fullbacks, in my opinion, Nacho. It's the third time he's lost possession. But
great step.
Great step. And great manual player switching as well into Araujo.
Approaching half-time here, Ryan. One more chance. That switch of play to bring Mendy from fullback to fullback into play. Little play a lot cancel, and now Marino with a little bit of support on the edge of the box. Just having a look at the timer in the top left corner.
That's it.
Referee doesn't want it. What are you making of the first 45 minutes, Ryan?
I feel like Neat's had chances, but Nacho Abella has defended extremely well. We've highlighted that throughout the first half, in the sense of just jockeying backwards, forcing Neat to try and have to dribble past him or get a slice of fortune. And Neat did get lucky. He broke through Nacho Abella's defense well. Didn't take the shot when he should have, and then the goalkeeper sort of gave him a goal back into the game.
You know Neat better than most, Gravison. Do you think it will be frustrating more, not necessarily that he's losing, but he's red timed 2 shots?
Probably not the red timed shots, but the not able to break down the defense in a way.
So
because
he's losing 2-1, but also more that the fact that he's not creating a lot of good chances, he's not getting his skill moves off in the final third, and he's not really being able to penetrate.
I think, in a way, I mean, their game styles are different, but Need is similar to Nixnev.
Yeah.
When he starts going, he's unstoppable. But that can change in a second if he's not feeling comfortable with the game.
When they get in flow state, they're very hard to stop. But if you can nullify them and just stop them from getting into their rhythm a bit, from chaining their skill moves, getting into the spaces where they can be the most dangerous, I don't see how he sort of breaks his opponent down.
Not really, because he doesn't finesse, he doesn't cross.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to be playing your A game in order to win a game.
maybe we'll start to see Soloth ever so slightly utilise a little bit more.
Big mistake.
Yeah.
For Neat if he needs the big man.
But nice offside trap.
Forcing the plays forward and then just simply snatching the ball off the toe of the defender. He's been really good with Araujo as well so far as Nacho Abella. See the runners going forward, supporting Ronaldinho, not needing them right now, but Jude Bellingham is a little bit of space if he decides to use him. He
would have played it if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Continue to run forward.
Yeah, if he was a bit more direct. He still got it though. Great offside trap.
Modric into Cruyff.
Nice defense.
It's been a defensive game so far.
Yeah. Oh!
Could have been.
Yeah.
Jude Bellingham and Johan Cruyff linking up, but again, it's good defensive work from Nacho Abella not to dive in, to bring players around him and support him defensively. Just looking at Ferland Mendy down this right-hand side, offering up Jude Bellingham and saying to Modric, what do you have in the locker? What a player lock pass! What a pass!
The player lock is sensational, Richard and Gravison. He's done well there to even select the correct player and then react enough in time before he's just straight offside with Johan Cruyff and then puts it into the corner, and it's a deserved goal from Nacho Abella.
For sure. I mean, the timing of the player lock, but then the timing of the shot as well. It was green time.
Perfect.
And I do think it's working well for Nacho because in the tactics, the defensive width is really, it has to be like 30, even less, I think. Because in a way, you know, Need is always going to build up from the right back or full back position. In this case, Bellingham as a right back.
Yeah.
So if you keep the whip really, really low, he's not going to be able to pass it into the center midfielders.
That's Soloth against Jude. He's done well, but the second chance has fallen to a little scoop up over the top through ball there.
And I think it happened in the game against Nicolas and now against Nacho as well. He's not able to find the midfielders, so he's not able to build up.
Yeah, could be a mistake here. Bit of pinball in midfield here between Neat and Nacho Abella. Tries to push forward. Great step over again from Neat.
Could be a chance. He's at the byline. What's he got in the locker? Cuts it back. Solo on the score sheet. Game on.
Game on. 3-2. All to play. I didn't see the pass, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And I don't think Neat saw it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think in that situation, you kind of just fire a driven pass across the box and just kind of hope.
Does Nacho defensively feel a bit hard done by there?
No, I think it's a driven pass for a tap-in. If you're lucky, you'll find a striker for the tap-in, but I don't think defensively you can do anything else. And I mean, he found the space in a way.
Yeah.
Well, Nacho will look to come forward yet again. Little double back there from Soloth, and the build-up on the edge of the box is to be expected. Modric, step overs, finds the Valladolid, Luka Modric, and just look at the top of your screen. It could be a ball, you know where he's played it.
Yep.
It's just locked onto Ronaldinho.
He's able to switch up the play into Bellingham. Yeah, nice ball.
Soloth always going to be favourite, wins it. Cruyff!
That is an unbelievable last-ditch tackle.
Wow, what a tackle. All or nothing, really.
Then he comes forward, teasing. You talked about him stepping out of the back. And he's made up for it with the second defender.
Tackle. The turns there, the step overs from Neat.
And sometimes we don't need a 6-6 result to see a beautiful FC match. I mean, the defense level of both players have been amazing at the moment.
Yep.
Mendy's
on side here.
I think he's going to go direct towards goal. Is there a shot across him? Mendy!
Green timed again. Third time in a row. Brilliant. I mean, he's just not missing when he gets to those situations. Ryan, you said it before. We might have been underestimating Nacho 100%. Because, I mean, he's performing, he's delivering.
Yep, 100%. A great goal, and that's why, in my opinion, you have the likes of Ferland Mendy in the squad, the pace to get him behind there, and you can trust him in front of goal, especially if you're going to be green timing your shots across the face of goal there. Ferland Mendy will find the back of the net, and he takes the lead now, or 2-goal lead, I should say. Restores it in this game, and he's got 20 minutes to keep his World Championship dream alive.
It's a lot of time. We've seen it come down to a second to get a goal. Here in Barcelona, however, it is the level of performance from Neat that we've seen in this game.
Just offside.
Doesn't fill you with confidence if you're a Valladolid fan.
No, not really. And I do think Pause has to come in.
I actually
agree
with you. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised.
He hasn't paused the game throughout the whole match, and there has been a few moments in which he was playing really poorly, in a way.
I think this is the thing, when you're somebody that plays at that high tempo, you kind of you get tunnel vision, thinking that I just want to get a goal as soon as possible, then adapt.
You also have so much self-confidence in yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
That you are better than your opponent, that it will just fall for it. It will come. It will. You'll get that goal. You'll get that goal.
That way sometimes.
Is he just onside? Jude Bellingham. Cruyff making the supporting run off of him, finds Marino 40 yards out.
Needs to get the ball to Askilas. He doesn't feel comfortable just
Mendy
firing that shot into Soloff. Or that pass, I should say.
Lovely play. Modric into R9. Step
go.
overs.
Oh! Shot cancelled the keeper. Shoot! You gotta shoot. Oh! Nice press.
Cruyff inside the box. Ronaldinho and Marino in the right place.
Why are we shot cancelling the keeper?
Not only a shot cancel, but then a fake shot as well.
We're going for
goal
compilations
we're
for skills.
We're not playing champs. We're not making montages. We're playing for an FC Pro World Championship.
The press is on as well. Look at the press from Neat.
Look at the back post. Jude Bellingham, he's got no one around him. Doesn't need to go right now.
A goal here, exit.
Fifth
goal. Oh my God, he's mistimed it. For once, he's mistimed it.
And now the pass comes in. Neat has to go for it. I know Neat feels really confident with Diego, his coach. And I do think Diego is going to find the right words for Neat to enter 100% into the game.
What would you be wanting to hear right now? You've won this tournament. You've been in that seat.
If I'm honest, I had a brilliant chat with my brother. Between games, it was a 2-leg match in that situation. I lost the first leg 1-0. I was playing really poorly. I got into a bathroom with my brother. I was nearly having trouble to breathe and stuff. And my brother tried to keep, the importance of the match away. I mean, so just breathe. This is nothing. Your life will go on. It's just a game.
Yeah, so it's more so outside of the game itself you want to be helped, rather than in-game micromanaging, saying you should be doing this.
What he needs to do is stick the ball in the back of the net, and that's what he's going to do, because Neat, with 10 minutes left to play, he's fired up the El Gato capture card, and the montage is starting again.
I'm so stunned at what that extra ball over the top. I thought he ruined the chance. I thought he completely ruined it. A sensational build-up play from Neat, and he's still in this game now.
You just saw, I don't know if you caught that on camera, he just glanced out the corner of his eye to the fans in the arena that are making a load of noise for him. And he just nodded his head like,
don't worry, I got
this. Don't worry.
It's fine. We've got 9 minutes. Nacho Abella can defend though, and it's going to be a tough way back in this game for Neat.
Now the constant press is going to come in a few seconds probably, and Nacho has to keep the composure. Bellingham is just alone here, probably. Control the sprint is going to come any second.
The one thing I did love about Nacho Abella's performance against Tuga was how well and composed he was in possession.
Yep.
Especially as the further the game went on, the more
he got better.
He looked. Exactly, and that's normally a situation you associate people getting more nervous, but he was just
Modric, player lock into Cruyff.
Deserved to fall to the feet. He's going to keep it in, just about.
Ronaldinho on the byline. Couple of step overs, open up the space, shoots at the near post, and
corner.
Gazzaniga forces the save. Just watch that position of Solo.
5 minutes, grab. Do you go for it or do you play it short? I think he has to go for it.
He got it!
Off the line!
Another one! Whoa!
Just watch that movement. He's gone early. He's not moved the keeper. Gazzaniga, it's open up away.
Oh my
God. R9 on the goal line. Just not the goal line you want him to be at if you're a Valladolid fan. Watch that run at the top of the pitch.
Has to follow him.
Ferland Mendy
Rafinha.
brings it forward.
Oh, it's a great step.
Slips in Rafinha. Jude Bellingham with the interception, but Rafinha will keep it, and Modric just fouls him. It's going to be a short one. No time wasted for Neat. Cruyff and Kuna.
He's on.
into Rafinha, to the byline, cuts it back, it goes all the way through to Merino. Now Jude Bellingham.
Oh, what a defense! Shoot! Oh my God! Now the fullback.
He's throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Nacho Abella. And we'll get one more chance.
This is for the World Championship spot.
You would think maybe 2 minutes if the referee feels fruity. But with Nacho Abella in possession,
2 minutes.
He does have 2 additional minutes, but I don't even know if he's going to get a chance to get a hold of this ball. The possession
does extremely well.
that Nacho has is incredible.
Composed.
Towards the byline, Soloff turns, twists, and could fire. Oh, he's retimed it.
Oh.
20 seconds, he's paused it.
Wait. There could be.
He has to go direct on the goal kick.
Direct as well. I think if he plays it short, by the time he gets to the halfway line, there's not enough time.
The only thing he could do,
play it short and just try your
best.
The only
thing he could do, this is a classic.
Centre backs get up there, up front.
Put like Cruz or someone who's got long ball pass at centre back.
That's a good
short,
one.
Laurent Blanc,
fire it.
There, knock it down.
And the thing is, every second you miss, I mean, it's going to just keep on clocking. So
actually,
well, here we go. 15 seconds. Cruyff is off.
He doesn't have time. No,
he's got to go forward. He's launched it. Soloff wins the header, but Nacho Abella is going to be going to the FC Pro World Championships. Incredible! He's overcome with emotion.
I mean, this image of Nacho qualifying for the World Championship after 5 long years of training, of sweating, of crying, and this is LALIGA FC Pro.
That is what
finals.
That is what you do it for. That right there is the epitome of competitive FC. Simply incredible game. It might not have been a 7-8, but it was such a good match. It was end to end. You could hear the applause and standing ovation really from this crowd. They simply love what they have just seen here on the main stage. Nacho Abella will be chatting to Frankie very soon, but we're just going to let him have a little bit of time to soak in this moment. Ryan, you qualified for a World Championship before. How will he be feeling right now?
It's a tough one because it's just an outpour of emotion. You see the stats there, how even that game was.
What a game.
It's something, of course, being proud to qualify for a World Championship. It's not something that comes easy. You've seen how hard it is to even reach this stage of the tournament, and he's overcome a fan favourite and a player that's won this competition twice before.
Grav, you know him quite well, Nacho. I mean, he has been through every hoop that he had to jump through. He's been through the trials and tribulations of this tournament. For him to finally get to a final again since 2021, and he's not going to be facing Nick, he's not going to be facing the person that beat him, and to make an FC Pro World Championship, what does that mean?
I mean, I had the chance to speak to him in January. I don't know if Frankie can hear us, but in January he was thinking about retiring. So I think that's from retiring to qualify the World Championship. I guess we'll see in just a second.
A truly incredible moment, and the man of that moment is Nacho Abella, and he's joined with Frankie right now.
Said that in January you were thinking about retiring, and now you are going to the World Championships. This must be the biggest achievement you could never have imagined.
Yeah. This year I was too close to retire because I don't feel confident and I don't have the passion to play. And now I will play the World Cup. I don't know what to say. I mean, 5 years ago I was playing the final against Need. Today I had the lucky to win. So, I mean, I can display with words how I feel now because it's something amazing for me.
It took 5 years, but you finally got your revenge on it. You booked your spot in eChampions League. You booked your spot in the World Championships. Now you need to get revenge against Nicholas FC for sending you out of the Cup in San Sebastian just a few weeks ago. But the thing is about you, Nacho, is watching you play. You have worked so hard for this. Your game is balanced. We see you take shots that no one else takes. We see your defence is so solid too. You've worked for this moment. You've earned it. How hard do you think that you've worked?
I mean, I think always faith works. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's like I'm in a cloud. I mean, I don't know what to say because I just qualified for the World Cup. And as you said, I mean, I just try to train the most that I can for this tournament. All the matches was incredible hard. And now I just beat Zidane, Tuga, Nit. I don't know who is the next is Nico. And
it could be Nicholas. I apologise. I said it could be Nicholas. We don't know. It could be D Fernandez as well.
It could be Nico or D Fernandez, but I mean, I'm so proud of me of how I managed this situation to be too close to retire, and now I just came here and I say with my girlfriend, just enjoy. If you lost, you lost, but just enjoy, and I enjoy it.
You've come back. You're not going to retire on us again, Nacho Abella. Congratulations.
At least not this year. At least not this year.
Yeah, otherwise I'm coming after you. Congratulations. We'll see you in the final. What a performance from Nacho Abella. We're going to take a look at the highlights from that semi-final against Neat because there were so many to enjoy, and we're going to enjoy them with Brandon Smith.
Yeah, I mean, where do we start with this semi-final? Great to be there from Nacho Abella. You can honestly see exactly what it means to him in the World Championships, but this is how it went down. It was an electric start, wasn't it, from Real Betis? 2-0 up in 24 minutes.
It was insane. This is the start that Nacho needed. But you know what, with Neat, you can never count him out. He's always going to be on your toes. But Nacho somehow managed to hold him off.
Yeah, I mean, question marks on the goalkeeper there. Went through his legs. But you're right, I think with Neat, you know he's going to concede a couple of goals. He's not perfect defensively, but he's going to create and create and create. But what you've got to do is you have to stay one step ahead of the game, as Nacho Abella did. Every time that he pulled a goal back, he added another one onto the tally.
And he's clearly been working on every aspect of this game. And it was something that the guys were mentioning in the commentary. Neat, there's a few things he can be working on. He has got the mechanical skill, probably the best mechanical skill out of every player in this competition. When we see him in eChampions League, do you want to see him working on those set pieces? Do you want to see him bolstering that defence?
Yeah, I think again with this one, if you play this game 2 or 3 times, you potentially get different different results. As Nacho said there, it was just his day today. I think for Neat, he offers a play style that no one really else offers. I mean, in the nicest way, he doesn't always look for a cross. I know he tinked that one up to find a goal to make it 4-3. But there were so many close chances in that game. Cleared off the line at one point, I believe, a couple of times. Some big saves in there. But you play that 2 or 3 times, it really goes any way.
It sounds to me that you're surprised that Nacho Abella is in the final.
Yeah.
Let's take a look back at the player of the match. Sorry to interrupt you, Brandon. You can enjoy this instead, you naysayer.
Well, this is the player of the match then. We mentioned about Nacho Abella. Just keep him one step ahead of Neat. As you see there, lovely ball into Cruyff. Just could turn so beautifully away. That made it 3-1 and just kept him always in the lead with a 2-goal cushion. But the headline news here from Barcelona, another name has qualified for the FC Pro World Championships.
And another name in the final, but who? Look at the bracket, because we do only have 2 Cup, and the next semi-final is going to be D Fernandez for Cadiz versus Nicholas FC for Sevilla FC. Nicholas, arguably the favourite in this one.
Yes, but then for D Fernandez, why not? First time. The great thing about both these 2 players, Frank, is their first time in this league, and they're both in a semi-final. They're both at the eChampions League. You heard Nacho say he just wanted to go out and enjoy it. For D Fernandez, everyone, in the nicest way, is saying Nicholas wins this game. Nicholas storms this game. D Fernandez upset the apple cart. Why not?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you look at it in the sense that Nicholas has had some slow starts in the game so far, he has conceded. D Fernandez is someone who's going to be on his case this entire game. He is going to be going direct and he's going to be putting the pressure on.
He's going to have to make it a war. If he wants to get a result from Nicholas Alice, he's going to have to make it so difficult. What I mean by that is he needs to score first and he needs to completely control the game, which is so hard to do.
Well, if you like the sound of what Brandon Smith was just selling, stick around because we will be back with our second semi-final after this break.
not nature, but every time I'm around you, a kind of borderline situation, a kind of that I step in through. The same old places, the same old face, you got the same old faces. There are no chances, nobody's dancing. I'm coming out my words to make love with you. They keep my eyes wide shut, they tell me how to shout. You're about to be singing, sing out and chant your name.
Welcome back to LALIGA FC Pro. This is the grand final, and we have just 3 players remaining in the running for lifting the trophy. We have seen Nacho Abella beat Neat in a shock victory to earn his place in the grand finals, as well as a spot in the World Championships and the eChampions League, and now we need to see who is going to be facing him. And to talk through the match, I've got Gravison joining me. This is going to be very interesting because we're seeing D Fernandez go up against Nicholas FC, and in terms of experience, you have to say Nicholas has got quite a little bit of player experience, should we say, on top of D Fernandez.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Nico performing really good throughout the whole day. Probably he wasn't happy with the way he played in the first game, even though he played better than D Sanchez and he deserved to win. I don't think he was happy with the performance overall. But then in the second match, I do think we saw the Nico that we're used to see against Chusita with a really convincing result. And on the other side, D Fernandez, I mean, this was a really impressed by Xabi Alonso. It was probably one of my favorite goals of the whole tournament. And then from D Fernandez, what interests me is D Fernandez competes really well. I don't think he has played brilliantly today, but I don't think he played brilliantly in the cup yet. But he reached the semifinals. And then in the semifinals, when he needed to step it up a little bit, he lost against Neat. So now he has another chance to prove himself, not only as a really great competitor, which he has proved, but he has another chance to prove it if he can get in the ring with the top contenders of the league, which in this case is Nico. And let's see if he makes it through the final.
Well, he's certainly proved that he can go up against the regular faces here at La Liga. It's definitely been a fantastic debut year for him in the Spanish league. But is it going to be the time when he blows the competition away? Because I suppose the last time that really happened in La Liga was back in 2020 with Neat, as being this young, not pretender to the throne, because obviously he proved that he could do it. But you were there in 2020, and that must have been such a shocking moment for all the other competitors.
It really was, because we didn't know who this guy was. We just knew a young kid who was 16, who was playing unorthodox, but he was mechanically gifted. And then he started just beating pretty much every single one of us. I do think Di Fernandez is in a different situation because of his game style. I mean, he's young as well. He did qualify for the World Championship last year, but I don't think And I mean, talking with Dani, talking with Rane, talking with many of the players he played against, they didn't expect Di Fernandez to be that good of a competitor, because when he finds those, I don't know, 50-50 matches, he always wins. And for me, that's impressive, because anyone can really play a great FC. I mean, anyone can be, if you train enough and you have the talent, you can reach high levels. But what surprises me about Di Fernandez is he hasn't played that good. And he reached semifinals in the Cup, and he reached the semifinals here as well. So for me, it's just that question of, if he just levels up his gameplay just a bit, he has to be championship material, definitely.
So there's something about, I guess, the way that he goes forward that puts his opponents on the back foot.
For sure. I mean, in the Cup, I think he had like 9 shots on target with 8 goals. And I mean, that percentage is just so high. Now, I remember in the game against Randy, he had 5 shots, 5 goals again. So it's just something, you know, when Di Fernandez gets inside the box, a goal is coming, really.
Yeah, well, it's going to be super interesting to see if Di Fernandez can hold his own against Sevilla FC's Nicolas 99 FC. Nicolas did raise the trophy just a few weeks ago at San Sebastian at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He's looking like he could do the double this year and raise this trophy for the first time. But he's up against Di Fernandez, who'd pulled off so many shock victories. He's looking set to do it again. But will he be too one-dimensional, I was about to say, versus a very balanced, experienced player from Nicolas FC?
I guess we'll see in just a few minutes what will happen and if this question will be answered. I'm really looking forward to this match, because as we can see in these stats from Nicolas, he played 2 matches, he got goals, 9 goals scored, which in 2 matches is a lot, really. But I'm really curious to see if he's going to be able to keep that momentum that he's built up in these last 2 matches.
Well, we'll take a look at... She's seen him play on the main stage here at the... He's been playing all of his matches on the B stream, so we've got a treat in store. Possession's pretty even, but the shots, I mean, 15 shots on target out of the 80.
And then 9 goals again, so that's really a high percentage. I mean, he's effective, and he might not be great in the build-up, he might not be great when he gets to those situations in the midfield, but when he gets inside the box, danger is coming.
Well, let's take a look at the draft if we can, because we've taken a look at Nicolas FC's already, so we'll scoot through this pretty quickly. Very, very strong bench. Wants to do what he did back in San Sebastian. Very quick thoughts from you on this one.
For me, 2 possible things. Courtois, I mean, later on we're going to see Di Fernandez using Gazzaniga, so we can talk about that. But for me, the interesting part of Nico's draft is Stoichkov, because you don't see Stoichkov that much, but I really like the way he uses it. Not really attacking-wise, but defensive-wise, because he's using Stoichkov as the 4th midfielder, sorry, when he's defending. And I don't know how he manages to do it, but he's always pressing the midfielder with Stoichkov. So every single other player is able to find the long ball pass with the midfielder, again, let's just say to a fullback, to a striker, to whatever. But against Nico, they cannot find it because of Stoichkov. So let's see if Di Fernandez has an answer for that.
Do you think he just needs to keep possession?
No, but maybe instead of passing it to the midfielder who's closer to Stoichkov, pass it to the other one. Because if you don't do it, Stoichkov is going to be pressing.
Yeah, and if you keep dribbling, I guess you're probably going to get intercepted by Nicolas as well. Let's take a look at Di Fernandez's draft, and we'll see that goalkeeper confirmed as Gazzaniga. And it's been apparent... Oh, we're not going to see Gazzaniga. There we go. First time we've seen this draft on the stage. So let's get your opinion on Ter Stegen then.
I mean, it's the same. It's pretty much the same as Gazzaniga. He's not that tall. He is not that reliable in a way. And I mean, he's a decent keeper, don't get me wrong, but corners, set pieces, even the long shots, trivelas, finesses, I don't think it's going to be that convincing. So, I mean, we're going to see Cafu, and it's interesting because the Portuguese players find that way to just try to cross it with the with the playstyle plus, which is going to be interesting, that Cafu cross into Sorlov. And it's really a weird draft in a way because we don't see Cafu that much. We are always seeing Bellingham Team of the Year version as a starting 11, but he's using Butragueño, he's using Vinicius, he's using Cafu, he's using Ter Stegen. But again, he's in the semi-final, so it's working fine for him.
This is incredibly similar to what he brought to the stage in San Sebastian. The Vinicius Junior on the wing as well, to the point where I'm actually really surprised that he hasn't put the team of the season live Rafinha on his bench.
Yeah,
I just would have thought that would play into the way that he likes to play the game.
It's kind of weird because you could potentially see maybe Larin change for, as you said, Rafinha, maybe Molina, because I don't think he's going to be using him. But again, if it works out for him, we don't have a thing to say about the draft.
Yeah, it's been working out for him so far. I was a bit of a naysay about Nicholas FC's draft, but that's obviously seen him through to eChampions League and potentially is going to see him through to a place in the final here at the Stagefront Stadium. So let's find out who is going to be taking the second semi-final with our boys in the commentary box. And I believe, again, there actually is just one pro this time.
Thank you for the lovely intro. Pro player here myself.
You, is it me? Former pro.
No. Ryan Pessoa, big game. Big game. We are seeing another player qualify for the FC Pro World Championships in roughly just under an hour's time. I mean, we just saw Nacho Abella do it. A lot of people expected Neat to get that far, but Nacho Abella in the World Championships, Neat is not.
It's a big one because it feels weird. We know how good Neat is. A lot of the pro players behind the scenes in terms of practicing would always associate Neat as the player to beat. One of the best players mechanically in this game, and how important it is with the way he builds up in attack. And to not be there is a huge shock. But Nacho Abella has been superb. Not just today, but in the cup a few weeks ago, he was outstanding.
And he's got better and better, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As you said, in the World Championships. This game, though, everyone is looking at this man. With the form that he showed, with the history and the achievements he's got, what does D Fernandez have to do?
He has to perform at the highest level he's ever performed at before. He's somebody that has reached huge international tournaments in a previous year as well. But he's up against somebody that, quote-unquote, is out to destroy every single person.
Well, I wanted to say as well, does he have to redraft D Fernandez? Emilio Butragueño and Vinicius Junior.
You know what?
Starting in the team.
The Butra pick, I'm actually going to stand by. 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot, I'm with it. Vinicius Junior, though, incredible in game. However, he takes up one of the Real Madrid slots. And for me, I think Mendy, I think Jude Bellingham, who D Fernandez doesn't actually have in his draft, and Luka Modric, for me, those three should have been relatively certain in that team. The only player that's got him in the team.
Well, then here we go. Nicholas 99 against D Fernandez for a spot in this year's FC Pro World Championships, but more importantly, in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals here in Barcelona. 9-minute halves, best of one. Is Nicholas about to potentially write himself into the history books as well by doing a double this year? Can he win the cup? Can he win the league? It's his first chance of the game to show us exactly what he can do in these areas. Defended well by D Fernandez.
Yeah, tried to use a controlled sprint in the area, couldn't find the space, but for Nicholas, even from when I started playing, he's somebody that qualified for the World Cup in 2017. And ever since then, he hasn't looked back. He's somebody that you associate with reaching the finals of all of the most important and biggest trophies and tournaments of all. And he's a few steps away from doing it if he manages to overcome D Fernandez.
Well, I'm about to see an opener in this one. Cruyff, left and right. He sent him packing.
Oh, my God.
Chavella into the top corner. And it's only taken Nicholas under 5 minutes to find the breakthrough. What I wanted to say, Ryan, was, have you played against Nicholas before?
Yeah, we played it a number of times in practice mainly, though, because obviously competing in years gone by, it's a little bit different consoles. But in practice games, we played a lot. He's somebody, when you're in practice groups, you put codes in for warm-up games. And you see Nicholas is in there. The moment he puts the code in, you're thinking, all right, I'll wait around 15 minutes. We'll send another one when his game's done. You sit and wait just to make sure you can get a game against Nicholas. And we played in 2v2 championships before and qualifiers, but in 1v1s at a LAN event in person, we haven't.
Do you feel like when you play against Nicholas, or you're playing against the name?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's sort of like I'm going to say as far as an aura in a way, because he's got the statue, he's got the name tag as the Iceman, and rightly so for correct reason with the way he plays and conducts himself in those do or die situations, and their game against him though. but it's still sometimes not enough to even get near him.
You're right. What, an extra 5, 10, 50% in your game? It just isn't enough. As we said, the worst thing you can do is go down by a goal to nil against Nicholas in a game like this. You need to take control of the game. You need to make it horrible for Nicholas to try and play him.
He's not moving the keeper.
This could be trouble.
What's going on here?
This could be trouble. There's Sorloth!
Oh, that's
Nicholas!
criminal.
2-0
Criminal.
in 9 minutes.
We commend the corner. Fine. He times it green. To not move the goalkeeper from a corner there at all is...
Especially against Nicholas, because you know what's coming at you, Ryan.
Yeah, to me that's unacceptable. Yeah, as you said, I was just about to say how we would have seen Nicholas score from corners, and it is... Moving the goalkeeper doesn't guarantee you stopping it.
Oh,
What's going on here? Cruyff, one-on-one.
Is it going to be 3-0? Step overs coming out from Nicholas.
One-on-one against Laurent Blanc. Couldn't find the angle with the pace to get around him, but for corners, as I said, you move the keeper, it doesn't guarantee you to catch the ball in the air. The keeper still has to do his job. It just forces your opponent to think, okay, maybe I should whip it to the back post or try and move the player in the box around a little bit more.
Edge of the box could be available. Kicked out of play for a corner. This is the best chance so far that D Fernandez has had in terms of even getting near the box of Nicholas. Whipped in.
Back post.
Quarterfinal digs it in to Sorloth, or Modric I should say. Touched it down, goes down to ground. You can just see on Nicholas's camera there, production are just trying to move it round because Nicholas is so into his monitor right now.
Can't even see him.
We can't actually see him. I think the only way we can get it is if we go on stage and if we try and move the camera.
It down.
Here's Bellingham. Is it going to be 3-0 in 15 minutes for Nicholas? Cruyff.
Oh, he's done a little bit too much. A little bit too much. I don't think he expected De Jong to run perfectly in that space without D Fernandez tracking it.
It looked like he missed, the pass into the Dutch midfielder. See you later, says Jude Bellingham. Back to Xabi Alonso. He's pretty much got the pitch perfect. Same team that he used in the Cup a few weeks ago in San Sebastian, Nicholas, where it was an 8-1 winner there in the grand final. Oh, Nicholas!
You know what that is, right? I'm going to take it back a minute between game time. The build-up there from Nicholas. He realizes how much D Fernandez is relying on second-man press drastically. It's genuinely the only way D Fernandez is defending. When you do that, you hold R1 in game, you drag a defender to the opponent in possession. You're pulling defenders out of position. D Fernandez he's all ends up. It's a complete mess.
The words that Nicholas used to us when we were in San Sebastian 20 days ago is, I just want to destroy people.
Yeah.
I'll be your best friend off screen, but in game, I just want to destroy players.
He's doing that right now.
And you just saw as well, it's just a little hand motion there of more and more and more. 17 minutes on the clock against Nicholas and you're 3-0 down. He wants more. And he might be on for it. D Fernandez, you're in a really dangerous situation here, aren't you? From a mental point of view, in terms of just losing all belief and hope. You're one game away from an FC Pro World Championship. Nicholas does lose games. I mean, look, if you look at the group stage, he only qualified for the Cup via a goal difference. He got 5 points from 12 in his group stage back in February, March. It was not a good group stage by his own standards.
Yeah, since then, unbeaten. It could have been completely different. We may not have even seen Nicholas at this competition if it wasn't for his advancement on goal difference.
And then a great performance in the Cup. Travella from Acuna of all players, which just shows the the confidence that we're seeing from Nicholas in the final third. In case you missed it, Nacho qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. Of course, Neat as well got a ticket in the eChampions League, so did Nacho. Both of these two players have as well. We're playing this game to find out who is going to be in our grand final here in this year's LALIGA FC Pro. 60,000 euros going to one of those two players, and what a grand final it plans to be. If Nicholas was to win this in his first year competing, his first ever virtual league, he's never needed to play in a league before. Cafu. Vinicius Junior needs to start offering something for D Fernandez in the final third.
There's no fear for Nicholas. He's seeing this as a game where you can just get him to cruise control and just see this game out already, despite it only being 25 minutes into a best of one, 9-minute halves. You need to add that sort of element to your game where Nicholas has to second guess himself defensively, and he's done nothing so far, D Fernandez.
Alonso disguises that one. You see the famous step overs there for that Golazo Cruyff, who I think Nicholas absolutely loves, by the way.
Yeah, running behind, it's going to get to him. Great ball.
Well, Emilio Bruchagueno, what can you offer from this area here? Just a goal. Some sort of confidence booster here for D Fernandez, who is on the ropes, and 1 goal away, you could argue, from a knockout blow of all confidence being lost if he was to go 4-0 down. Could be a huge switch to play on. Well won by Modric.
Now he can counter. If he can try and be a bit quicker. He plays a run offside. He's going by himself. Great tackle there from Laurent Blanc and Nicholas.
It's one of them, though, Ryan. I mean, he's just controlling the game so well. Got to try and take a bit of that control back from him. There's a big switch, which opens up the play ever so slightly for him. As it goes back and forth from Ferlomeni to Cafu.
It's dwindling on the ball a little bit too much, trying to find a perfect chance. You don't necessarily need to wait for the one-on-one opportunity. You can try and create opportunities where you might force a bounce back, force a save from the goalkeeper. You can get yourself a corner. Cruyff in on goal again. If you can get there.
The ball rolls away from Araujo and Cafu as well. Keeps possession well for Sevilla and Nicholas. Acuna. Back to Alonso Cruyff, who has been the danger man.
But you see there, that's not a perfect opportunity from Nicholas. He takes a shot there, an obscure angle, hoping maybe if it finds the back of the net, it does. And there we go, here we go.
Has to make this happen, D Fernandez. Ronaldinho on his own has to score this one. He does. It's a confidence booster at least. It's something for the Portuguese player to hold on to. But very well done there, Ryan, because we say it so many times, you can often have too much time in those scenarios where you just get in your own head.
Yeah, we've seen that earlier on today, even in our first game where a one-on-one chance went wide because you're cautious of, do I go around the goalkeeper? Do I go for a chip? Do I decide to try and finesse it the near post or power shot across goal? Do I bother timing it? And you can sort of second guess yourself and end up missing the chance completely. But D Fernandez does just enough there to get past the goalkeeper.
Did very well, especially when you can imagine Nicholas, as you saw, was just moving the goalkeeper left and right, left and right, left and right. You constantly you need to sort of just choose away and back it.
You have to, but you also have to be aware of you have to keep an eye on the keeper, but also your player in possession and the players tracking him, because you don't want to make sure, you don't want to force the chance, shoot a little bit too early and you mess up and then you ruin that chance and your confidence is just on the floor.
Nicholas.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, you know what? That is unbelievable.
4-1. He may have just conceded, but the 3-goal cushion's just been reinstated seconds later.
So good.
Do you know what I'm excited for? I know it's early days, but get Nicholas up against PH in. Make it happen. Because the levels that we are seeing.
It's just with Sorloth in the box there. He's using the ball on the floor. He's making Sorloth look elegant.
And we have to remember as well that Nicholas is using a La Liga draft here, Ryan.
Yeah.
Imagine him on a completely different set of rules.
Unlocked account.
Team of the seasons, team of the years, unlimited budget.
Look at the left back. He has to track it. It's good tracking there from D Fernandez. He had to run back. If you didn't notice that, the triggered run there forced from Jude Bellingham all the way on the left side of the pitch for Nicholas.
Last chance of the half, 4-1, Nicholas leads in this semi-final matchup. Winner plays Nacho, Abella of Real Betis in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Final. Dion into Cruyff, is it 5? Stoichkov times it green.
Yeah, keeper move there as well. It was great from D Fernandez. He has to. No, come on.
Surely not again. Move the keeper. Is he in for another one? Corner comes in. There's Sorloff.
It's just over his head.
Still on. This is alive. Bellingham does very well. Stoichkov, Bellingham again. Couple of step overs, and that will do us for half time. 4-1, Nicholas leads in this semi-final.
It's been a great first half from the Iceman. I still can't get over Brandon not moving the goalkeeper from the corner. I just feel like that's something you have to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just...
So if you don't move the goalkeeper, I mean, what are you hoping for?
The defender to win the header, but then they're up against the likes of Sorloff, Ariel Plus, who's running with momentum, targeting the ball, attacking it in the air. If it lands on his head and is powered correctly, it's a guaranteed goal if it goes on target. So it's something that, I don't know, I think moving the keeper is critical from those situations. But half-time, 54% possession favours Nicholas and Sevilla. Expected goals, of course, 1.9 in favour of Nicholas, 0.7 for D Fernandez. He had that one chance.
2 shots, Ryan. He's not been able to create.
Yeah, and he's been timid. I think that's the perfect word. Timid and tentative when he gets into the final. No, not even into the final. The step before he gets into the final third, he's second-guessing himself. He's trying to play the pass in. Oh, sorry, he's not playing the pass in that should be played, thinking Nicholas is going to manually cut the passing lane. He's cycling back, recycling possession, when sometimes being direct is the best form.
Well, Nicholas is in a very comfortable position in the nicest way possible. He's 45 minutes away. We have to say this again, by the way. It'll be his 7th World Championships, I believe, in a row that he would have qualified for. 7.
Joke. Unbelievable consistency. Kick off the second half. D Fernandez has a huge task on his hand. An uphill battle against one of, if not the greatest player we've seen in our scene. And it's Nicholas again capitalizing off of a mistake from D Fernandez.
Surely not more. Cruyff, 1-on-1, it's 5-1. We've only just kicked off for the second half. These levels we're seeing.
Nah, man. He makes it look so easy. It's just the twisting and turning with Cruyff. D Fernandez is thinking, all right, what do I do? Do I watch the driven pass maybe into Sorloff? Do I have to move the keeper? Do I think surely he's not going to turn back again? And he does it, and he fires it across goal. And for me, I know 9-minute halves, we talk about there being a long time to retrieve deficits. I'll be honest, it's going to get worse before it gets better for D Fernandez in this game.
So cruel as well in the opposite side of this conversation, because this is your game to qualify for the World Championships. The eChampions League is a separate event. There's no way you get into the World Championships through that standalone tournament. I'm sure you were praying for one thing, Ryan. Just don't put me on the same bracket side as Nicholas before the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. He's a man on a mission. He's somebody that wanted to showcase his ability. He's not done yet. And D Fernandez, could he get a goal here? Great touch from Ronaldinho, but great defending there from Nicholas and Eder Militao in the box. Maybe it's his year this year. He just handled the trophies, of course, become a runner-up in the World Championships in previous years.
Whatever's happened since February and March to now, Ryan, for Nicholas, he's just found this new wave of motivation, I think, again.
Yeah, I think he said about getting further back on board his previous coach. And been working behind the scenes, and I think with Nicholas, fundamentally, he's always had the ability. It's a difficult one because I don't really understand how Nicholas could struggle. It's a weird one because he's one of those players that they're so consistent, they adapt so well year on year out.
We have to remember, Nicholas didn't make out the groups, did he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At the World Cup last year.
Yeah.
And just overall, as much as he still qualified and he performed well, he wasn't playing out of his skin by any means, was he?
Not at all, but now we're looking at Nicholas at the top of his game.
His first ever virtual he's played in. He's never had to play in a league before. I have to keep saying this, but he's come through this to a grand final where potentially he could do the double. There is another goal back there for Khalifa D Fernandez. Yes, there is time, but that's the third shot I believe I've seen from D Fernandez in this whole game.
Yep.
His XG's been low. He hasn't been able to create.
A moment of proactiveness in the area, just playing a pass in, a touch towards goal, which we've seen him take a touch away from goal a lot of the time, and it led to a goal there from Sorloff.
Well, we can see both players' POVs here in terms of some tactical changes that are being made. Nicholas, keep a close eye on him. As we said, Nacho Abella waits one of these two in the grand final here in a loud and noisy RCD Espanyol stage front stadium. For Nicholas, 3-goal cushion still. Frustration building there for D Fernandez. You can clearly see it and you can hear it. Acuna. Stoichkov. Alonso. Cruyff steal. Cut it back into De Jong. 6-2. He won his last game 6-2 as well.
He cannot be stopped in those areas. It's just debating of the runs there, recycling possession, using Cruyff, and because of how deadly Cruyff has been with the step over down towards the byline, D Fernandez is scared. Doesn't look across there for the cancel direction, not make pass there into De Jong, and then the 4-goal lead is restored. 30 minutes left to be played.
I can assure you one thing, Ryan, when they saw Nicholas put pen to paper with Sevilla this year, they would have thought, why on earth is he coming into our league of all leagues? But Nicholas is here, and he's going to be on the way to the World Championships later this year. He's already on his way to the Champions League, and by this form right now, he is looking scary.
Yep, he's yet to concede more than 2 goals in a game since the La Liga Cup. So if D Fernandez is going to have to overcome this, he's going to have to do what no one else has managed to do so far.
Nacho Abella just has to take the game to him.
Be a rematch as well.
It is going to be a rematch in the semi-finals, isn't it, from the Cup? Which was actually a narrow victory. One more pass. Saved by ter Stegen. And I can confirm after this one, Ryan, 20 tickets to the FC Pro World Championships will be confirmed. Of course, there'll be 2 more confirmed on Monday night in France. And then we're just down to the final 10 spots. And who's going to be qualifying for this year's FC Pro World Championships? Lofted in. Is it a chance for D Fernandez? No, it's not. Off the toes of Ronaldinho. It's a really difficult position to be in, because Nicholas does not want to stop yet.
He just takes all the hope that you have of a potential comeback completely out of you. And another corner for Nicholas.
I think he even said in the cup he wanted to retire a few players.
Yeah, he did. Literally said that word for word. He wants to retire players, and that's a heavy statement.
As you can hear in the background, we've got a very loud Spanish crowd here. Our fantastic La Liga Spanish commentators as well getting involved in the crowd. We've actually got a live music performance coming up after this, Ryan.
You getting involved in that, Brandon?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Cuando queda tiempo por delante, cuando queda todavía mucho que dirimir, y te voy a hacer un reto, Sergio.
It's moments like this I wish I spoke Spanish, because I've got no idea what he's saying.
Couldn't understand a word. I'm sure it was good. Revved up the crowd a bit.
Well, here he's doing a bit of a quiz at the moment with the audience to give away some prizes, I believe, here live in Barcelona. Well then, 18 minutes left, near enough, before we confirm this year's grand final of the Liga FC Pro. We can pretty much tell you which way it's going already. And you are right to say that, Ryan. Only conceded 2 goals in each of his knockout games. He only conceded 8 goals across the whole cup as well. Ridiculous. You have to remember, he won his grand final 8-1 against Neat. No mercy shown at all from Nicholas.
Even now, just him keeping the ball here, just killing the minutes of the clock. A lot of players will still look to just completely just go forward, capitalize on the spaces, goal for goal, get the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. He's still going to do that, but he's just sort of whittling away at him. D Fernandez losing a lot of hope here. Jude Bellingham in the box, and there we go. I thought it was going to be number 7. Keeper saves it. Just making sure that there's not enough time for D Fernandez to respond if Nicholas does give away possession.
We have to confirm it again as well. Nicholas, goal number 7, which marks 7 World Championships in a row that he's qualified for. His consistency is remarkable. He might not have won a World Championship yet, but he'll be there to try and fight for one this year. And that is 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, and this year 24. 7 World Championships in a row this man has qualified for. And even in doubt this year, in what was a really difficult group stage for him, he just came back. He came back flying. He's just found this new wave of motivation, and he's peaking at the best time possible. He's got eChampions League in roughly just 2 weeks' time, I believe it is. I wouldn't want to be facing him.
It's not done here, though. I think he's going to look to keep on scoring goals in this game. He's got a huge grand final against Nacho Abella, who's been sensational as well. But for D Fernandez, there's no shame being eliminated at this stage of the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. He's had a huge tournament, top 4 in both the cup as well a couple of weeks ago, top 4 at this event. He's just come up against a man on a mission in Nicholas 99.
He also said, look, if I don't perform well in this league, I'm going back to Argentina, and that is to be done until the new game comes out, and it would have been a long way for him. D Fernandez, commiserations to him. He will not be going to the World Championships this year. He won't be in the final, but still, a top 4 in his first ever La Liga season is not bad going, Ryan.
Not bad at all, and might be conceding another one.
Cheeky chip!
It's off the bar, yeah.
Nicholas. Just toying.
Yeah, these type of defeats, they're soul destroying in the sense that you can see your opponent just sort of playing around, just playing with his food.
Just playing with his food, I love that. Yeah. He is. And in time of whatever it'll be, let's conclude this game. As we said, Nicholas is there. It's Nacho Abella against Nicholas. It'll be Sevilla against Real Betis in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final. And it will be Nicholas and Nacho Abella that will also be on their way to the FC Pro World Championships later on this year. And we just got a great storyline as well for this grand final run. We've got Nacho Abella, who has never won this title in Spain. He's always been there. He's always been in the conversation. And then you've got Nicholas. Could he do the double? Could he be another player to do the double? He is 1 game away from potentially doing the double. The Cup of the League in the same season, in his first ever year in this competition in Spain. He is 1 win away. But more importantly, he's back at the World Championships again.
He's celebrating. I'm shocked. This is the first time I've seen Nicholas celebrating in a long while, but it's been a dominant display from the man representing Sevilla. Commiserations to D Fernandez losing out in the semi-finals, but it was a massively dominant performance from Nicholas, Brandon.
Commiserations, D Fernandez. It's the worst game to lose. Yeah, it really is.
Genuinely.
You have qualified for the Champions League, but you go into it deflated still. You do.
Yeah, you 100%, because you just think it was 1 game away from from glory, one game away from calling yourself one of the best players in the world. And of course, it's been a great season domestically for D Fernandez, but Nicolas, he still pushes on, and as you mentioned, the domestic double is definitely possible.
I mean, it's happened before with Zidane, but never in someone's first season. First season, he comes in. Is he going to clean up? Clean up the whole scene, potentially. So remember, he won 8-1 against Nice 20 days ago in the Cup in San Sebastian. With performances like that in a semi-final, Nacho Abella, I can't wait to see what he brings out against Nicolas.
Yeah, he's going to have to play at the top of his game. I said that beforehand in the pre-match conversation, where if D Fernandez was to win, he would have to be 10 out of 10, and Nicolas would have to drop below his level substantially. And yeah, unfortunately for D Fernandez, Nicolas was unbelievable in front of goal.
As we said, eChampions League still for Nice and for D Fernandez, but when you know that you're not in the World Championships, of course you're going to want to be an eChampions League winner, but we've seen it from a few leagues now. You're going to come into it, you are going to be a little bit deflated.
100%, 100%. I think it sort of favours maybe those players that did qualify for both, maybe in the eChampions League, because they're going to be feeling a lot better than a lot of the players that unfortunately lost in that deciding game.
And even more so if you've won the league as well.
Yeah,
you're going to be even more full of confidence. Anyway, enough from us for now. Let's hear from the Iceman. It's 7 World Championships he's qualified for. He's with Frankie now.
I have just heard something incredibly surprising about the Iceman, and I've been told I'm not allowed to share this with you guys at home. I'm very upset about this. If you do the domestic double, having already won the cup, if you raise that trophy, am I allowed to share what you just showed me?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
But I think that's secret.
It's a secret. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's the secret to playing like Nicolas FC. I'm also a fan of the artist that you just showed me, because Nicolas likes to listen to music when he's getting into the zone and getting into the game. In terms of that game versus D Fernandez, it almost looked like a formality for you to get to the final. Did you feel like it was always going to be 7-2 when you went into the game?
No, but I think I was really motivated before the game. Like, you know, as I say every time, it's a step by step, step by step. And now is where we are in one step away from the World Cup and one more World Cup. And I say to my coach, we analyze, we talk, and say, okay, I will play my best game. It's only 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and that's it. And that's what I did.
Yeah, and you obviously played fantastically. It seems like the spot in the World Championships didn't put any extra pressure on your shoulders. However, now that has been achieved, now you've your place there, does this mean that you can play the final freely and without any worries?
Yeah, so. I mean, I won, celebrate, I scream a little bit.
We're waiting for the screaming, Nicolas, we are.
But I say to my coach, one more step, we can win it. So now my mind is focused in the final, not in the, I'm happy for the World Cup, ECL, but now I want to win the trophy.
Well, Nicolas, we want to see a fantastic final between you and Nacho Abella, so we're going to let you go and get ready, and we're going to head back to our casters to get us warmed up for this epic grand final.
Absolutely, Nicolas, I want to know what he's saying. What's the secrets? We had some conversations as well, and I mean, I want to know what the secrets are. I mean, I think he said, I think there's one secret we can say. If he wins the World Championships, I think he'll retire.
Yeah, I think it's one of the trophies that he would have had his eye on. Of course, we look at the highlights between D Fernandez and Nicolas. It started off sensationally well with a beautiful goal outside of the foot there with Freud. A corner kick, Brandon. I've spoken about this a number of times. Not moving the goalkeeper, I think, is an error. And he doesn't do that, but he was down 3-0 in 17 minutes in game time. You could argue a slice of fortune. The keeper maybe should do a lot better there, because it slides just under him. Look at it again here. The step overs are great. The movement with Sorlock.
You're 3-0 down in 17 minutes against Nicolas. It's just so difficult. We did see this goal come back for D Fernandez, and at this point we are trying to hype up what could be and what should be maybe a comeback, but then Nicolas went, look.
Conversation done. Look at that. Just the way he just snapped. He takes the ball down perfectly, puts it into the bottom corner, and a goal straight after half time. Again, twisting and turning, green time finish. And there was another goal back. There could have maybe been a comeback, but it was just a quick response there from Nicolas to just eradicate any sort of chance and belief that D Fernandez was building up. Look at that turn from first touch again at the near post. Beautiful from Nicolas.
And we saw a little bit of emotion from him that we don't always see that from the Iceman as well. I think it's because it's very simple. He wasn't, I don't think he was necessarily that motivated this year, but he got this old coach back in fur. He's got Juanma as well, he's like a second coach to him, and the three of them have just got together. And I think him living with Matías Bonano and Iago now in Spain, it's just been more motivated.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to see him celebrate. Good to see him smile as well. and scenarios in this game to pick from, and Brandon, we're going with goal number 3. Just a turning here from Sorloth. The step overs, the ball rolls, and the controlled sprint. He makes Sorloth look elegant, which is extremely hard to do.
For a player that's 20,000 coins in game, if you haven't bought him and you've been watching the event this weekend, what are you doing? What's so impressive about that, Ryan, as well, is that if you're defending it, you're constantly thinking, where's he going to pass to?
Yeah.
Who's he going to pass to? But he just doesn't. He just goes on his own.
You'd be thinking, when's he turning back? I think that's the key thing there. And you can understand D Fernandez in that situation, just jockeying backwards, trying to think, all right, he has to turn back. He's running towards the byline with a player that isn't nimble enough to have the skill moves as well in his arsenal to try and get towards goal. But, yeah.
Road from 16 clubs down to our final 4. It was the same final 4 that we saw in the Cup. It was just the bracket was the opposite way round, as obviously we saw in the Cup. We saw Sevilla play Real Oviedo and we saw Real Valladolid play against Cadiz. However, this is the grand final. Those 2 clubs and players have qualified for this year's FC Pro World Championships, but it's a rematch of a semi-final from 20 days ago. It is going to be an amazing grand final.
Arguably, Nicholas's hardest game throughout both the Cup and the finals here today was against Nacho Abella. It was 3-2.
Yeah, it was only 3-2, wasn't it?
It was a very, very close game, so Nacho Abella will be hoping to get some sort of vengeance and payback against Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have got a live performance coming up live here from the RCD Espanyol Stagefront Stadium. If you do want to catch it, you can watch it on the LALIGA Twitch channel. We're going to go for a break on our international feed. When we do get back, it's grand final time. Who is going to be champion here in Spain? We'll have to wait and see. We'll see you soon.
Out the boat, I think you pull now, get your coat. I never saw a boy like you, I'm feeling good, want something new. Mama said to marry rich, but I'm a rich bitch full of clips. I'm bad enough to play the game, but striking out and you're to play. Tut tut, it looks like rain, you think too much, be glad I came. All is fair in love and war, you talk too much, let's hit the floor. Feet on the ground and heart on my sleeve, don't think I'm gonna let you leave. It's last orders at the bar, we drink a drink, walk to your car. You wanna level up, come on and fill your cup. Scissor kicks, get licks, and we'll never stop. You wanna get with me, I don't come easily. Bring all your friends and we'll party like it's 93.
in action at this fantastic Stagefront Stadium. He will be here. I can see the DJ decks just being put in, and a couple of mics getting ready. But before we get there, Gravison, let's just talk a little bit about what we've seen, because I think Nicholas, obviously, he got grouped last year at the World Championships. For his own mental well-being and for his own sort of career, this was so important.
He had to qualify for the World Championships, for sure. Because I think if he hadn't qualified for the World Championships,
I think he might have retired.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, I do think the passion from Nico that he used to have to travel over the world, to, you know, to move to Europe for, let's just say, 2 years, I think he was here.
Yeah.
I don't think he's there now. So I do think he has the talent and he has the work ethic to, you know, play for 3-4 months and, you know, play at the highest level. But I mean, just not qualifying for the World Championships and then 4 months passing by, I don't know. I
think in a weird way, he's got a point to prove.
Absolutely.
But he doesn't need to feel that way, but I think he does as he wants to showcase his talent, that he's still got it. He can still get his hands on that trophy and show the world why he is the best FC24 player.
I gotta tell you, I have some bad news for you guys.
Go on.
Go.
You just said that you were feeling hungry and stuff. So basically, I was just having a few sandwiches on our green room.
Yes, I'm sorry for something else.
And Nacho came in the room.
Yep.
He told me, "Is there any food?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's for the casters and stuff." He said, "Do you mind if I eat it?" And I'm like, "No, I guess not."
Did he eat everything?
Everything.
You gotta be kidding me.
He saw it off. He saw it off.
I give up, man. Gosh.
Well, it's been a fantastic stay that we've had here for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. It's been a really, really interesting tournament. I think if you were to say the grand final on who is it going to be, one of these two players we would have predicted in Nicholas. There is music starting. Let's get on over to the concert and welcome the one and only Lit Killer to the stage.
Probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Cuando toqué su cuerpo se me hizo una adicción. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. De su trampa caí, la manzana mordí, el deseo en la tentación. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Cuando toqué su cuerpo se me hizo una adicción. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo. Quiero pasar a buscar un BM para poder tenerla entre cuatro paredes. Ya no es lo mismo que te muestran las redes. ¿A qué se debe? Yo sé que quieres. Quítate el lujo de viaje, yo te le salir en repito, salir en la tele una araña que me atrapó en sus redes. Hey, ella pide que me quede, yo me la quiero llevar. Empezó su juego y no sé cuándo va a terminar. ¿Y qué? Su trampa cae, la manzana mordida, el deseo y la tentación. Quise probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Cuando toqué su cuerpo se me hizo una adicción. Quise probar su veneno y ahora no puedo. Mueva yo como Adán, nadie se lo lleva, poco se lo dan. Entonces le pegan es como ni más ni manda, que quiera playar. Lo que su adicto le pone un pito bueno y alto que se le hace viral. Que tiene que salir con paraguas porque le están lloviendo los likes. Pero la vi primero con una cara angelical. Desde los 18 y ahora cumplió 23 como Mike. Yeah. España, ¿y qué? La manzana Carmen del deseo y la tentación. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Cuando toqué su cuerpo se me hizo una adicción. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. En su trampa caí, la manzana mordí, el deseo y la tentación. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Cuando toqué su cuerpo se me hizo una adicción. Me hizo probar su veneno y ahora no puedo con la maldición. Que desciendo, que brille mi chain. Me están esperando en el LA, me están explotando los mails. Oh my God, I can't stop, no puedo sacar de acá esa girl que me está volviendo loco en verdad. Siguiendo perdido all day, no es manejar la fe. Me pongo con delay, pero te miro desde los 10 y oh my God, I can't stop, no puedo sacar de acá esa que me está volviendo loco. Aprendí a volar, voy directo a California. No supe más nada de la que me dijo y novia. Hora de borrar tu llegada en mi memoria. ¿Y qué? Y esta risa es más fácil en first class porque aprendí a volar, voy directo a California. No supe más nada de la que me dijo y novia. Hora de borrar tu llegas en mi memoria. Esta risa es más fácil en first class, 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 class. Esta risa es más fácil en first class. Ok, entre el desorden encontré tus cosas en mi dentro. Un anillo de oro dentro de mi Jordan retro. Aunque yo lo veo como excusa para reencuentro. Antes de llamarte me arrepiento y pienso si dice que no, no. Me siento low, gira, show, perdiendo el control. Butterfly, butterfly, girl. Sube más, girl. A te gustaba que te compre Cartier, pero está como si salgo preparado para la discoteca. Un poco de trago que te disconnect, aunque todavía no te pico, girl. Casi seguro que te pico en él. No puedo pensar, estoy alucinando. Aprendí a volar, voy directo a California. No supe más nada de la que me dijo el novia. Hora de borrar tu llegada en mi memoria. Y esta triste es más fácil en pesca. Si aprendí a volar, voy directo a California. No supe más de la que me dijo el novia. Hora de borrar tu llegada en mi memoria. Y esta triste es más fácil en pescar. Esa triste es más fácil en pescar. Es más fácil en pescar. Más fácil en pescar. Oh, y esa triste es más. ¿Cómo dice? Yeah. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me respondan todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me responde. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me respondan todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me responde. Ok, espero por vos 6 de la morning. No tengo datos, ando sin roaming. Quisiera decirte a la cara lo que no puedo por celular. Sé que ese bobo deja tu estatua y vengo siempre al mínimo. Me vuelve loco tu cuerpo, tu físico. Quiero verte una vez más. Yeah, subí al Audi que vamos al shopping. Me está apretando el Goldie, me está llamando el Yuko. Le dije que falta poquito, pero como tengo hielo como, claro como BBA. Que copié como Saroki. Quiero lo que tiene, pero ella no quiere nada. Solo dame una oportunidad. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me responda todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me responde. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me responda todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me responde. reloj. Podría morir si ella me responde que no. Y si supiera por qué le hice esta canción, callando la pena, guardando secretos, pero esa canción. Baby, solo dame un chance, porque yo sé que ese fútbol no está a tu alcance, ya lo comprobé. Te está mintiendo con su frase, está mostrándote disfraces. Puedo hacerte volar, digo de engreído. Juro que vale la pena no gastar tiempo conmigo, soportando ese pecado aunque sé que estás dormido. Mejor sacarnos las ganas que quedar arrepentido. Y si me dan un deseo, quiero frenar el tiempo, cogeremos este perreo para que se haga eterno. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me responda todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me respondí. Muy mala mía, estuve esperando a que me responda todo el día, preguntándome qué pasaría si me respondí. Muchas gracias, mi gente. ¿La están pasando bien en el evento? Son una vez que a los pibes guachos, vamos a ver quién va a ganar. ¿Estamos ready o no estamos ready? Vamos con una canción que es la primera canción que me hizo llegar acá a España, guachos, hace un par de años, como dice. No quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Apaga el celu, si no quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Al encontrarte fue donde yo me perdí, metí la vuelta y no está pasé. Lo peor de todo es que no me despedí. La clave para hacerme sufrir. ¿Qué? Contigo, ya no me conformo con ser solo amigo. Una vida sin tenerte al lado mío. Te juro, bebé, que no me lo imagino. Soy alguien que está enfocado en lo que hace y que lo que me des la chance. Que me quiero morir con vos, como no te llamo los tiempos. Pasé mucho tiempo y ahora soy cantante, pero parece que no resultó importante. Ahora me habla cortante y no sabes que no soy el mismo de antes. Más tiempo no creo que aguante, te sigo viendo líneas y no quieres contestarme. Dime qué es lo que te pasa, que no quieres hablarme. Yo lo intenté muchas veces, ahora por ser tu parte. Apaga el celular si no quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Te puedo llevar a los lugares que... Apaga el celular si no quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Te puedo llevar a los lugares que... No sabes nada de mí, yo no sé nada de ti. Al encontrarte fue donde yo me perdí, me di la vuelta y no estabas ahí. Lo peor de todo es que no me... Ella sabe la clave para hacerme sufrir, sabe que tiene una parte de mí. Nena, dime la verdad, en vez de solo decir que no. Sé que con mucho no lo podés estar, pero el dueño de este lugar soy yo. Nena, dime la verdad, date cuenta de que fue que te mintió. Ahora que las cosas se dan vuelta, me doy cuenta que la que está mal sos vos. Que la que está mal sos vos. Que la que está mal sos vos. Apaga el celular si no quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Ok, apaga el celular si no quiere que te llame, que eso no va a evitar que me pienses si lo sabes. Te voy a buscar, nos subimos en mi nave. Te puedo llevar a los lugares que... importa cuando me llamas, si es de noche o madrugada, porque para ti no estoy. Sé que los celos te ganan, pero igual no somos nada, así que olvídate. No me muero por ti, yeah. No me muero por ti, no. Hay muchas mujeres que son mejores que vos. Nunca. Y ahora dime si te vas, no te pienso ir a buscar. No, está loca por tenerme, mujer. Y ahora ya no quiero pedir volver. Y ahora dime si te vas, no te pienso ir a buscar. Loca por tenerme, mujer. Y ahora ya no quiero pedir volver. Cuando me ves, se acuerda que yo se lo hago muy bien, quiere volver, quiere tener lo que no puede tener, no puede entender, no debe querer, aceptar que te ya fue mala mujer, mala mujer. Y ahora te toca perder, ahora no voy a caer en tu juego, pero sos la que va a caer a mí, pidiendo por favor volver, pero no va a suceder, aunque vos quisieras borrar todas esas marcas de rimel, ya así que sola te vas a quedar ahora. Voy a alejarme de los problemas, quiero disfrutar la noche entera, ya no quiero que te hola, por lo menos por ahora. ¿Y qué? Y ahora dime si te vas, no te pienso ir a buscar, loca por tenerme, mujer, y ahora ya no quiero verte volver. ¿Cómo? Nadie se enteró qué fue que pasó. Nadie se enteró qué fue que pasó. Ya ahora el planeta sale a la perfección. Es obvio que si no se te ocurra decir que no, no mientas que sabemos que yo ya no olvidé. Nadie doma. Tu circo se descontroló. Ahora voy de show en show, me río de tu situación, a carcajadas de bufón. No, te tiene bufón, yeah. Ok. Todos los rappers, yeah, tienen nadie que los salve, todos saben criticarme, yeah, pero no me dicen nada, yo también salí delante, yeah, pero decidí pegarme, no, me quedé ante su tablet, les encanta hablar de mí, que esperan, díganme lo que esperan, hablan mucho, vengan cuando quieran, siempre les distinto de pantera, cocodrilo que suelto mi cartera, que te quede, tocará volar, que le tengan miedo a cruzar la frontera, que se pasa con malo para que moriré cuando se me nota los peludos de su panamera, y que nadie se enteró qué fue que pasó. Ya la planeta saliendo a la perfección. Es obvio que si no se te ocurra decir que no, no mientas que sabemos que yo ya no olvidé. Nadie toma 2 más 2. Su circo se descontroló. Ahora voy de show en show, medio de tu situación. Carcajada de bufón. Yeah. Como que de bufón. Nadie se enteró qué fue que pasó. Y ahora el planeta saliendo a la perfección. Es obvio que si no se te ocurra decir que no, no mientas que sabemos que yo ya me olvidé. Nadie lo mató. Tu circo se descontroló. Ahora voy de show en show, me río de tu situación, a carcajada de bufón. No, a carcajada de bufón. ¿La está pasando bien o no? Un saludo a toda la gente del stream. Este tema dedicado a ustedes. Dice: siempre camino flexi por la street, aunque la mirada tiene en mí, y ella me lo mueve con swing. Siempre camino flexi por la street, aunque toda la mitad tiene en mí, esa que me tiene crazy con su swing. Ya no me puedo dormir. Siempre camino flexing, flexing. What do you text me? Si te hablé en el bar y te mostré la puerta taxi. So fly with me. No me puedo dormir, no. No me puedo dormir. Pero este secundario la música gana. Así que nada de esto no va a poder salir mal, porque lo nuestro no es reality. Te cuento cómo ya viví un deleite pa' mi gente, para lo que era una fatality. Tu marketing, shit, nos revemos guachín, baby, kitty baby. Nos saltamos como hater, como siempre. Que tu media no me hace nada, todo sigue dando vuelta por la ciudad. Pero yo no cambié, eso dice la gente que no me conoce. Yo sigo igual, siempre camino crazy por la street, aunque toda la mirada tiene en mí, esa que me tiene crazy con su swing. Ya no me puedo dormir, siempre camino flexing, flexing. What do you text me? Si te hablé en el party, te mostré la puerta taxi. Don't fly with me. No me puedo dormir, no. No me puedo dormir, no. Acostado y en la mano un evil, no. Pa' contarlo primero hay que vivir. Lo ya tiene a fuego adentro, solo falta para escupirlo. Voy chill, no entro en los beef. Nunca había ese falso, me lo dijo Dick. Voy hit tras hit, ya nadie me controla, ya arranqué ese chick. Entro, escribo, grabo y salgo así como si nada. Capaz que en eso salgo un hit como si nada. Entro, escribo, grabo y salgo así como si nada. Y sigo chilling porque siempre camino sin por la street, aunque toda la mirada tiene en mí, esa que me tiene con su swing. Ya no me puedo dormir, siempre camino flexing, flexing. What do you text me? Si te hablé en el party, te mostré la puerta taxi. Don't fly with me. No me puedo dormir, no. No me puedo dormir. Siempre camino flexing por la street. Ya no me puedo dormir, no. Muchas gracias, mi gente. La próxima canción que voy a cantar es una canción que salió hace 2 semanas con mi amigo Milo J. La primera vez que la canto en vivo, así que va dedicada para todos ustedes. ¡Aguante Barcelona, guacho!
Oh my God, Bonnie.
Pasamos del amor al odio, baby no. El miedo me dijo que no. El mismo déjate, no te sientas culpable. Escribo y la tinta se va del papel. No tengo el valor para volver, pero creo que no eres tú, soy yo. Y ni yo ni tú sabemos bien que iremos. Muero por otra dosis de tu veneno. Así que mejor que te vayas lejos, pa' que sepa que yo estoy mejor así. Estoy hablando al espejo pa' pedirle perdón antes de ir por. Dime si me extrañas, si merezco ser quien te acompaña. Dímelo bien. Quisiera que esta fuera otra canción y es una carta para despedirte, amor. Quería decírtelo a la cara, pero no me dio. El miedo me dijo que no. Sé que tú quieres una explicación, pero ni siquiera yo tengo la razón. Pasamos del amor al odio, baby no. El miedo me dijo que no.
Si te digo que me siento horrible, nunca
fuimos iguales, pero esto me está pasando. Creo que me estoy sintiendo un poco más preso que libre, pero vos solo única enferma que me sigue amando. No sé si no tenés la luz que dabas hace tiempo, si ya pediste el interés para no esperar tanto, baby. Parezco tonto pensando que estás intentando. Nadie pudo salvarnos del tiempo. Sé lo que hice, también lo que hiciste, ya que el hombre del que te enamoraste hace mucho que no existe. Debo dejarte volar porque para eso sirven las alas, ángel. Pero el amor es un corazón, no te ataque para.
Quisiera ver otra canción y es una carta para que pedirte amor. Quería decírtelo a la cara, pero no me dio, no me dio. El miedo me dijo que no. Sé que tú quieres una explicación, pero ni siquiera yo tengo la razón. Pasamos del amor al odio. El miedo me dijo que no. El miedo me dijo que no. El miedo me dijo que no. El que se la sabe la canta conmigo y dice:
hace un tiempo no duermo con vos. Pienso como tú
sin desgasto. Te siento un poco más rara, ya no te provoco nada. Siento más grande en la cama, ¿qué es lo que pasó? Quisiera cumplir tus expectativas. No puedo fingir lo que no soy. Sueño que algún día quieras ser mía, pero exige todo menos amor.
Juro que no quiero nada, pero cuando se me acerca quiero todo. Yo no quiero lastimarme, chocar dos veces el mismo paredón.
Quiero de ese veneno que me envenenó. Soy el perdedor de los dos.
De los dos.
¿Y qué?
Baby, dímelo.
¿Qué fue que pasó?
Entre nosotros dos. Algo se rompió.
No me hables de amor, sin mi corazón jamás te importó.
Baby, dímelo. ¿Qué fue que pasó? Entre nosotros dos. Algo se rompió.
No me hables de amor, sin mi corazón
Jamás te importó.
Yeah. Quisiera que salgas de mi cabeza. No puedo dormirme, soñarte me estresa. Yo que vi pasar el tren de la tristeza, tú eras la chofer. Y perdí la fe. Me duele extrañarte tanto. Y en la vez no te quiero ver y cuando me levanto no sé qué carajo era lo que estaba pensando. No sé por qué siempre me equivoco con lo que elijo. Debí hacerle caso al que digo. Quizás se la paga y el karma ya tiene una deuda contigo. Y eso yo no sé. Que estás cansada de verme perdido. No tiene sentido intentar otra vez. No me repitas algo que yo sé. Incontable las veces que fallé. No fuiste tuyo, también te echaste. Pero aprendí. ¿Qué fue que pasó?
Entre nosotros dos.
Algo se rompió, no me hables de amor, sin mi corazón jamás te importó. Baby, dímelo, ¿qué fue que pasó? Algo se rompió, entre nosotros dos. No me hables de amor, sin mi corazón jamás te importó. Si jamás te importó, entre nosotros dos, nena, por favor, no hables de amor. Yo. Muchas gracias, mi gente. ¿La están pasando bien entonces? ¿Estamos ready para la final? Lo quiero todo arriba entonces, todo con la mano arriba, guacho. ¿Cómo dice?
Te invito a dar una vuelta con los del espacio.
¿Cómo?
Las gatas se ponen fuertes y no van al gimnasio. Los gatos se ponen locos, no sienten cansancio.
¿Qué?
Esta noche yo te robo y cerramos el caso.
Esperé todo el día que la noche caiga y ahora casa sin Waze para verlo face to face. Dame lo que yo, mándame location. Te pone triplex como extentation. Mami, hicimos un after en la house bailando reggaeton y house. En tu cuerpo te puse más. Mi amor, ¿a dónde nos vamos? Para Barcelona a pasar el verano. A un lugar lejano, tú y yo mano a mano. Tú eres del espacio, tú eres de otro plano. Yeah, nah, yeah, nah. 1, 2 y que en cámara lenta te pegaste conmigo y no te diste cuenta que esta noche te suelta. Yo sé que te tienta, le pedí tu fe, te lo hice 70-30 y el party revienta. Y en cámara lenta te pegaste conmigo y no te diste cuenta que esta noche te suelta. Yo sé que te tienta, le pedí tu fe, te lo hice 70-30, el party revienta. Muchas gracias mi gente, espero que la hayan pasado lindo, guacho, acá en la liga. Ahora vamos a ver y disfrutar la final. Los quiero mucho, nos vemos en junio, guacho, tengo mi gira por acá, así que ya saben. Los quiero mucho, aguante España, guacho, nos vemos.
Question for you.
Well, that was absolutely lit by the one and only Lit Killer. Incredible.
How have you been thinking about that one?
About 15 minutes. A great performance from Lit Killer. Got the crowd really raring to go for this grand final. But as good as Lit Killer was, we get down to the real business right now, because we've got a grand final that we get the opportunity to take you through the trials and tribulations of what lifting a trophy may end up being like. I'm going to come to each of you first. I'm going to come to you first, Gravison. Talk to me about Nacho Abella.
Okay, Nacho has been competing at the highest level for now 4 years. And for me, the main thing about Nacho is the way he's clinical inside the box.
Yeah.
So, in a way, Spanish players just like to build up with this, beautiful tiki-taka, and when we get inside the box, we overcomplicate ourselves. And I do think Nacho is not that kind of player. Nacho is utilizing player locks inside the box. He's doing the step overs, he's crossing, he's playing more of a Rivera in this situation as well. He's using the meta in the right way. I don't think there's any other players right here who are using the meta he's using in this all these goals you're seeing. And if
look at what it means to him as well.
For sure. And if we compare Nacho back in 2021 to the Nacho we see now, it's a much more mature kind of player. And I wanted to mention his defense as well, because back in the days he used to be a terrible, terrible defender. I was just talking with him about this like half an hour ago. I do think he might be the best defender in the competition besides Nico at the moment.
Well, he locked up Nick, didn't he? I know he conceded 3 goals, but it was a really good performance. I'm going to come to you now, Brandon, to talk me through Nicholas, because he
Where did he start?
Well, I mean, you've got the entire highlights package, and he scored a lot of goals.
We've got a lot to get through, haven't we? Incredible. I mean, look, he's only conceded 2 goals, I believe, in every single match that he's been playing throughout the knockout stage. As we saw, it was a 6-2 win in this game here after being 2-0 down. against Chusita, which made it difficult to kick this game off with, but then Nicholas just came back flying again, scoring goals from all over the pitch and just being unpredictable as ever. That was the quarter-final game. This was the semi-final game. When you're 3-0 down against Nicholas in 15 minutes, Gravison, what do you do?
I mean, you pause the game as he did, and you try to pray for the best, because I don't think Di Fernandez, I talk about this, I talk about how Di Fernandez, in my opinion, was play at the highest level.
Started and where we look to finish. 2 p.m. local kicked off with that round of 16. So many games, so many goals in every single match as well. Yet to see a penalty shootout.
Give it to us in a grand final.
Surely not.
How impressive would it be, Gravison, as well? Nicholas, in his debut season in this league, to do the double.
I mean, it happened.
It's also what's expected,
It happened before with Zidane, but
not in a debut season, though.
You're absolutely sure. You're absolutely right. It could happen, and it could be huge, but again, it's Nicholas.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, it would be unbelievable. It's what's expected of him, but also, this is probably one of the most prestigious leagues that we've had over the course of the 7 years that it's been running. I don't think there's ever been a player like Nicholas participating in this league.
No.
So he is a special player. He's a top 3 of all time, a GOAT in that debate. And if he came in and did this, it once again just adds another notch to the beret in which he's done it.
And what's more impressive as well, you could argue that these two players maybe even debated, we know Nacho debated maybe just hanging up the controller this season. Nacho certainly did. I know Nicholas was the most motivated after last year, being grouped in the World Championships. And look, there was probably conversations of him even wanting to play in a league this year. He's playing his first ever league. He's never had to play in a league, but he's had to this year. And as we said, that the headline news has been 7 World Championships in a row. It's crazy that these two players have been able to get to a grand final, and look, they're unbelievable.
I mean, that's what you expect from Nico, really, no? Getting to the World Championship every year, and I think when he's not in that level, he's going to be retiring for sure.
Have a look at this. This is Nicholas walking down the tunnel of this unbelievable football club, which have let us have their stadium in Espanyol.
I spoke to Nicholas and I said, enjoy it in your grand final. He said, no, I'm not going to. I went, why? He went, I'm going to destroy him.
Wow.
Does it really surprise you? I mean, he's been saying the same for how many matches now? What I find really interesting is that Nico went through a final on a goal difference.
Yeah.
And then he qualified for the cup, he won the cup. Oh, come on, that's a beautiful batch.
Massive Real Oviedo fan?
In a way, if I'm honest, I would really like Nacho to win the whole thing, because I know for Nico it's going to be tough if he doesn't win because of the pressure he puts on himself, but Nico has won pretty much everything apart from the World Championships. Nacho hasn't won anything.
This has been
career.
his tournament. He's been close enough to, though, isn't it, to win a good chunky bit of silverware and some chunky cash as well.
So in a way, my heart is divided, but I would be really extremely happy for Nacho, because he was just this close to retiring 4 months ago and qualifying for the World Championships and getting the national title. I mean, that would be, I don't know, emotional. I would cry in here for sure.
Well, let's see some stats from both of these two players. This is from this competition in total. I mean,
look how many shots he's had.
The shots are there, but I mean, the goals for and against, it's not too glamorous, really, is it? He's just got the job done and he's won games.
The biggest victory for Nacho Abella was that semi-final. Not only getting the FC Pro World Championship ticket, but beating a true champion of this region in need. It should give him so much confidence. It should give him so much self-belief that he's beat Neat and he can go into a final and not only compete, but beat Nicholas as well. This is going to be a really, really good final. It could swing a few different ways. We could see Nicholas come out and win by 5 or 6 goals. We could see Nacho Abella holding defensively and frustrate the Iceman. Or will Nacho Abella show us something that we've not seen throughout and blow his opponent away?
Well, Nicholas, what an opportunity this is for him. It's just one of those games, though. It's just like, we always say it in a grand final, but It's going to either be a blowout in the nice way possible to Nacho Abella, or Nacho Abella is going to make this. He's going to take the game to Nicholas to make this really, really difficult.
The thing is, this is part 2 of the rivalry because they played in the cup in the semi-finals, and Nacho just won and Nacho just lost by 1 goal. So I guess this could be a potential revenge. I don't know, revenge for him.
Absolutely. It was only 3-2 in that game, so if you remember the last 10 in-game minutes, there was 4 or 5 really good chances that Nacho had, and Nicholas was able to manage it with some good goalkeeper movement, managing quite a few set pieces and corners. So he's going to have that in the back of his mind, Nacho, saying, look, I'd probably give Nicholas his best game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. He was the closest to beating Nicholas in a knockout format in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Finals.
You must have played against Nico at some point in a competitive game?
Yeah, I did.
What is it like going in there knowing that this guy opposite me will not flinch and he will not give me anything? Like, just talk me through how you prepare yourself for a game against Nicholas.
I mean, first of all, you're hyped because you're playing against a really tough opponent. Second of all, you prepare because you know the way Nicholas plays, and Nicholas doesn't know the way you play. So
and that's exactly what he's playing with. You can see the team there on the screen: Cruyff, Stoichkov, and Solov leading the line. Xabi Alonso, De Jong, Bellingham, Acuna, Militao, Blanc, and Araujo with Courtois in goal. There's not a lot of real differences, and we've seen it a few times already. Courtois in goal, not informed as Aniga.
The interesting thing on this, Rich, is it's the same. It's basically the same team from the cup, isn't it?
Yep.
It's pretty much the same team, other than he's obviously had to get a team of the season player, which he hasn't even started. He's just put him on the subs bench.
No, I mean, he's not using Mikel Merino. Maybe
don't change your winning formula.
I mean, the thing is, would you change anything?
No. Maybe Ronaldinho, maybe R9 in the front 3, but instead of Stoichkov, but he clearly likes Stoichkov in that position. I really like the Araujo at right back as well. Almost Guardiola-esque with 3 centre-backs across the back 4. So that's exactly what Nicholas is going to be using. Our grand final awaits. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a game. Let us know at home, if you are watching us, who you think is going to win as we get to have a glimpse at Nacho Abella's team.
The main man on the bench,
Who's that?
Santi Cazorla.
Santi Cazorla, what, 77 rated gold item?
That's him. He should be playing at least a few minutes in the final.
Just a couple of minutes, just as like a well done for getting here sort of thing.
For sure, I mean, doesn't matter if it's a 2-2 result, 88 minutes, Santi Cazorla has to come in for a few minutes.
Where do you see a game changer off the bench? Because I know we've spoke a lot about the teams and it's a lot of the same players. Because I'm looking at Griezmann. I think that fancy Griezmann's a real good player. You like Rafinha in the season?
I think Rafinha is probably the most effective coming from their bench, in my opinion. But it doesn't really matter who you bring on because you just need some fresh legs in a way. So it doesn't matter if it's Rafinha, if it's Griezmann, if it's Acuna. Someone has to come in a way and save the day.
You're just getting in the headspace of these players as well now. We are moments away from kicking off what plans to be a really good grand final. I'm actually going to pull the Twitch chat up.
Should we see if we can get a poll going?
Yeah, you know
what?
Our
fantastic moderators, if we can get a poll. That would be great for our grand final. We're going to have a little bit of fun though, I believe. We're going to have a look at our favourite in-game items.
What did we pick?
Coming into this one. I believe...
You picked Informed Solov.
No, there was a bit of a...
I'll tell you
There's
what.
a bit of a coming together here.
Before we carry on.
Why have I picked Informed Solov?
Before we carry on, can we just have a look at my picture? That's an absolute cracking picture. Timmy and Jude.
Gravison, when was that picture from?
I don't know.
2019.
I think when I was decent playing FC.
Let's talk through our 3. I've got Timmy and Jude, as to be expected. I've got Araujo, because me and Nicholas are on the same wavelength. We both know ball. And Toni Kroos. I think Toni Kroos is outstanding. Informs you. You've got João Felix.
The showdown version.
Showdown. Is he even eligible to be used? No.
I just thought... honestly, I didn't choose Team of the Week Solov, I promise you. I promise you I did not.
Did you ask your editor to pick them for you?
I didn't pick it. All right,
Davide did.
Davide picked it.
Those are our picks. Let us know who would be one of your picks or your 3 picks at home live now. We've got the Twitch chat open in front of our eyes. Have we got we've got a poll going live now.
89%, 90% of people in the chat right now. There is a poll live. Predict Nicholas to win this matchup.
So who are you voting for, Richard?
Just having a look at the chat.
Infon
Solop. Zane is saying Infon Solop. Nico every day. Max R. Got her back.
Give us some predictions as well. They did play 20 days ago in the Cup, and it was a 3-2 win for Nicholas.
Basically, David is saying, Grabson doesn't know that SBCR is eligible. No, I don't. Sorry.
Well, we're just waiting for this final to get underway. I think we're very close. Had a couple of technical difficulties down here, but we are raring to go. Mr. Dory, it's Nicholas's to lose. Not going to lie.
I don't know.
We said about this before, though, quite a few times. You've done what you came in to do, haven't you? You've qualified for an eChampions League. You've qualified for a World Championships. Richard Buckley has just put his vote in for this game. Have you tried to get Nacho Abella's votes up or not?
I took it from 81% to 82% for Nicholas. Let us know at home. Maybe what you think the score is going to be as well in this game. Dan Gibbs saying the Iceman has this. Javonta, Team of the Year R9 is the GOAT. I certainly agree. I think he's an incredible in-game item.
I think Nicholas is taking this W. I guess we'll see in a few minutes. But I mean, where are the Nacho fans? Don't see them anywhere on the Twitch chat, and we definitely have them here.
Yeah,
on
they're
stadium.
being loud.
Yeah,
and he's going to get loud as well if they pick up a victory here. Quad saying it's going to be 6-2. Diego saying 6-5. Pitt 4-3 Nicholas. Loads of score predictions coming in. Keep them coming in at home as well. We hope you're going to enjoy this game because we certainly are. Mr. Dory, I don't know if buts and maybes. I do absolutes. 5-1 win for Nicholas. So there you have it.
See, Nacho seems to be on his own, really.
Yeah, he looks really locked in, doesn't he?
He looks relaxed. He looks locked in, for sure.
What sort of player were you in these situations? If you had a bit of a delay, were you getting agitated? Are you looking around?
if I'm honest, I'm probably looking into the admin.
Going, come on, man!
I'm telling him, what's the time, mate?
We got a curfew at 11:30 PM. Let's get out of here, come on. This is what Nicholas has done so far in this tournament. He has been winning. It's not Nicholas. There we go. It's a highlight. It's a montage of the 2 finalists.
And Stoikov with that beautiful tap-in finish. That press from Xabi Alonso has to be one of my favorites. Whole goals this Saturday. And we have someone put Richard on the camera because he's having moves.
It's very loud, the music in the background.
I think moves is the word I'd use.
That's a beautiful cross to Stoikov. That's probably the reason why he's using Stoikov. I mean, because it's working out well for him. That was yellow time, which was kind of weird, but it went in either way. But yes, coming back to what you said before, I would say as a player I was really annoying to admins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was you moaning about everything?
Pretty much.
The lights.
That used to be a thing though. The lights used to be in your face quite badly.
I remember the lights here used to be annoying, and I remember when I used to play competitions in London and Manchester, the air conditioning, I would be fuming because of my cold hands. I would be fuming.
Yeah.
So now I get it because I know people working here. I mean, they have to be cool and stuff. But I could see you, I don't know, both of you commentating, like chill and stuff, and with my hands just freezing. I would be talking to admin.
Did we, when you're playing, did you ever hear us commentating and be like, can they just be quiet, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, eChampions League, I remember I played against Diego, my former coach, and you were saying I was playing poor, and you were absolutely right.
Did you beat him or not? No, yeah, you're right. No, right. Here we go then. The LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final is officially underway. Nicholas up against Nacho Abella. Sevilla up against Real Oviedo. Both have qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. Both have qualified for the eChampions League. But only one can lift the trophy highest here in Barcelona. Remember, 9-minute halves, best of one. We need extra time and penalties, we shall do that. No change of format for our grand final here. You may have seen across the recent German league, which is the best of two. You saw the Serie A, which was 2 games of 9 minutes, which produced a very high scoreline in the end. Fairs as who won that one. Let's see how this one plays out first. Real Oviedo looking to have their first real chance of the game. It's so important how Nacho Abella starts this one. In my eyes, he can't concede first, Gravison.
No, he can't. Because if he does, he'll be playing
Nicholas's game. Gazzaniga.
You can usually hear whistles from like the in-game, but I think there's a lot of whistling going inside the stadium.
Yeah,
at the moment.
At least when Nico was attacking.
Yeah, it must be quite off-putting.
Must be.
Araujo into Cruyff, his favourite in-game item. A couple of ball rolls and step overs. That Galazzo, Cruyff and Nicholas. Trying to create something there. Luka Modric's team of the season. One of those items that he had to use as part of this squad restriction. Sort of pickpockets Araujo there, and this could be a slight problem. Alonso into Cruyff! And it's Nicholas that breaks the deadlock with 9.5 minutes on the clock in the grand final.
It all started with the press, twice. First he pressed with the midfielder and he got the ball back and he attacked and didn't score a goal. But now with Sorloth he pressed again, got the ball back, a pass into Xabi Alonso into Cruyff, 1-0.
He could smell blood in the water, and we've also seen Nicholas during this tournament get 1 goal and then get 2 or 3 in quick succession. Will it be a similar story this time around? Nacho Abella's defending has been his real key to success in this tournament. However, he's been opened up in the opening 8 minutes, and it could be 2 as Nico flies forward again.
Well, it's how he reacts now. Can't capitulate and go and concede again. Lofted in, you see the idea there. It was a simple knockdown. Unfortunately, it was Acuna of all players there that...
Yeah, but Mikel Merino jumped high enough to get the ball. And it was interesting because Juanqui was talking with Nacho backstage, and he mentioned how they were going to be using 75 depth to kind of push Nico away from the box, but that could potentially mean some crosses.
To bring this all back square, Sorloth into Cruyff. Nice turn, he's done that a few times in the box. Just a minute, have you taken your shoes off for this grand final?
I have.
Just to get comfortable?
Yeah, because something big is happening. We're going to have, for the first time, Nicolas or Nacho winning the La Liga FC Pro Finals.
Don't encourage Richard, I don't want to smell those feet. Is he on for a second, Nicolas? Xabi Alonso into Cruyff. It's going to be a gift. Is it still Cruyff that...
I wonder why that didn't lock onto the player.
Yeah, that was maybe because of the players switching in loose balls. Being it manual, I don't know. Ronaldinho attacking now the wing.
Ronaldinho's got so much pace, he pulls away from a handful of defenders there. Stoichkov disguises that pass so well. This could be a big chance. Cruyff wins a corner. So dangerous, as we know. Set pieces, it goes towards the back post where Sorloth is! And just like that, we have an equaliser.
It's been a tournament of corners. It's been a tournament of set plays. Who knows their set pieces better than another? And Nacho Abella has been, I think both of these 2 finalists are right at the top of that list. Didn't quite move the goalkeeper enough, but he also changed it. He didn't go front post, he went to the back.
I think we can all agree that set pieces win tournaments. You always say that in different tournaments.
Oh, it could be an instant reply, Gravison. Stoichkov saved, easy tapping. It's ugly, but he won't care. And just like that, all the hard work that Nacho Abella has done, again, he's just completely useless. He's back in front of 2-1.
Yeah, but again, this defense was a bit poor by Nacho. I mean, it was just a kickoff.
he didn't do much, really. He just passed the ball frontwards a couple of times. He created a couple of runs, and that was it. So
and Nacho's getting the ball straight back from kickoff again here. It could be a big chance for Nico to go 3-up.
Cut back, 3-1.
And this is that dangerous territory. Imagine you're walking over a bridge and there's just a couple of planks that are loose. You don't know where to stand. If you stand in the wrong spot, you fall 500 feet down. That's where Nacho Abella is. He's got to manage this game now, because if he takes a couple of wrong steps, he will fall.
And for me, this is where the coach comes in. A pause has to come in, because he's in that dangerous situation in which if you don't play and if you don't manage to control the game, you could be losing by, now he's losing by 2 goals, you could potentially be losing 4 or 5. Yeah. So I do think a pause needed to come in.
He's sort of got you in like a really awkward position, hasn't he? And he's 1 or 2 punches away from...
You're on the ropes at the minute. You've gone down once. You're thinking about, do you stand up? And you're wobbling. All it takes is 1 or 2 more.
This could be it now. Acuna into Cruyff. What a block that is.
I think a pause needs to come in, and I think the depth has to go down.
I think you should go and pause it for him, Gravison.
I will. If you allow me, I will.
Nico carries on. It's going to be left, right, good night for Nacho Abella.
Maybe even before the first half as well. We're saying this as well because Nicholas has only conceded 2 goals in all of his games. He's only conceded 8 in total in the Cup as well, where you have to remember, he won that grand final 8-1. He could be on for a forfeit. De Jong. Mendy does well. Laurent Blanc also then able to stand in the way. Big long ball. Sorloth in the running race. Does get round the fullback. Big chance. Tipped in. Moscow. What a save by Thibaut Courtois.
That's why Courtois picked that big, long frame.
Corner not played directly and instead recycle round the edge of the box in to this situation here where Jude Bellingham can try and dismantle. Oh, what is this?
Oh, the dribbling.
He sold Nicholas down the line.
Oh. I can tell you from the guys watching at home that dribbling is almost impossible to do online. Imagine against Nicholas, probably the best defender in the world.
Nicholas' turn to attack now. If you have just tuned in, it's the LALIGA FC Pro Final. The best 2 players here in this year's competition going toe-to-toe for €60,000. More importantly, to get their name on the trophy. It would be a debut season to remember in this competition for Nicholas. Of course, a well-known FC Pro player, but the first time he's played in a partnered league.
Chance.
Here's Nacho, fakes a power shot, ball rolls inside, and Courtois calm the attack down.
He didn't take the bait. I mean, that's why Nicholas is arguably one of the GOATs of this esport, because he didn't take the bait, and I thought the power shot was gonna come in. But he disguised it, and Nico read it like a book.
All the chat about Nicholas's draft as well doesn't really seem to matter.
No, not really, because Xabi Alonso
still does a job.
Oh.
This is the Nicholas team, as you're right to say, Richard, that's got no Ronaldinho in it, no R9 in it. It's just a Golazo Cruyff. He is the man that he's needed right. Goalkeeper's been slightly moved there, and
this could be devastating for Nacho.
He's not moved the keeper enough.
We know how deadly Nicholas is.
He's changed it to an out-swinger.
Set pieces. There's Sorloth, and it was time green. If it wasn't for the defensive duties of Laurent Blanc there, we could be looking at a 4-1.
Usually that's an in-swinger, like right onto the goalkeeper's sort of 6-yard box. He went with an out-swinger, so I actually think he's trying, not necessarily for the flick there, but more of an actual direct header at goal.
Yeah.
And also, with an out-swinger, it takes the goalkeeper out of the equation even more.
A goal before half-time would be huge for Nacho Abella. If Nicholas will allow him to have possession, added time to come in now, probably will be nothing more than a minute. Whereas Nicholas got other ideas to go into the half-time break, the 3-goal cushion. De Jong's offside.
One more chance to attack.
the ball over the halfway line. Switches straight back across first time into Furlong Mendy. With the 99 pace will offer you an option. Ronaldinho can't get there. That will do us for half time in the La Liga FC Program final. Nicolas leads by 3 goals to 1.
In my opinion, the build-up from Nacho has to be exactly the way he did in the last attack, because Nico's gonna offside trap and you're not gonna be able to build up on the inside, so you just gotta push it to the wings.
Look at the stats there from half-time. A little bit more possession, but 8 shots, 3.4 XG for Nicolas. I love that switch of play, the full R1 square from the right back to the left back on like the half volley. I think that's a really, really good switch of play and a really sort of successful way to get the ball across the pitch. I saw when we were in Italy, Oberon doing that quite a lot. The constant switching of play, and sooner rather than later, you will get a full-back that's free.
Yeah, I remember Ercacha as well in the French league, he was using that. And I mean, Nacho was using that in the semi-finals as well against NIT, and I think he scored a couple of goals just because of that. So it's not easy to do, and it takes risk. But if you don't take a risk against Nacho,
you get a reward sometimes.
And if you don't take a risk against Nico, I mean, you're going to lose 100%.
The next goal has to go Nacho Abella's way. It has to go Real Oviedo's way. If not, I think you can start to engrave this year's La Liga FC Pro Grand Final with the Iceman's name.
The Iceman is just breathing, eyes closed, Taylor Swift in the ears, breathing.
He's just cooling down, isn't he?
Yeah, in and out, in and out.
It's quite interesting to watch, actually. Just him sort of.
I think it's the first time I've seen Nicolas
regulating himself, getting himself back in that zone.
I've never seen him like that in World Championships, eChampions League, finals.
Maybe it's a new sort of coping mechanism that he's found.
I know he's been going to a psychologist for the last 3 years now, so maybe it has something to do like that. You don't need to run and sprint in those situations. You gotta maybe control sprint or whatever, but it's not necessary to run.
Well, back on the way now. It would be the first time we've seen Sevilla actually been able to be crowned champions here in La Liga for the FC Pro list of competitions ever since this La Liga tournament started. Cruyff. So this is Nicolas, who's happy to take a shot from that far out with Dion.
When you're winning, you are more willing to take a risk. I think if it's a 1-1 scoreline, he probably doesn't shoot there.
Stoichkov. Sorloff, Ronaldinho will interchange it as they build up in the box to try and give more options in the final third for Real Oviedo and Nacho Abella. Sorloff fakes it inside. Cruyff, will he twist and turn? Yes, he will. Wins a corner.
His player looks are really nice.
Yeah.
And we saw it against NIT. I think if I were Nacho Abella, I'd want to see a little bit more of the player locks in the final third, just to disrupt Nicolas defensively, get him thinking about something else.
I do think against Nicolas you gotta play the way Anders plays, which is almost impossible to do because Anders is the only player that plays like Anders. But you gotta take advantage of spaces and angles, because if you don't, he'll just player switch and he'll cover with the second man press and you'll be in trouble. So once you get to the space with the player lock,
aggressive.
Step over, you gotta attack.
Maybe 25 more step overs, I think are needed.
At least.
Time is trickling down. Nice big win there. Was very patient, Nacho Abella.
And you also need to be aggressive here. He's got Jude Bellingham high up the pitch. There could be an attack if he goes quick, but as soon as you take a little bit more time, Nico can get players back, he can get back in shape, and now look at that. It's really hard to try and attack against him.
Yeah, because of the tactics, I mean, the depth has to be really, really high because of the offside trapping, but of course because of the player switch as well. But yeah, when the fullback is just attacking, you gotta take advantage of that, because I mean, when he's defending in the 4-4-2 situation, you won't be able to score any goals.
Nacho, speaking of being aggressive, is this going to be one of these moments now to try and get forward and ask questions here? A couple of player locks there, just flicked on to get Nicolas thinking. Sorloff Bellingham. Up against Bellingham on the defensive end in the left back, and Soloff back to defend. Nicholas back on possession. 15 minutes taken out of the game.
He's overthinking.
Yeah.
Pause has been cued, I'm presuming, from the side of Nacho Abella. That pause might come with a goal, though, from Nicholas, if he can find Soloff, who's offside.
This is a brilliant pause, by Nacho, because he has to change something.
Let's just have a look at what he is going to change. It's Acuna coming on into the centre of midfield for Marino. Soloff being switched sides.
Okay, so Nico Williams because of the pink pass, Acuna because of the pink pass as well. We have a clear notion of what's going to happen. Pink pass into a striker, a step over.
Maybe even the player lock pink pass as well. I mean, quite effective.
7 players inside the box for Nacho as well. And what's interesting is, as you're pointing here on the screen, Richard, I mean, if you have the chance, because Fer speaks a really good English, if you have the chance to talk about FC with this guy for 5 to 10 minutes,
look at the notepad.
It'll blow your mind. I was really close to work with Fer as my coach. I would have loved to do that, because for me he's the best coach in the world, in my opinion.
I was close to working with him as well, maybe about 6 years ago. I mean, it's interesting to see. I know Oberon didn't qualify for the World Championships, but Oberon actually hired Fer as well for the Serie A this year as well. We were saying it in commentary, Gravison, it feels like since he's come back into the scene, he's just reignited this motivation inside Nicholas.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last year he qualified with Jubel to the World Championship as well. I mean, when you work besides Fer, you're going to achieve something, because he has a method and it works.
He also expects perfection from you.
Yep.
Great tackle there. Anticipate plus once again, showing why it is one of the top play styles in the game.
Are those changes going to make the difference, though?
Nice difference. And again, we got attack now.
Let's see Nacho Abella now. To overlap with Furlong Mendy, and he gets a goal.
He's got space there, because Araujo's not the quickest.
He starts to shape this one up. Trivella from Furlong Mendy. We know that he's happy to take shots from that sort of range, but Furlong Mendy?
Maybe not the right player, but again, he scored a goal with Ronaldinho, so maybe, even if it doesn't work, it gives your opponent something else to think about, worry.
Just look at the top of the radar there, how high and wide that player is. I think he might be in the 4-3-3 second variation here.
Yeah.
He can loft this up if he wants. Soloff's waiting at the back post. Just peeled away from Furlong Mendy, now not really in the box. As Nicholas being patient with Kuda and Alonso, waiting for another option to potentially come through. Last 3-1 in the La Liga Grand Finals. He was aiming to try and give it to Cruyff, where he could turn and pop away and finish. Chance to break now on the counter-attack. It's Ronaldinho with 2 players chasing him, Araujo and Jude Bellingham. Couple of step-overs to bring in a few more players into the attack, and it's just well read again, and De Jong, his possession straight back to Nicholas.
I mean, the player switch.
Oh,
come on!
Stoichkov sends 2 players packing. Is he about to send Nacho Abella packing in this grand final? Timed it green. It's an easy tap-in. And it's Frankie de Jong potentially sending Nicholas towards a championship here in Spain.
The skill out wide deserved a goal.
For sure. And the green time shot as well.
Yeah. It's Luka Modric and de Jong, unfortunately, just battling in the air. There's a centre back there. It might have stopped that one from going in, and would have stopped it becoming a 3-goal deficit.
He has time, but he has to score a
He's
goal.
got to score before 75.
Yeah, in my opinion.
I don't think he's just showed enough to think that he's got it in him as well in this game. That's nice.
Ronaldinho saved.
The pass into Williams was open, but again, Nico gets into your mind, and when you get to those spaces, you don't think clearly. You just take a shot, pray for the best, and in this case, it didn't work out. Well,
He's on. Bellingham for 5.
Soloff is there. Just about defended well.
he has to score in this attack.
Yeah.
Is there a way back? Or at least any sort of hope for Real Oviedo here. Ronaldinho, this is your moment. Nice step over exit. Tries to ball roll his way on the inside of Militao.
I think what you're seeing there, the first time he did it, he took the shot across the goalkeeper and thought, in the back of his mind, I should have passed that. That one right there, he thought, oh, I can pass this. Even though it's a similar area, similar player, it was a different decision, and I do think the shot was on.
The thing is, the way Nicolas moved the keeper and defended as well, it's almost impossible to do both things at the same time. He did.
Is he after goal number 5? What's more impressive, as we said, he won the cup 20 days ago. Just from this season, he would have made 85,000 euros from this competition out of the 350k that was on the season overall, and that's with 2 trophies won. It would be, and it will be an incredible ending for him.
That could be a free kick taken direct, really.
So he's still in the 4-3-2-1. It looked like he were in a 4-3-3 for a little while.
I thought so as well.
With how wide his players were, but just editing his defensive tactics there. The right back Couto coming on, and Antoine Griezmann. 9 minutes to play, 3 goals needed. It is doable, especially in 9-minute halves, but he would have to score from this free kick, put the press on, score again, and then try and get something in the last minute.
I want to see the tactics, because I think he was using almost, I think it was 30 width, which is just so little with your midfielders, your defenders just defending the center. The only thing you can do is pretty much attack on the wings, but again, when he's second man pressing and pressing you as well manually with the fullback, there's not much you can do, really. I think I agree with you with what you said before, Richard. It has to be counter-attacks.
Yeah.
Because when he's defending on a low block,
it's so hard to get through.
You don't have any space.
I think he should hit this.
Yeah, he should, for sure. Outside of the foot. Let's see.
Well, here's one chance. Ronaldinho, do you fancy a direct shot, my friend? Yes, he does. Off the line by Sorloth. On the rebounds. There is the goal back. For Nico Williams and Nacho Abella. What, 7 minutes?
Lovely green tag half volley at the front post.
And you got to them right to score. He did so, scored a beautiful goal. Now, I think it's 8 minutes left, 7. So...
It's doable.
Doable.
But you're playing Nicholas.
It will be hard against anyone.
Yeah, you would have to hope that he gives you the ball on 2 occasions, or win the ball back off him on 2 occasions in 7 minutes.
Offside play
that's
there,
a chance.
He wins possession back.
First one.
Plays on us taking the free kick.
You got 3 on this near side. Bellingham, Ronaldinho and Modric, but
everything would have to be perfect, wouldn't it? He's going to get possession back again now. So you can see on the mini-map as well, the 4 blue circles there. It's basically a man-for-man scenario in the attacking third, but Nicholas will probably go back. Or not.
Oh.
It's a terrible touch. And that will, unfortunately, conclude any hope or chance for Nacho Abella to try and claw back the grand final. 5-2 Sevilla lead, and Nicholas looks like he's on to win this year's LALIGA FC Pro Championship. He won the cup 20 days ago in San Sebastian, and here in Barcelona, it looks like he's on for the double.
I mean, when you're watching greatness, you just gotta sit back and applaud, really, because Matias Bonano came into the league last year and won it with Real Betis. Nicolas came in this year, won it again with Sevilla, the other team from Sevilla. And I do think overall, watching the regular league, watching the cup and watching the final, he's been the best player.
Greatness is what we are watching right now. Another trophy to add on to a truly Hall of Fame career.
For sure.
From the Iceman.
Unbelievable scenes. 7 World Championships in a row and another trophy in the cabinet for that man. Nicolas 99 FC will be this year's LALIGA FC Pro Champion. The Argentine has done the double. The cup and the league all within 20 days. Maybe he might go 1 or 2 steps further with an eChampions League and a World Championship title.
He looks motivated. He looks determined. And it's often, when you're a favourite coming into it, it's hard to actually deliver. He has delivered and made it look pretty simple, which is often regarded as the hardest domestic league on the planet. He has come in and strolled his way into Barcelona and walked away with a beautiful, beautiful trophy.
For me, the main thing about Nicolas is he wasn't feeling motivated.
Well then, sorry, he's opening it now. Nicolas 99 will be this year's LALIGA FC Pro Champion. Sevilla write themselves into the history books, and for a second consecutive year in a row, it's an Argentine here in Spain that lifts the trophy the highest. Matías Bonanno last year, Nicolas 99 this year, and in 2 weeks' time, he'll be on his way to London for an eChampions League where he will be feared amongst many. And as you were saying, Gravison, continue.
Yeah, I was interrupted by Nico lifting the trophy, but I just wanted to mention how Nico is paying for both Juanma and Fer to be coaching him. And I mean,
well, lucky he won 60,000 euros then.
Yeah, but you know, when you are not motivated and you're walking into playing the La Liga finals and you know, paying for a first ticket, traveling to Spain a couple of times first in the cup and then in the finals as well, that's expensive. And not only that, he's paying Fer, but he's paying Juanma as well, who he's helping with tactics, with formations, with stuff. So for me, he's investing in himself. And you know, many times Anthony Joshua, Michael Phelps, those big sports athletes talk about
the team.
The team makes the difference. And in an individual sport, as this one, the team makes such a difference, in which, as we can see, Nico is lifting both the cup and the La Liga finals.
I think if you look through a lot of the leagues this year, there's been a couple where, for example, Man City, everyone expected them to win it. They won it. I think in Germany, Johnny was one of the favourites, but you had Anders, you had Ummet, who you thought they'll win it. In Italy, you had Oberon, you had Danny Pitbull, you thought they would win it. In Spain, yes, Neat, yes, Nacho, Abella, Ethan Higgins even. Tuga. You thought these players might go on and win it, but in every conversation that you had, Nicolas was the person that you put at the top of the list. And it's so hard to come in because he knows that he's the favourite. He acts very sort of modest when you talk to him, but he knows that he is the favourite that came into this tournament. He got a target on his back, and people wanted to beat him.
Well, it's a cup final, isn't it? Every single player that he plays is their cup final.
Game. And what he's done throughout this tournament, he's got better and better every single round. And once again, after a turbulent 2023, the Iceman is back on top of FC.
He really is, and what an exciting time it is. In that 20 players that have put their spot in the World Championships, of course, he is very much in there. And to think, Gravison, he nearly didn't even make out the group stage. He might not have even been at the Cup.
And why did he go through?
Goal difference. Goal difference. 5 points from 12 in his group. And he made it through to the Cup. on goal difference. There's the highlights from the grand final. The headline news here in Barcelona is that Nicolas has become champion here in Spain. He won the double, the cup and the league, and he's looking at his best.
It's really, really astonishing in a way that Chusita had the chance to score a goal and knock Nicolas out of the group stage. He had an open shot into the net because the keeper wasn't there. He decided to ball roll and go to the corner. And that's the reason why Nicolas is playing there. That's the reason why Nicolas is the champion.
Let's have a look at the player of the match. He had a few to choose from, but this is what was voted. It was the second goal for Nicolas. Stoichkov coming through. Beautiful play into Cruyff. The 1-2 to the byline. It's a little bit scrappy, but I think the build-up play, Cruyff and Stoichkov. And look, we asked questions all tournament long. Was it the right draft? Did he miss out on a couple of players?
He won it without Ronaldinho and R9, didn't he?
Yep.
That's what matters. And I mean, we talked about Modric, we talked about Mikel Merino, we talked about, I don't know, probably Kroos as well. He was the only one using Xabi Alonso. He was the only one using Acuna besides Thiago as well.
And he was one of the only players that basically just copied and pasted his team from the cup. It's a winning formula, isn't it, Rich? Don't change it.
Yeah, it certainly is. I believe we can have a look at the top 5 goals of the tournament that we've seen. There's some absolute crackers in here. Number 5, we don't actually know what's coming up. Let's have a look. Stoichkov. This was the goal we just saw.
Yep. I mean,
the best goal from the final. It was the top 5 goal of the tournament, Gravison.
Yeah, that was a lucky rebound, but again, as you said, the build-up from the Stoichkov was fairly good.
Number 4, what we got?
This is the goal from...
This is the round of 16 game, isn't it? Step overs into the finish there from Ronaldinho. That was obviously part of the journey for Nacho Abella on his way to a grand final. Win at number 3, Gravison. What have we got?
Let's see what number 3 is. So this is the goal that started the comeback from Nicolas against Chusita with a beautiful step over in a 30 degrees angle. He didn't miss with the shot, and Cruyff scored this beautiful goal to make it into the top 3.
We'll take it home. The silver place is Nicolas once again. Soloff, great work down the byline and a beautiful finish through the goalkeeper's legs. That was against D Fernandez in the semi-final. And Brandon, take us home. What was the top prize?
I'm presuming maybe it was from the grand final. Let's find out. No, it wasn't. It was a free kick.
This was great, though.
From Neat. So he fakes to go on the right side, but instead goes to the left.
Whipper.
Against Iago, this was. Into the top bins. Of course, remember, Neat still is going to be in the eChampions League. He did get to the semi-final stages because of that result there against Iago. That's our top 5 goals here from the LALIGA FC Pro. Gents, I mean, last couple of words from us as well. I mean, what a tournament and what a pleasure again.
Pleasure, as always, coming to Spain, coming to see the best league in action. Let's see what happens going into the back end of the year for the 4 players at the eChampions League from here and the 2 going to the FC Pro World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a chance of seeing them in just a couple of weeks' time. So I'm pretty...
He's joined by Frankie now. He's done the double here in Spain. How is he feeling?
Champion Nicolas standing by. He's already spoken to the Spanish stream. Nicolas, thank you so much for sticking around. Now, we've had this theory about you all weekend, Nicolas, which is you're quite a superstitious person. You like to wear the same shoes for every single match. You've got a playlist, which we're not going to talk in detail about. I promised you that already. Not allowed, even though you have taken the trophy. But also, you have banned one of your coaches from watching your matches now.
Yeah, the superstition, like at the moment, was, my coach, my second coach, or one of them, Juanma, he's in the stadium, like around watching my games or some games. And yeah, for the second one, for the first one, he was watching my Chusita or Flippercito, for scouting and stuff. And then for the second one, he was watching me. I was losing 2-0. He turned off the, TV or something, and then I won. So we talk, I say, no, you don't have to watch it. So I'm so sorry if I qualified to the final, you don't have to watch it. So the superstition went really well. And also yesterday, as you talk about the shoes and stuff, yesterday the practice went really, really bad, or 5 points out of 10. And I changed everything. Or I did everything. I don't know, maybe in the shower I listen to different music, I changed the socks, I changed everything. Then yesterday, Yeah, I think it works.
There's something going on. Does this mean, though, that you're going to take Acuna all the way to the World Championships with you?
Yeah, maybe.
I can't wait to see you play exactly the same draft for the rest of the season. But Nicholas, your 7th World Championships, your first La Liga FC Pro trophy. I mean, the comeback we've seen from you this season, what does it all mean?
Yeah, obviously, I think in the second week in La Liga, I think was 1 goal away from, I don't know, Chusita or something. If he scored, I was automatically like out. But yeah, I was so lucky, and then I took that like revenge. You know what I mean? And I took every match like a challenge. I have to win the first one to qualify for the cup. Then I have to beat my derby. Then I have to beat this guy that posted something did some trash talking in the media. Then Nacho, and then I had in the cup I had to beat the. I think he's the boss, you know, in Spain. Then I did it, and now it's the same. Like, I have to beat the first one, was my ex-teammate. Then I have to beat the... Chusita was the first of the group, so I have to beat him. And then I have to beat a guy to qualify the World Cup. So always was a challenge, and I think that changed a lot in my mind. Like, I took everything like a challenge, and this motivates me a lot, especially for the semi-final. That was my best game in this tournament.
We know now that you are clearly one of the best players in the world. You're going to be competing against the best of the best at the eChampions League next. Who is going to be your big boss there?
I don't know who is qualified to the eChampions.
You haven't thought that far ahead yet.
but yeah, there is many really good players. Piacin, Umut, Shoni, and Emre, and many of them. But yeah, now I did it here in Spain. Now I want to go for more global, you know, my guys. So I'm really confident, and then tomorrow or the next week I have to start to practice.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see how far you go when you return to London. We want to bring over the boys. I think they might want to say a few things to you. Who is your favourite caster actually? Because I know that Brandon Smith is your biggest fan. Just if you did want to say something to make his day.
I think here is obviously Jaime. Obviously, he speaks Spanish. He's a good friend, but talking like the English speakers, Brandon, he's a really nice guy.
Brandon's a really nice guy. He's just talking about you guys on the desk. We thought we'd bring you all together because it is now time to say goodbye. That's all we've got time for, really, at the Stagefront Stadium here at the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals. But before we do go, a massive thank you to our sponsors for making this all possible. A huge congratulations to Nicholas for playing an absolute blinder this weekend. We have one of the best players in the world on our stage. It's been an honour to watch you perform. Would you like to raise your trophy one last time?
It's too heavy.
One last time, everyone. Your champion, Nicholas FC. You'll be able to watch Nicholas FC competing in the eChampions League next month. And don't forget, you can get your tickets from 10 a.m. BST at fcpro.com. General sale goes on sale on the 3rd of May. You do not want to miss this man live and in the flesh. We will see you there. Good night.
Chains, freedom reigns in my veins. I'm a king, never change. Try to take me for my name. No moving backwards, I'm moving past it. Better break from the lane. I'm going after everything that was taken from me. I'ma reclaim. I survived from the pain. I'ma rise till I reign. With a wave full of warriors, and they all feel the same. Better heed my advisory. I would run, I would hide from me. I'm a beast for the freedom. You ain't built for the rivalry. To the pressure, and the legend never dies, so we gonna live forever. Reaching high for the sky, from where you kept us. And we all about to raise hell till we make it up to heaven. Better heed my advisory. I will run, I would hide from me. I'm a beast for the freedom. You ain't built for the rivalry. You would die for the reason. Fighting for what we believe in. We gon' ride for the rising. Come alive for the freedom. I'm coming for the freedom. I'm coming for the freedom. Born ready for whatever. Never been into the pressure. And the legend never dies. So we gonna live forever. Reaching high for the sky. From the bottom where you kept us. And we all about to raise hell till we make it up to heaven. Better heed my advisory. I will run, I would hide from me. I'm a beast for the freedom. You ain't built for the rivalry. You would die for the reason. Fighting for what we believe